Chapter 40-59. In the mansion, in front of Yang Kai's room, a charmingly naive, fair and clean little fatty stood side by side with Xueqi, waiting anxiously. The little fatty was Xueqi from Divine Cauldron Heaven. Back then, he had left after refining the origin magnet Divine Gourd, most likely to have condensed the power of the metal element. Since he had appeared now, it meant that he had succeeded. After all, he was a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven and had extraordinary talent. Since he dared to ask Yang Kai for a grade 6 origin magnet divine stone, he naturally had the confidence to refine it. Senior, when will Brother Yang come out of seclusion? Xueqi turned to look at Xueqi. I don't know either. Xueqi slowly shook her head. In the past, young master would come out of seclusion once every 2 months or so. I don't know why this time, but there has been no news from him for a year. Xueqi's eyes turned and he said worriedly, Brother Yang wouldn't have become the demon race, right? Xueqi's expression changed slightly. How is that possible? Young master is a genius. It's impossible for him to become the demon race. Moreover, he hasn't reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, so his seclusion this time shouldn't be so dangerous. The little fatty shook his head. That's hard to say. The path of cultivation is full of dangers, and if one is not careful, the consequences will be unpredictable. Xueqi was flustered by his words, and she was a little uncertain. Xueqi struck while the iron was hot. Why don't I break this restriction and see what happens? Don't even think about it. Xueqi glared at him. She had seen this little fatty's ability and knew that if he really wanted to break the restriction, it wouldn't take much effort. However, once he did so, he would definitely disturb Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, even if he didn't become the demon race, he would become the demon race. Xueqi smiled. I'm just saying, senior, don't be angry. Ai, what a pity. I wanted to give Brother Yang another good fortune, but it seems he's coming out. The restriction of the room in front of him suddenly closed, and with a soft squeak, the door opened, and a handsome young man walked out. Who else could it be but Yang Kai? Xueqi revealed a smile, and her heart finally relaxed. She walked forward with a smile, but after taking 2 steps, she saw the person behind Yang Kai, and the smile on her face suddenly stiffened, and she stared at him in a daze. Xueqi was also somewhat dumbfounded. Turning his head to look at Xueqi, he said, Senior, didn't you say that Brother Yang is in closed seclusion? How could someone bring a woman into seclusion? Moreover, this woman was the leader of Sword Pavilion. It was said that Yang Kai had spent a year in seclusion this time. TSK. Just what had happened during this year? Xueqi looked at Lu Xue and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He felt envious of Yang Kai's luck with women. What are you two doing here? Yang Kai raised his head and saw Xueqi and Xueqi. He was puzzled. Little fatty had a sly smile on his face, but Xueqi's face was ashen. Her delicate body was trembling, and her eyes were spitting fire as she stared at something behind him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Lu Xue's face was red and her head was lowered. He suddenly understood and said, I'm afraid you two have misunderstood. The space spirit bead was in his bedroom. After returning from Crouching Dragon Mountain, he naturally went straight to his bedroom. It wouldn't have been a big deal if no one had seen it, but now that he was caught red-handed, it really made people think of some things they shouldn't. What a big misunderstanding. Xueqi sneered, turned around, and left. Wherever she went, a chill would envelop her, causing Guazian to tremble in fear. He quickly moved to the side lest he be implicated. Xueqi smiled slyly and said, Brother Yang, there's a fire in the backyard. Go put out the fire first, I'll talk to you later. Yang Kai said with a serious face, Brother Su, you've really misunderstood. It's not what you think it is. Xueqi said, it's useless to explain it to me. Yang Kai looked at Lu Xue, then looked at him and shook his head. He had no intention of explaining anything. He called Guazian and said, Miss Lu Xue can be considered one of us now. Take her down and find a room for her to stay. One of us. Guazian's heart trembled. He faintly felt that Yang Kai's words had a deeper meaning. He quickly replied, yes. Lu Xue excused herself and left with Guazian. Along the way, Guazian was very respectful, as if he wanted to worship her as his mistress. This made Lu Xue feel more and more ashamed. In the guest hall, Chen Yu served tea and respectfully left. Yang Kai and Su Zhan sat across from each other. Only then did Su Zhan reveal the purpose of his visit. Brother Yang, I have another great opportunity to give you. Last time, he said this and then refined the origin magnet divine gourd for Yang Kai. This time, he would say it again. Yang Kai was naturally interested and asked curiously, Brother Su, please speak. Su Zhen said, Brother Yang is a peerless genius. He should have condensed 7th grade fire element power, right? Yes. There was no way to hide this. Yuhi had already told him. When the Golden Crow casting sun divine technique appeared, it was tantamount to announcing this point to the world. Su Zhan slowly said, a 7th grade Golden Crow true fire can only be suppressed by a 7th grade wood element power. So Brother Yang should also have a 7th grade wood element power. In the battle 2 years ago, Brother Yang also used the earth attribute divine technique to form a shield. From what I can see, that divine technique is exceptionally sturdy and extraordinary, so it should also be a 7th grade one. In other words, Brother Yang has condensed at least 3 7th grade elements: wood, fire, and earth. In the Origin Magnet Mountains, Brother Yang risked universal condemnation and did not hesitate to make thousands of people his enemy. In the end, he even sealed off the passage and inspected everyone's space rings, all for the sake of obtaining a 7th grade divine origin magnet stone. Speaking of this, Su Zhen slowly shook his head. What a pity, although the origin magnet mountains were abundant, no 7th grade divine origin magnet stone appeared. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Yang. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Brother Su, have you ever heard of a saying? What saying? Su Zhan asked curiously. Smart people generally don't live long. This little fatty had only met him twice, and their interactions were not deep, yet he was able to deduce so many things, almost exposing Yang Kai's background, causing Yang Kai to feel a chill run down his spine. Su Zhan quickly waved his hand and said, I'm just speaking casually, Brother Yang, please don't take it to heart. However, Brother Yang's ambition to reach the 7th grade and open the heavens should be correct. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, neither happy nor angry. The reason I came to you this time is related to a 7th grade rare treasure. Su Zhen suddenly lowered his voice. Yang Kai's expression changed. A 7th grade rare treasure? What attribute is it? If it was wood, fire, or earth, it would not be of much value to him, but if it was any other attribute, he would have to fight for it. Since entering the great cosmological realm until now, he had only found an earth dragon pearl, and it was obtained by chance. Even the great cosmological realm, a huge natural treasure trove, was so difficult to find, let alone the outside world. The last time the Golden Crow's corpse appeared, it caused various forces to fight over it, and even several high-rank heaven splitters were dispatched. Even if a 7th grade rare treasure really appeared in the 3,000 worlds, it would not be Yang Kai's turn to fight for it. For him, the great cosmological realm was the most suitable place to display his strength. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the water element. Water element. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. After the metal element was the water element, which was also useful to him. Even if he could not refine it now, it would be good to collect it first. However, he was not blinded by this temptation, but looked at Su Zhan suspiciously. Brother Su, since there is a 7th grade water element, you can go and get it yourself. Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me there are 2 treasures of the water element. How precious are 7th grade rare treasures? It's good enough to have one. How can there be 2? Su Zhen laughed and shook his head. It's just that this trip may be a little dangerous. Brother Yang's strength is extraordinary, so I pulled you along to boost my courage. Yang Kai naturally did not believe this. The little fatty was a disciple from the divine cauldron heaven, and although he had not seen him fight, his strength was definitely not bad. If he said it was dangerous, then that place was really dangerous. Pulling Yang Kai along was probably to increase his combat strength. To tell you the truth, Brother Yang, it's not just the 2 of us going. That place was discovered by a friend of mine, and there are about 5 or 6 people going together this time. 5 or 6 people. Yang Kai was amazed, and he even mentioned friends. Those who could be called friends by him most likely had extraordinary backgrounds and strength, and were probably the elite disciples of some blessed enclave. He chuckled, there's only 1 7th grade rare treasure, but there are 5 or 6 people, how do we split it? Su Zhen grinned and said, we travel together. When we reach the place, life, death, wealth and riches are up to fate. Interesting. Yang Kai's mind was in turmoil. It had been a long time since he had such an adventurous experience. Just hearing Su Zhan's words made his blood boil, and he wanted nothing more than to set off immediately. Then Brother Yang agrees? Su Zhan looked at him and asked. There's one more question. Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Brother Su asked me for a 6th grade divine origin magnet stone last time. So what you condensed should be a 6th grade rare treasure. So why are you coveting a 7th grade rare treasure? Su Zhan said seriously, among the 5 elements, the wood and water elements are the most gentle, and have the least impact on the Tao seal. Although I aim to be a 6th grade rare treasure, condensing a 7th grade wood and water element should not be a problem. Brother Yang, didn't your teacher tell you? Yang Kai suddenly realized. Su Zhan's method was the same as the suggestion he had made to his dozen or so subordinates. Although their foundation was already set, they could use this foundation to obtain greater strength. If he guessed correctly, this little fatty should be condensing a 7th grade wood element, but the others were all 6th grade rare treasures, so in the end, he could only reach the 6th grade splitting the heavens. How could Yang Kai have any teacher to tell him this? Although the lady boss had been good to him in the first inn, she did not expect his ambition to be so great, so she did not think to tell him this at all. Most of the common knowledge was obtained from Yu He. Chuckling, Yang Kai then said, Right, there's one more thing I want to ask Brother Su for help with. Su Zhen asked, What is it? I want to ask Su Zhen to lay down a spirit array in this star market and increase the defensive power of this spirit array. Su Zhen could not help feeling a little speechless. This star market is Red Star's star market. Brother Yang, you're just a consecrated in name, why are you so concerned? It's useful, it might be useful. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Su Zhen could not refuse, so he could only say, How about this, I'll do it when we come back, but there's not enough time now. I made an agreement with those people before, and there are only 5 days left until the deadline. We have to set off tomorrow, otherwise it will be too late. Chapter 4060. The next morning, Yang Kai and Su Zhen set off, and everyone came to send them off. Yu He hid behind the crowd with an ugly expression on her face. According to Guazian, this woman threw a huge tantrum last night and smashed the things in her room into pieces. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yang Kai looked at Guazian and said, This trip shouldn't take long. When I'm not around, carefully supervise their cultivation. If you need any supplies, just look for Yueha. Guazian replied yes. Yueha curled her lips. Heh. Yang Kai glanced at her and said, Yueha, if you encounter any irresistible danger, you know what to do. Yueha tilted her head to the other side. Heh. Lu Xue felt guilty and stepped forward. Master, do you need this concubine to follow you? No need, you stay and assist Yueha in managing the star market. Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Xue retreated helplessly and quietly glanced at Yueha, only to see this woman looking at her with a smile. That smile made her hair stand on end. She knew that if this misunderstanding was not resolved, she would not have a good life in the future. Let's go back, Brother Su. Yang Kai called out to Su Zhen and soared into the sky. Su Zhen followed closely behind. After the two left, the smile on Yueha's face gradually disappeared. She angrily lifted her dress, turned around, and walked in. Lu Xue hurriedly followed and said, Sister Yueha, I have something to tell you. Yu He immediately smiled sweetly and said, What a coincidence. I also have some things that I want to discuss with little sister. Let's go to my room. As she said this, she intimately held Lu Xue's arm and walked away with a smile. Behind them, Guazian and the others couldn't help but shudder. There was no sun, moon or stars in the great cosmological abyss, so it was impossible to distinguish north from south. Yang Kai did not know which direction he was flying in. He followed Su Zhen for 3 days. During these 3 days, they passed by many cultivator strongholds, which made Yang Kai click his tongue in wonder. These strongholds varied in size. Some were grand, while others were extremely hidden. The large ones could accommodate tens of thousands of people, while the small ones could only accommodate a few hundred people. They struggled to survive in the strange environment of the great cosmological realm. There were also some dilapidated strongholds that had been destroyed by the beast tide. There were many rotting corpses lying on the ground. It was a horrible sight. When the great cosmological realm opened, the entire star city was swallowed up, and at least millions of people were swallowed in. Now that several years had passed, less than half of them were still alive. Just in the Sword Pavilion Star Market alone, tens of thousands of people had died or were injured. One could imagine how terrifying the loss rate of those who had entered the great cosmological realm during this period was. 3 days later, the sound of waves could be heard in the distance. There was also a salty smell in the air. Xueqi was slightly startled. "There's a sea in the great cosmological realm?" Xueqi said solemnly. "The great cosmological realm is vast and boundless. What we know is just a corner of the sea. What's so strange about there being a sea here?" After a while, the turbulent sea came into view. The waves slammed against the table, rolling up waves that were hundreds of feet high. Xueqi suddenly understood. Xueqi said that this time they were looking for a grade 7 water element treasure. There was plenty of water power in the sea, so it was not surprising that it could breed a grade 7 water element treasure. After rushing into the sea and flying forward for another 3 hours, Xueqi suddenly said, "We've arrived." At the same time, Xueqi also noticed a few unfamiliar auras. Looking over, he saw several figures standing on a small island with a radius of only a few miles. One of them stood on the beach with his hands behind his back. He had a stalwart figure and was dressed in black. When he looked up, his eyes were like an eagle's, piercing straight into one's heart. Not far away, a young girl was sitting on a rock with her head down, busying herself with something. Her hair covered her shoulders, making it impossible to see her face. Another young man was sitting cross-legged on a treetop 1,000 feet behind the young girl, silently circulating his chi. His figure rose and fell with the wind, his aura mysterious. Xueqi's heart trembled. Although these 3 people were not heaven-opening cultivators, each of them gave him a feeling that they were not to be trifled with. Were these the friends that Xueqi was talking about? He didn't know which heavenly paradise they came from, but each of them had an extraordinary background. Xueqi and Xueqi landed, and the black-clothed young man standing with his hands behind his back said coldly, "Fatty, you're late." Xueqi smiled and said, "Not at all, there's still more than a day before the deadline." After a pause he added, "By the way, Brother Lin Feng, don't call me Fatty again, or I'll fall out with you." Even though he said that, he still smiled without the slightest anger. Lin Feng coldly snorted and turned to look at Xueqi, raising his chin slightly. "You made us wait for so long just for this guy? Which heavenly paradise did he come from? How come I've never seen him before?" Xueqi said, "I've never asked." He turned to Xueqi and asked, "Brother Yang, where do you come from?" Xueqi chuckled. "It's neither a paradise nor a heavenly paradise. It's insignificant, not worth mentioning." Xueqi was stunned. He had seen that Xueqi could even comprehend something like the aspect divine technique, and was even determined to reach the 7th level of heaven opening. He also had a 5th level heaven opening cultivator like Xueqi following him and calling him young master. He had really thought that he was from some heavenly paradise, but now that he heard Xueqi say this, it turned out that he wasn't. Without a heavenly paradise's deep background and huge material support, how could he cultivate to such a level? "Brother Yang, you're joking," said Xueqi, shaking his head. He didn't believe him, but since Xueqi didn't want to say, he didn't want to ask any more. The young man in black grunted coldly, "Fatty, this guy is neither a heavenly paradise's disciple nor a paradise's disciple. You just casually asked him to join forces with us?" Xueqi said solemnly, "Brother Lin, I've seen Brother Yang fight. In terms of strength, you're not as good as him." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "Really?" As soon as his words fell, his fighting spirit soared and his aura soared to the limit. He stared at Xueqi with scorching eyes, as if he wanted to fight him here and now. Obviously, he was not convinced by Xueqi's words. He was a heavenly paradise's disciple, and although he hadn't broken through to the sky opening layer yet, he could still fight against a low-level heaven opening cultivator. How strong was this guy in front of him? "Don't make trouble." Xueqi looked at him speechlessly. "You'll see later." He turned to Xueqi and said, "Brother Yang, let me introduce you. This guy is called Lin Feng, a disciple of Zhanwu Cave Heaven." Xueqi cupped his hands politely and said, "Greetings, Brother Lin." When he saw Xueqi and the guy surnamed Yin, Xueqi thought that there might be other heavenly paradise's disciples in the Great Void Realm, but he didn't expect to see them today, and more than one at that. He didn't know why they were also in the star market at that time, but they ended up suffering an unexpected disaster. However, the Great Void Realm had both dangers and opportunities. For these proud sons of heaven, being involved in it was not necessarily a bad thing. Lin Feng snorted coldly and raised his nose to the sky. This is Gu Pan from Langya Paradise. Su Zhen pointed to the girl who was sitting on a stone with her head down. The girl hurriedly got up, her cheeks puffed up, and said softly, "Greetings, Brother Yang." Her voice was very soft, just like a cat's. It was obvious that she was a gentle woman. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was greatly shocked. This girl named Gu Pan was actually from Langya Paradise. That was the place where Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor was born. Zhang Ruoxi had awakened her Tianxing bloodline and inherited a part of her ancestor's memories. When she left the star boundary, she planned to go to Langya Paradise, but she was swallowed by the Thousand Joints insect halfway and was separated from Yang Kai. Later, Yang Kai was stranded in the Qiqiao land, and Zhang Ruoxi's whereabouts were unknown. Yang Kai guessed that she should have gone to Langya Paradise. After all, it was her ancestor's homeland. If she went there, it would be equivalent to returning home in glory. Yang Kai wanted to go to Langya Paradise to look for Zhang Ruoxi after he opened the heavens, but who knew that he would meet a disciple of Langya Paradise here? He was surprised and happy, and almost wanted to ask about Zhang Ruoxi's situation, but he held back. There was no need to rush this matter. He would first see what Gu Pan's character was like before making any plans. "Greetings, junior sister Gu." Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and returned the greeting. The girl sat back down again and lowered her head to busy herself. "That one over there is Ning Dao Ran, from Carefree Paradise." Su Zhen pointed to the young man sitting cross-legged on the treetops, moving up and down with the wind. Although this young man was not old, he had an elegant temperament. This kind of aura could only be possessed by those old men with a mortal temperament. If one didn't look at him and only felt this aura, they would think that he was a flowing time great emperor. Ning Dao Ran did not get up, but raised a palm to Yang Kai from afar and said, "Greetings, brother." "Brother Ning." Yang Kai returned the greeting. Su Zhen looked around and scratched his head. Where did that seductress Chu Huashang go? When the voice just fell, a figure came out of the sea behind him. The figure was graceful and covered with gauze. When it came out of the water vapor lingered around the body, causing infinite reverie. Yang Kai looked at it and saw an enchanting and charming woman standing behind Su Zhen. She was half a head higher than him. She leaned over and breathed in Su Zhen's ear. "Little fatty, who are you calling a seductress?" Su Zhen looked at his nose, and his nose looked at his heart. He gave a thumbs up and pointed back. "This evil spirit is from Yin Yang Wonderland, called Chu Huashang. Yang Xiong should be careful. She is the best at seducing men. Don't let her kill you." "Oh, why are you twisting my ear? Let go quickly. If you don't let go, I will fight with you." "What is seducing men? What is sucking yang qi?" Chu Huashang gnashed her teeth and twisted Su Zhen's ears. "My Yin Yang Wonderland is on the way of Yin and Yang integration. It is not the way of those dirty tricks. You don't slander me in front of outsiders." Su Zhen's face was distorted with pain, but he dutifully stared at Yang Kai and said, "Anyway, Brother Yang, be careful of this woman." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Su is serious. Alone Yin is not born, alone Yang is not long, Yin and Yang are mixed. It is the way of heaven and earth. It is not as serious as you say." Chapter 4061. He has also received the benefits of Yin and Yang fusion. Naturally, he knows that the orthodox fusion method is not comparable to those bad methods, but he has some right to speak. Chu Huashang's heart went to the bottom of her heart, and she didn't bother to find trouble with Su Zhen. She looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "It's still this little brother who is sensible. Little brother, if you have time, we can discuss the art of union cultivation." "Well, there's a chance." Yang Kai kept nodding. Su Zhen was stunned. Yang Kai came up with Chu Huashang, this seductress. What a scandal. He regretted looking for Yang Kai. He couldn't see that this guy was a pervert. Lin Feng's eyes flashed a trace of contempt, and he said coldly, "Fatty, you came to find people. If you die on the way back, don't blame anyone." Yang Kai said with a smile, "If I die, it's my own fault. I can't blame others." "It sounds like a man." Lin Feng looked up and down at Yang Kai, as if to re-examine him. Su Zhen said, "Don't talk nonsense. Now that everyone is here, Lin Feng, it's time to talk about the water treasure. Let's go and talk about it, so as not to waste time." Lin Feng said. "All right." Su Zhen agreed. Gu Pan stood up, and Ning Dao Ran floated down from the treetop. He twirled his fingers, and a willow leaf suddenly appeared. The willow leaf grew in the wind, and with a bang, it transformed into a small boat. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This willow leaf didn't have the aura of a secret treasure. It was like an ordinary willow leaf. He didn't know what wonderful method Ning Dao Ran had used. It had such an amazing change. A group of people jumped on the willow leaf boat. Ning Dao Ran stood at the bow of the boat, and controlled the boat to break through the air. Yang Kai raised his foot and stepped on it. He found that the boat was very strong. Even if he hit it with his hand, he might not be able to destroy it. The disciples of the Blessed Enclave really had unique skills. The little fatty Su Zhen was like this, and Ning Dao Ran was like this. He was afraid that Lin Feng, Gu Pan and Chu Huashang were not soft persimmons. He could not help but feel a little envious. It was good to have a backer. No matter what he learned, there would be someone to teach him, and there would be no need to worry about cultivation resources. Unlike him, no matter where he went, he had to start from scratch and fight with his life on the line. No one loved him or loved him. Even his cultivation had to be done step by step. Lin Feng had already started talking about the water element treasure. Several disciples of the Blessed Enclave gathered in the Star Market at that time. Enclave. There must be many secret records in their respective sections. Even the elders in their sects came out of the Great Void Realm. They have more or less seen some information about the Great Void Realm. After arriving here, they immediately separated and went to find their own opportunities. In the past few years, everyone has gained something. Needless to say, Su Zhen refined the Divine Magnetic Gourd and found Yang Kai in exchange for a 6th-level Divine Magnetic Stone. It can be said that he made a lot of money. Although he was a disciple of Shending Tian, even in Shending Tian, it took a lot of time and energy to get a 6th-level metal treasure. After all, 6th-level treasures were not cabbages that could be picked up everywhere. Several others also had similar gains. Lin Feng traveled around and came to the sea by chance. He felt the rich water element qi on an island. The water element qi was rich and mellow, far beyond any water element treasure he had seen before. That is definitely a 7th level, or even an 8th level water element treasure. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, his eyes burning. Everyone's breath couldn't help being short. How precious is a 7th or 8th level water element treasure? It can suppress the fortune of a land outside. It may not appear in thousands of years, but it can be found in the Great Void Realm. I'm afraid it's not so easy to get it. Chu Huashang said with a smile. If you can get it easily, you, Lin Feng, will not call us to help together. Lin Feng said, naturally, it's not easy to get it. On the island, there are many strange sea clans, and the water element treasure seems to be very important to those sea clans. The closer to the island, the stricter the defense is. I have been forced to retreat 4 times. Sea clan? Everyone was surprised. Su Zhen said, is there a master among the sea clans? Lin Feng shook his head slowly. It's not very powerful. It's not my opponent in a one-on-one fight. What's worse is that there are too many of them. Lin's 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. Have you seen the water element treasure? Chu Huashang asked. What is that? Lin Feng blushed. I haven't seen it. Seeing everyone looking at him with a strange expression, he couldn't help but be angry. Although I haven't seen it, I can be sure that it is definitely a 7th or 8th level treasure. If you don't want to go, I have to get that thing by myself. Su Zhen hurriedly said, Go go, it's rare to have this opportunity. How can we not go and see? Chu Huashang also nodded and said, yes. Ning Dao Ran has been standing at the bow of the boat, not saying a word, as if nothing is in his heart, and Gu Pan is busy with his head down. These 2 people don't express any opinions at all, which is very strange. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at Yang Kai. All right. But let's get this straight first. There are 6 of us, but there's only 1 water element treasure. When the time comes, don't blame this Lin for not showing mercy. Chu Huashang said with a smile. People also mean this. Brother Lin, if you are killed by others, don't blame others. Lin Feng snorted. You have this ability to kill me. Suddenly turned to Yang Kai. I know all of your abilities, and you are qualified to join forces with Lin, but this one, Yang Kai smiled. Brother Lin, do you want to see it? If you are not qualified, I will kill you now so as not to drag us down. Chu Huasheng frowned and said, You, this person, often kill this, kill that. Can you be a little more gentle? You look at senior brother Ning. Although she met Yang Kai for the first time, it was the first time she met someone who did not reject the combination of yin and yang, and was even willing to speak for this way of cultivation. Naturally, she had some good feelings for him. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai raised his hand. Brother Lin, it's normal to have this concern, but I don't know how Brother Lin wants to verify whether I am qualified. Lin Feng slowly raised his hand. If you take 3 of my palms and don't die, it means that you have this qualification. Ning Dao Ran, who had been standing still, slowly turned back. The boat will break. Lin Feng was furious. Who cares about your broken boat? Ning Dao Ran was silent for a moment, and no longer said anything. Yang Kai grinned. Brother Lin and I first met, it hurt the harmony, but since Brother Lin wants to see my ability, I will let you see it. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped backward and fell straight into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng's face was stunned. Chu Huasheng was stunned on the spot. Gu Pan suddenly coughed, as if choked by something, and kept beating his chest with his small hand. In the perception of the divine sense, Yang Kai quickly went away, and soon was out of their perception range. After a long time, Lin Feng's eyes twitched. Ran away? He glared at Su Zhen. This is the helper you found, your eyes grow in the ass? Dare to bring a cat or a dog here? Su Zhen scratched his head. No. Yang Kai alone faced thousands of people, and his face didn't change. How could he be afraid of competing with Lin Feng? But if he wasn't afraid, why did he run away? Su Zhen was puzzled. Chu Huasheng also shook his head and sighed. I thought it was a good boy. It turned out to be just a silver spear head. Something is coming. Su Zhen's face suddenly changed. When the words fell, everyone was aware of it. Lin Feng shouted, I forgot to tell you, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. There are many sea monsters in the sea, all of them are extraordinary, and fighting in this sea is very advantageous for them. It's very difficult for us to kill them. Be careful, it's coming. The willow leaf boat suddenly jumped up 100 feet, and then drifted nimbly, avoiding the attack from under the sea. Looking down, he saw a huge thing under the sea rising into the sky. Wow, what a big octopus! Chu Huasheng put her hand over her eyes and exclaimed. As far as the eye could see, a huge octopus rushed out of the sea. The tentacles with suckers were more than 100 feet long. They were dancing with great momentum, as if there was a mountain in front of them that could be swept away. It's this evil creature again. The last time I crossed the sea, I met this thing. I fought with it for a long time and almost killed it. Unfortunately, I let it escape in the end. Well, this time it dares to come out. Don't think of going back alive. Lin Feng stepped forward, his face full of murderous intent. This fish. Su Zhen was stunned as he looked at the octopus with a strange expression. This was because at this moment, the octopus's 2 round eyes were filled with shock and fear. Moreover, looking at its flustered appearance, it didn't seem like it had taken the initiative to rush out of the sea to attack them. Instead, it seemed like it had been struck by some kind of attack. With a crash, a figure suddenly broke out of the sea and rushed straight to the octopus. It rushed to the octopus in a flash. As if feeling the crisis, the octopus waved its claws and swept down. The figure took a deep breath, raised a fist, and slammed out, hitting the soft abdomen of the octopus. The sound of the explosion rang out, and a layer of ripples suddenly spread out. The octopus's 8 claws were stiff, and its 2 round eyes were bulging. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the mountain-like octopus exploded in midair, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky and scattered down. On the sea, within a radius of dozens of miles, pieces of flesh and blood floated everywhere, attracting the dancing sharks. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 4062. Amidst the bloody mist, Yang Kai's figure flickered and landed back on the willow boat, smiling as he looked at Lin Feng. Senior brother Lin, I don't know if that punch of mine still caught your eye. Lin Feng's eyes kept twitching. After a while he said coldly, "It's just a brute force. It's really extraordinary to be able to throw such a huge octopus out of the sea. It's not something he can match. Moreover, that punch can smash the octopus into pieces. It can be seen that the strength is strong. But the foundation of the cultivator is not only brute force, but also the depth of his own strength, the cultivation of the secret techniques, the sacrificial treasures, and other comprehensive evaluations. It's just that he just said that the last time he met the octopus, he couldn't do anything to the other side. However, he was killed by Yang Kai with a punch, which was somewhat embarrassing." "That's qualified?" Yang Kai looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng snorted and said nothing more. "Little brother Yang is really strong." Chu Huashang's eyes were shining. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Yang Kai's arm. "This muscle is really strong. I have stronger muscles in other places. Sister Chu, do you want to touch it?" Yang Kai winked at her. Chu Huashang glanced at him and said, "Bad embryo." Kai Yang laughed heartily. Lin Feng bit his teeth and said, "Adulterer." Little fatty Su Zhen couldn't help but sigh and reach for his forehead. All the way, the willow boat broke through the air. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang sat side by side on the side of the boat. Their heads were together and whispered. They didn't know what they were talking about. It was so good to talk about it. From time to time, Chu Huashang also stretched out her fist and punched Yang Kai. She laughed again and again. It looked like two people were flirting. This scene was simply unbearable to look at. There are many dangers in the sea. Many huge sea monsters are crisscrossed. They feel the breath of strangers and rush out from time to time to block the road. However, all these people on board have extraordinary backgrounds. Although these sea monsters are fierce, they can't do anything to them. They are often killed before they get close. Where the willow boat passed, there was a bloody rain. Yang Kai was also lucky to see the means of several other disciples of the blessed enclave. They were all extraordinary, especially the divine technique that these people comprehended with the power of yin and yang and 5 elements, which really opened his eyes. Traveling with these people, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel as if he had just jumped out of a clump of dirt and seen the world. He wanted to say a few words to Gu Pan and pull the relationship closer so that he could find an opportunity to inquire about Zhang Ruaxi's situation. Unfortunately, Chu Huashang kept pestering him and discussing the mystery of the yin and yang. Yang Kai was also helpless and could only give up. But then again, the yin and yang fairyland is really amazing. Only after a long talk with Chu Huashang, Yang Kai felt that he had gained a lot. It's a pity that Su Yan is not around, otherwise, he would have to try it. Chu Huashang obviously also got some inspiration from Yang Kai. The more they talked, the more congenial they became. 3 days later, the willow leaf boat suddenly descended and landed on a lonely reef. Ning Dao ran took the willow leaf and everyone looked around. Lin Feng pointed in one direction and said, "See the island over there? The water element treasure is on that island. This island is not small. When I came last time, I tried to get it several times, but I didn't succeed. This time, there are 6 of us. We must get the treasure." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw an island in the depths of the sea. Looking from this position, the island was not too big, but it was 1,000 miles away from the island. It didn't look big from here, but it was definitely not small when they got closer. Su Zhen looked at Yang Kai and said, "It's like this, Brother Yang, we have discussed it before. We have a total of 6 people, so we will divide into 3 groups. 2 people will go together and land on the island from different directions. The rest will depend on our own ability. If anyone can get it, others won't have any complaints." They originally only had 5 people, so if they were to split up into 3 groups, there would be 1 less person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically asked for Kai Yang's help. He had also seen Kai Yang's ability, so he naturally knew that by asking for Kai Yang's help, they would be much safer. "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's divide into groups." Su Zhen saw that Yang Kai had no objection, and immediately proposed. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Huashang stepped forward and took Yang Kai's arm, and wanted to tie up with him. "I'll be in a group with little brother Yang. She and Yang Kai have been talking happily on the ship for 3 days. Naturally, she wants to act with him." "No." Su Zhen and Lin Feng said in unison. "Why not?" Chu Huashang's face was black. Lin Feng snorted coldly. You two dog men and women are so close to each other on the ship. If I give you a group, I don't know what to do. It doesn't matter if you live or die. What if you implicate us? Chu Huashang said angrily. Who are you calling a dog man and woman? Say it again. What about you? Lin Feng did not show weakness. Seeing that a quarrel was about to break out even before the groups had been decided, Su Zhen too quickly interjected. All right, let's not talk too much. Although Brother Lin's words aren't pleasant to hear, I also have the same opinion. Enchantress Chu, you absolutely cannot be in the same group as Brother Yang. Chu Huashang said with a sneer. Then who do you want me to be in a group with? Su Zhen looked at the others and pointed out. Let's be in a group with Brother Ning. Chu Huashang immediately jumped up and said. You want me to be in a group with this wood? Little fatty, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Ning Dao Ran's heart is natural, and everything is not in her heart. It is incompatible with her aura. She is naturally very unhappy. Then we'll go first. Ning Dao Ran didn't seem to hear it. After saying a word, his figure flickered and he went up to the island step by step. Chu Huashang was so angry that her silver teeth were almost broken. Seeing Ning Dao Ran going farther and farther, she could only helplessly say, Little brother Yang, let's have a good talk after we go back. I can't wait to try it with you. Yang Kai patted her arm and said, Be careful. Well, wait for me. Chu Huashang couldn't help nodding, and her body flickered and chased after Ning Dao Ran. Seeing her leave, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Zhen gratefully. If he stayed with Chu Huashang, he couldn't stand this passionate woman. As for Brother Yang, Su Zhen looked at Yang Kai, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. He said, Brother Yang, you and Gu Shimi are in a group. The remaining 4 people, Yang Kai and Lin Feng, are not easy to deal with. Naturally, they can't act together. Otherwise, they are looking for trouble. He wanted to be in a group with Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai is strong. If he encounters any danger, he can turn it into safety with his ability. But after thinking about it, he gave this opportunity to Gu Pan. If he and Lin Feng join forces, they may not be worse than the group of Yang Kai and Gu Panch. Lin Feng naturally had no opinion. Seeing that Su Zhen had finished the grouping, he urged, In that case, let's go. We can't let Ning Dao Ran and Chu Huashang get the opportunity. With a step, he was already 1,000 feet away. Su Zhen hurriedly whispered to Yang Kai, Brother Yang, Gu Shimi is the true disciple of Langya Blessed Land. She has a very high status in Langya Blessed Land. You can't mess with her, or you will be hunted down by Langya Blessed Land. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Su Zhen cast a suspicious look. She secretly cursed herself for having made such a mistake. Back in Yang Kai's mansion, when she saw him and Lu Xue come out of the secret room together, she should have realized that he was a pervert. She couldn't help worrying. Was it really a good idea to hand Gu Pan over to him? Yang Kai said, I am not that kind of person. Su Zhen sighed and patted him on the shoulder. You're on your own now. Having said that, he chased after Lin Feng. The 4 left, leaving Yang Kai and Gu Pan on the reef. Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He was worried that he couldn't find a chance to be alone with this girl, but Su Zhen's arrangement was like a pillow sent to him. However, he wasn't in a hurry to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. First, he needed to feel out the details of this Gu Pan. Turning his head, Gu Pan was still busy with her head down. She had been like this since he first saw her, and he didn't know what she was busy with. Junior sister Gu. Yang Kai greeted with a harmless smile. Gu Pan covered her mouth with her hand and quickly chewed for a while before swallowing something into her stomach. She then looked up and whispered, Brother. Yang Kai stared at the corner of her mouth and reached out to touch the same part of his mouth. Junior sister, there's something here. Gu Pan raised her hand and removed the thing from her mouth. Then under the stare of Yang Kai, she stuffed it into her mouth, sucked on her fingers, and licked her lips. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. When he saw this girl with her head down and busying herself before, he thought she was cultivating some kind of secret art, but now it seemed that she was actually quietly eating. He didn't know what was so delicious that it made her eat without stopping, but what was even more bizarre was that she didn't seem to be eating at all. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai smiled and said, Junior sister, let's go. Gu Gu Pan nodded obediently. The two immediately set off from the reef and headed towards the island. It was a distance of 1,000 miles, so even if they were stealthily moving forward, it only took them a little over 2 hours to reach their destination. Looking up, the island was indeed ridiculously large, its length and width unknown. The 4 people who had left before were also nowhere to be seen. No one knew where they had gone. "Brother, don't we need to take a detour?" Gu Pan saw Yang Kai moving in the same direction and suddenly asked. Yang Kai said, "No need, they must have taken a detour. We're already slower than them so we can save some time." "Good." Gu Pan nodded. "Right, junior sister. Do you have a method to conceal your aura and figure?" Gu Pan said, "Concealing one's aura can be done, but concealing one's figure is a bit difficult." "Then let's use my artifact. Junior sister, come closer." Gu Pan didn't suspect anything and stuck close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the shadowless gauze, directly covering the two of them. In an instant, the 2 figures disappeared into the void, and even if someone tried to investigate carefully, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of them. Chapter 4063. The shadowless veil was something that Yang Kai obtained in the Qiqiao land. It was originally bestowed to his disciple Du Rufeng by the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector Venerable Duan Hai. Since Du Rufeng was killed by Yang Kai, the shadowless veil naturally became Yang Kai's spoils of war. Duan Hai had a 4th grade heaven opening cultivation, and the shadowless veil was of extraordinary quality. Once activated, it had the effect of concealing one's aura and figure. A lower grade heaven opening cultivator would find it difficult to detect one's whereabouts, so it could be considered a rare treasure. Back on the Sunstar, Yang Kai had used this treasure to avoid the detection of many lower-grade heaven opening cultivators before finally approaching the Golden Crow's corpse and snatching it by chance. Later on, in the first inn, the shadowless veil was taken away by the lady boss and asked a grandmaster to refine it, raising the shadowless veil's effect to another level. The lady boss said that a lower-grade heaven opening cultivator would not be able to detect its whereabouts, and even a middle-grade heaven opening cultivator would not be able to detect its whereabouts if they did not pay attention. In the great cosmological realm, as long as the power of heaven opening did not appear, the shadowless veil could be said to be a rare treasure. Gu Pan's eyesight was not bad, and after being shrouded by the shadowless veil, she could see the extraordinariness of this thing and praised, "Brother, this treasure is really good." Yang Kai chuckled. "Junior sister comes from Langya Blessed Land and is a disciple of a great sect. How could this thing enter junior sister's eyes?" Gu Pan said seriously, "This is my first time going out for experience." Yang Kai was stunned. "Then junior sister is really unlucky." Gu Pan lowered her head, a little sad. "Master, brother, and senior sister must be worried." She looked like a little girl. Yang Kai could not bear to see this and comforted her. "Don't worry, there will be a day when you go out. At that time, you can reunite again." "Brother is right." Gu Pan nodded repeatedly. "Shoo." Yang Kai raised a finger. "Don't talk for now, we're going to land on the island." There seemed to be a lot of sea race people there. There were indeed many members of the sea tribe stationed on the coast. There were bonfires on the beach, and there were palm leaf houses next to the bonfires. Many members of the sea tribe were walking in and out of the houses. Some food was being roasted on the bonfires, emitting an enticing aroma. Yang Kai quietly glanced over and couldn't help but frown. He found that these sea race creatures were just as Lin Feng had said before. Some had fish heads, some had fish gills, some had fish skin on their feet, and some had fish scales all over their bodies. These members of the sea race all had humanoid forms, but none of them looked like humans. They all retained most of the characteristics of the sea race. This reminded him of the mantis head he had encountered in the Sword Pavilion Star Market. That guy was the same. He had a human form, but he had the head of a praying mantis. Even his 2 arms looked like blades. Yang Kai suddenly realized that the laws of heaven and earth in the Great Void Realm were not the same as in the outside world. It should be extremely difficult for a monster beast to transform. It was not as simple as in the outside world. Many Sea Clan cultivators had gathered together and were speaking in a strange language that Yang Kai couldn't understand. But when he saw that they all seemed to be in harmony, he knew that his guess was right. Lin Feng and the others should have taken a detour and not come ashore here. Otherwise, there would have been a great battle. The members of the sea race on the beach were all miscellaneous soldiers. They looked vulnerable. Yang Kai was not afraid, but since he was going to sneak in, it was naturally better not to alert the enemy. However, Gu Pan's aura suddenly became chaotic. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Gu Pan's face was slightly pale, her cheeks were bulging, and there was a slight and strange sound coming from her throat. Yang Kai was surprised. "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Gu Pan wanted to cry, "Brother, I want to vomit." As she spoke, she covered her mouth with her hand. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although they are a little ugly, they don't make you so disgusted. Don't vomit, or we'll be in trouble." Gu Pan nodded quickly, her big eyes full of mist. She lowered her head and did not look at the members of the sea race. Suddenly, there was a voice, talking about the incident a few months ago. The reason why the sea race had arranged their troops here was to prevent that person from coming again. Yang Kai understood that they should be talking about Lin Feng. When he turned his head to look, he saw two people who looked different from the other members of the sea tribe standing in front of a bonfire. They were chatting animatedly. The chi of these two members of the sea race was extremely strong, and they were dressed very well. It seemed that their status in the sea race was not low. One of the fish heads suddenly turned his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai with a suspicious look. "What's wrong?" the other member of the sea race asked. The fish head said, "It's nothing, someone just looked at me." Ignoring him, he continued chatting with his companion. Under the shadowless gauze, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze, his heart trembling. This shadowless gauze was good, but when using it, he still had to pay attention to his eyes. The fish monster just now wasn't very strong, and Yang Kai had only glanced at it for a moment before it sensed his presence. If they really encountered a strong master, they might be able to see through him. Moving forward quietly, avoiding the campfires and groups of sea race soldiers, it was not until 2 hours later that Yang Kai brought Gu Pan to a certain part of the jungle. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found no signs of life around and this place was extremely remote. Yang Kai put away the shadowless gauze and said, "Let's rest first." After all, the shadowless gauze was a heaven-opening boundary artifact, and Yang Kai consumed a lot of energy to use it. In this damned place, who knew when a great battle would break out? Naturally, he had to maintain his energy at all times. Gu Pan's face was still pale as she groped around for a stone and sat down, taking out something from her space ring and staring at it with a bitter expression. Yang Kai stared at it, somewhat speechless. What Gu Pan was holding in her hand was a small piece of dried fish, about 1/2 foot long and golden yellow in color. It should have been cooked by her. Thinking of the thing at the corner of her mouth just now, Yang Kai suddenly understood. This woman had been busy with her head down all this time because she had been eating dried fish. However, at this moment, the usually delicious dried fish in her eyes was transforming into the strange appearances of those fish monsters from time to time, causing Gu Pan's face to go pale and she began retching. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that her vomiting was not because she was frightened but because she had thought of his dried fish, so he couldn't help laughing and saying, "Junior sister, this thing has nothing to do with those fish monsters, don't think too much about it." Gu Pan raised her head, her eyes hazy with tears. "Really?" Yang Kai was startled and nodded repeatedly. "Of course it's true. Those fish monsters are fishy and smelly. How could they be compared to this dried fish? This is the world's #1 delicacy." Gu Pan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Big brother also thinks so?" Yang Kai chuckled. "It seems you also think so." Gu Pan nodded again. "Dried fish is the most delicious. Unfortunately, Master doesn't allow me to eat it." "Master isn't here." Yang Kai winked at her. "Second senior sister also says so." Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Every time, it's second senior sister who secretly makes me a lot of dried fish." Saying so, she mustered up her courage, grabbed the dried fish, put it in her mouth, and took a bite. The next moment, she narrowed her eyes and chewed. All the previous haze in her heart swept away. She ate quietly, chewing slowly, but her speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, a small dried fish entered her stomach, and she took out another one. After eating more than a dozen, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking up at Kai Yang, he asked embarrassedly, "Senior brother, do you want to eat?" While speaking, he handed the half-eaten piece of dried fish to Kai Yang. Yang Kai took it with a smile. "I also want to try your second senior sister's cooking." After eating, regardless of whether it was delicious or not, he kept praising it, making Gu Pan nod repeatedly in agreement. After this contact, Yang Kai could see that this girl wasn't scheming. She should have been raised in a greenhouse since childhood, and she herself said that this was the first time she came out to experience the world and was involved in the great cosmological boundary. Since she wasn't scheming, Yang Kai didn't want to beat around the bush with her anymore. Just as he was about to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly summoned the shadowless veil to cover the two of them. Brother. Gu Pan was puzzled. Someone's coming, Yang Kai shushed her. A moment later, accompanied by a rustling sound, a team of fish demons came from the other end of the woods. The leader was less than 3 feet tall and carried a steel fork in his hand. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fish demon he was, but he had a round body without a neck. His head was attached to his body, making him look like a meatball, which was very funny. This should be a team of patrolling fish demons, shuttling through the jungle. Suddenly, the leading fish demon stopped in its tracks. Its nose twitched as if it had discovered something. The fish demon's sense of smell should be good. While twitching his nose, he approached Yang Kai and Gu Pan, followed by a group of subordinates behind him. Yang Kai looked down at Gu Pan, speechless. He saw the remnants of dried fish on the corner of Gu Pan's mouth. Gu Pan also seemed to notice it and reached out to touch it, then blushed. A moment later, the fish demon was already 3 feet away from Yang Kai and Gu Pan, and he was still sniffing. His hideous and disgusting appearance made people feel nauseous, and a fishy smell assaulted their nostrils. Brother, I can't take it anymore, Gu Pan whispered. She suddenly raised her hand, and a brush appeared in her hand. She drew in the air, and a yin-yang tai chi diagram came crashing down. The yin-yang energy rotated, enveloping all the fish demons. Miserable screams rang out as the fish demons were ground to dust. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the leading fish demon, saving him in an instant. With the two's action, the shadowless veil lost its effect, completely exposing their whereabouts. The fish demon was still in a state of shock after escaping from death. He raised his head and saw Yang Kai and Gu Pan, and became furious. You two have guts, how dare you sneak attack the great Wu La La? Wu La La? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. The fish demon raised his hand and pointed behind him, saying arrogantly, I am the great Wu La La, let me go quickly or you'll die. With a bang, Yang Kai punched him in the eye, and the great Wu La La's eyes rolled back, and he fainted without a sound. Chapter 4064. Gu Pan said with disdain, Brother, why did you save him? If not for Yang Kai's timely intervention, this great Wu La would have been killed by the yin-yang tai chi diagram. Yang Kai said, We are deep behind enemy lines and are unfamiliar with this place. We have to find someone to ask about the strength of the sea race here. Gu Pan nodded. Brother, you are very considerate. They couldn't stay here any longer. A group of fish demons were killed by Gu Pan. Although they were very fast, there was still some noise. Yang Kai hurriedly destroyed the corpses to hide the traces of the battle. Gu Pan watched from the side and saw that Yang Kai's movements were swift and skillful. After a while, he couldn't see any abnormalities. He couldn't help but admire him, thinking that brother really knew a lot. When the fish demon Wu La woke up, he found that he was tied up. He quietly opened his eyes and found that he was in a cave. There were flames jumping around and crackling sounds coming out. There was also a strange fragrance. You're awake. A face came over and stuck in front of him. Wu La was shocked. He looked up and saw the face of the person who had knocked him out. He was furious. How dare you sneak attack the great Wu La? I will kill all of you. Wu La 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 La. Yang Kai punched him in the head. A 3 to 4 inches high bump appeared on Wu La's head. It looked like a tumor grew on his head. This guy was useless, but he had a bad temper. Wu La was in pain and he kept screaming. Yang Kai said gloomily, Shut up. If you dare to scream again, I will kill you right now. Wu La immediately stopped screaming. He rolled his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. Wu La La is not afraid of death. Yang Kai sneered. If you are not afraid of death, then scream. This guy was obviously very scared, but he was very stubborn. He pointed to the side. Do you see that girl over there? Wu La turned his head and saw a bonfire burning there. A young girl was sitting next to the bonfire, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai said, That girl likes to eat dried fish. If you want to die, it's easy. I'll hand you over to her. She'll cut you into pieces and roast you slowly. Wu La was shocked. She looked carefully and saw that the young girl was roasting a few small dried fish over the bonfire. The fish was golden and shiny, and oil dripped down, making a sizzling sound. Woolala, it's fishy and smelly. It's not tasty. The fish demon cried out loudly. It was so scared that its liver and gallbladder were splitting apart. She's not picky. As long as it's fish, she can eat it. Yang Kai smiled. Gu Pan also looked at the fish demon with a smile. She grabbed a small dried fish and put it into her mouth to chew. Wu La's face was extremely pale as she begged for mercy. Don't eat me, don't eat me, Wu La doesn't want to die. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. If you want to live, it's even easier. Open your mind and let me plant the divine soul brand in you. Become my servant, and you will live. Wu La was angry again. How dare you? You want the great Wu La too. Munch, munch. The sound of Gu Pan eating dried fish came from the side. As she ate, she looked at the fish demon with her big eyes, as if she wanted to taste which part of the fish was the most delicious. The fish demon shivered and looked at Yang Kai weakly. Can I really live if I become your servant? Don't worry, you can definitely live. Wu La struggled for a moment and said dejectedly, Wu La agrees. Hearing this, Yang Kai didn't hesitate anymore. Immediately, his divine thought surged and rushed into the fish demon's mind. This fish demon wasn't very strong. Even if he tried his best to resist, Yang Kai could still break the defense of his mind. However, if he didn't cooperate, his divine thought would be damaged and he would become mentally retarded. If that was the case, it would be better to just kill him and save the trouble. After a short while, Yang Kai planted the divine soul brand in Wu La's mind. His divine thought surged and searched through the fish demon's memory. After a while, Yang Kai frowned and looked at Wu La speechlessly. Then, he withdrew his divine thought. This fish demon was very arrogant. He kept calling himself the Great Wu La. In fact, he didn't have a high status in the sea race. He was just a small captain of a patrol team. Therefore, he didn't know much. He knew a little about the water element treasure, but he didn't know what it was. He only knew that it was a sacred relic of the Sea Tribe. Only the highest members of the Sea Tribe were qualified to get close to the sacred relic and pray to it to obtain great power. However, a few months ago, a guy broke into this place and tried to get his hands on the sacred relic. The Sea Tribe was furious and fought with him several times, forcing him to retreat. Recently, the place where the sacred relic was located was much more heavily guarded. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, Take us to the place where the sacred relic is. Wu La blinked and shook his head. You can't go there. You look so strange. Obviously, you are different from us. If you are discovered, you will be killed. Yang Kai sneered. Of course, I have a way to make you take us there. Wu La scratched his head. But Wu La can't get close to the sacred relic. He didn't have a high position in the Sea Tribe. How could he be qualified to get close to the sacred relic? Once he got close, he would definitely be expelled or even killed. We'll go wherever we can. Yang Kai smiled and threw a bag to Wu La later. Keep this bag carefully. Don't let anyone find it. Yang Kai called Gu Pan. Gu Pan finished the dried fish in 2 or 3 bites. He stood up and walked to Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai changed his hand signs and his soul consciousness surged. He opened the 6 directions Rui pouch and pulled Gu Pan into it. Wu La was shocked when he saw this. He was born in this place and had never been to the outside world. He had never seen such a strange method. He was amazed when he saw 2 people get into the pouch in his hand. He was shocked. He didn't know if he could squeeze the people in the pouch to death. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. Yang Kai's voice echoed in his head. Don't think about it. I can take your life with a thought. Cooperate with me. After everything is done, I will let you go. Wu La's face was pale, but he kept nodding. Now hide the pouch. Yang Kai ordered again. Wu La fumbled for a while and hid the pouch under his scales. Then, he picked up his steel fork and walked out uneasily. In the 6 directions Rui pouch, Gu Pan said softly. Brother, it's a little crowded. The 6 Unity Wish bag was a very mysterious thing. It could be big or small. When Yang Kai had transformed into his 1,000-meter-long dragon form, This thing could also fit inside. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon were also fine inside, but no matter how big the things inside were, it would still feel crowded. When the girl exhaled, Yang Kai felt something soft and elastic stick to his back. Gu Pan had never been so close to anyone. She was not used to it. Her body twisted uneasily, which made Yang Kai feel more and more. "Junior sister, why don't you turn your back to me?" Yang Kai suggested. "Oh." Gu Pan turned around with difficulty. Her body rubbed against Yang Kai's back. After much difficulty, she turned around and sighed. "Brother, you have so many treasures." First, it was the shadowless veil that concealed his presence and figure. Now there was this Rui pouch. It was an eye-opener for Gu Pan. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior sister, your treasures are not bad." Previously, when Gu Pan killed the pair of fish demons, she took out a painting brush. Although it was only a glimpse, Yang Kai could still feel the extraordinariness of the painting brush. After all, she was a direct disciple of Langya Blessed Land. How could she not have some wealth? "Junior sister, you should rest for a while. There might be a big battle. I need to watch this fish demon to prevent him from having any thoughts of betrayal." Wu La moved all the way to the center of the island. From time to time, she would encounter some sea monsters, but they were all safe. As she moved forward, Yang Kai could clearly feel the chi of the water element treasure getting closer and closer. Before getting close to the island, Yang Kai noticed the chi of the water element treasure. As Lin Feng said, the chi was very rich and pure. It was definitely a treasure of the 7th level or above. No wonder that guy was so enthusiastic about it. Su Zhan had also said that although they aspired to reach the 6th level, the water element was the softest. Even if they were at the 7th or 8th level, it wouldn't cause much of an impact on their seals. It didn't matter if they condensed it, but it could increase their strength. That was why they had been persuaded by Lin Feng to join forces to explore the island. They didn't know where they were now, but after all, they were all disciples of big sects and had their own methods. Yang Kai guessed that they should also be close to the sacred treasure of the sea race. After a full day, a majestic city suddenly appeared in Wu La's field of vision. Yang Kai was always paying attention to the outside world, so naturally he also saw the city. From Wu La's memories, Yang Kai had already learned that this was the holy city of the sea race. The sacred treasure was in the holy city. A few months ago, Lin Feng had snuck into the holy city several times to covet the water treasure, but unfortunately, he had failed every time. The holy city was heavily guarded, but Wu La herself was a member of the sea race, so naturally there was no problem for her. After a short time, she entered the city. There were sea monsters everywhere, which surprised Yang Kai. Some of the sea monsters here were extremely strong, and the characteristics of the sea race were extremely rare. On the way, Yang Kai found that the stronger the sea monsters were, the closer they looked to humans. Yang Kai even sensed that a few of them were not inferior to the mantis head. In Jiangha Star City, Yang Kai fought desperately to kill the mantis head, but after practicing the great unrestrained spear, it shouldn't be so difficult. But the holy city of the sea race was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Wu La's heart was pounding. After all, she had a guilty conscience. Yang Kai comforted her in a low voice, but it didn't help. After walking in the city for half an hour, Wu La arrived in front of an ancient and magnificent temple. That was the temple of the sea race. Countless members of the sea race worshipped there and asked for the sacred treasure to give them power. The temple was divided into 9 floors. Chapter 4065. The Temple of the Sea Clan was solemn and sacred. The sound of worship reverberated in the air. The chi of the water element filled the air. From time to time, there would be members of the Sea Clan dancing and laughing wildly, which made their companions envious. Even though Yang Kai was hiding in the Rui bag, he could feel the rich water element chi. It was indeed easy to understand some mysterious divine technique when practicing in such a place. As for the blessing that Wu La had mentioned, it was probably the same thing. If people who practiced water skills came here to practice, they would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, this was the hinterland of the Sea Clan, where the holy city was located. Who could set foot here? In the middle of the temple, there were layers upon layers. Each layer was hundreds of feet high, and the bottom layer was unknown. Although Wu La's heart was beating violently, he was qualified to enter the third layer after all, so he was safe and sound all the way. However, the members of the Sea Clan on the first 3 layers were some small fries. At most, they were at the same level as Wu Lala. Yongkai could kill them all with one slap. After entering the third layer, Wu Lala didn't want to go any further. There are temple guards there. Wu Lala is not qualified to go to the 4th layer. If I go near, I will be killed. Wu Lala curled up into a ball and hid in a corner, looking at the entrance to the 4th layer. Yongkai was speechless. He had threatened and tempted him, and even tortured him severely, but he couldn't make him move at all. As Yongkai was thinking about whether to come out with Gu Pan and make a scene, suddenly the ground shook. A violent energy fluctuation came from outside, and then the holy city was in chaos. Su Zhan's flustered and exasperated voice came. "You stupid pig, I told you to stay calm. Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. "It's useless to say more. Kill." These 2 people had sneaked into the holy city and exposed their whereabouts, which led to a group of strong Sea Clan cultivators besieging them. Yongkai hid in the wishful pouch and did not know what was happening outside. He could only feel the shockwaves from the battle and hear the screams of the sea folk. Back in the days, Lin Feng had fought alone in the holy city. Now, with the little fatty, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. The 2 of them joined hands and fought against the strong cultivators of the Sea Clan. Blood flowed like a river. However, although the 2 of them were disciples of a great sect, the Sea Race's foundation was also extraordinary. It would be difficult for them to forcefully break into the temple to obtain the sacred object. Yongkai, on the other hand, was delighted. He hurriedly urged Wu La, "Quick, take this opportunity to go down quickly." Lin Feng and Su Zhan's sudden attack attracted a lot of the Sea Clan's attention. Yongkai clearly saw several tyrannical figures fly out from the bottom of the temple. Obviously, the Sea Clan masters who had been cultivating below were alarmed and had gone to help. This was the time when the temple was defenseless. If they didn't act now, when would they? Wu La looked hesitant. But before he could make a decision, the whole temple suddenly shook. A violent strength hit the temple. Suddenly, a mysterious pattern appeared around the temple, turning into a protective barrier. Many people of the Sea Clan who were praying on the 3rd floor did not notice and were blown away. They fell towards the bottom of the temple. They were all dancing and shouting. Yongkai's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Jump down." Wu La didn't want to enter the 4th floor through the entrance, but it didn't matter if he fell. After all, at this moment, many people of the Sea Clan were blown away. It didn't matter whether he was there or not. He quickly arrived at the edge of the hollow area and pretended to let out a strange cry before falling down. In the air, Wu La's face was pale. He shouted in panic, "Wu La is going to die." He poked the pitchfork in his hand into the wall of the cave, which turned into a spark and gradually slowed down his fall. When he stabilized himself, Yongkai was so angry that he coughed up blood. "You can't do anything right." This fierce fall was very close to the holy object, but this was only the 7th floor. They still had 2 more floors to reach the holy object. He was so angry that he wanted to jump out of the scepter bag and slap this guy to death. "Wu La, I won't jump. I won't jump even if you kill me." The fish climbed up to the 7th floor with a pale face. Yongkai controlled his anger and said, "Jump one more time. There are only 2 floors left." Wu La shook his head like a rattledrum. I won't jump again." Yongkai's voice was cold. "You choose or you die." At this point, Yongkai had lost his patience. Su Zhan and Lin Feng had attracted most of the Sea Race's attention. Many of the Sea Race's strong cultivators had flown away. At this moment, if he and Gu Pan came out, they might be able to succeed. Wu La felt Yongkai's murderous intent and couldn't help but panic. He turned his head and said in surprise, "The guard is gone. Wu La, let's go down." Yongkai glanced over and saw that the guard leading to the 8th floor had somehow disappeared. Wu La ran towards the entrance and quickly entered the passage. He spiraled down and went directly to the 8th floor. There were many sea monsters on the 8th floor, but at this moment, they were disturbed by the movement outside. They all raised their heads to look. From time to time, some sea monsters would fly up to check the situation. At this point, Wu La's legs and stomach were trembling. He had never come to such a deep place before. Every marine race here was countless times stronger than him. If they saw him here, they might just slap him to death. Xueqi, on the other hand, was surprised because among the many sea monster masters, a big-headed fish monster was walking towards the entrance to the 9th layer. Xueqi sensed that the fish's qi wasn't very strong. It was almost the same as Wu La's. However, the sea race's strong cultivators ignored him as if they didn't see him. "Follow that fish," Xueqi ordered. Wu La scrambled to catch up with the big-headed fish monster. Strangely enough, the sea race experts didn't pay any attention to Wu La. They just raised their heads and looked at the sky. The guard leading to the entrance of the 9th floor was still there, but the big-headed fish didn't care. It went straight through the middle of the guards. Wu La followed Xueqi's urging. He braced himself and followed him. Surprisingly, he passed through easily. As they went down, the big-headed fish seemed to sense something. It turned around and looked at Wu La. Its eyes were full of doubts. Slowly shaking its head, it continued to move forward. Not long after, the two fish monsters stepped into the 9th floor. The moment they entered the 9th floor, Wu La's attention was attracted by a ball of light. He murmured, "A holy object." He only knew that there was a holy object under the temple, but he didn't see what it looked like. Today, he finally got what he wanted. The holy object was enshrined on an altar. It was like a full moon, emitting gentle light. The moonlight was like water, full of sacred and mysterious aura. What made Wu La's heart beat faster was that there was no one on the 9th floor at this moment. There were only him and the big-headed fish monster. It seemed that the movement just now had attracted all the sea race's strong cultivators. Being cleansed by the holy object's qi, Wu La clearly felt that his cultivation was increasing rapidly. His whole body felt warm. He couldn't help but moan. Innate cardinal treasure. In the Rui pouch, Xueqi's breathing suddenly quickened. The so-called innate cardinal treasure was a treasure born from the innate heaven and earth. Among all the treasures he had encountered, only the immortal tree was qualified to be called an innate cardinal treasure. Although the soul-warming lotus was also a cardinal treasure, it was still a little inferior and had not reached the innate level. The fist-sized pearl hanging on the altar like a full moon was an innate cardinal treasure. Xueqi was shocked and delighted. There was an innate cardinal treasure in the great cosmological realm. This moon pearl was obviously an existence of the same level as the immortal tree. It was probably the only one in the world. Kill him. Wu La was blinded by greed. He stared fiercely at the big-headed fish in front of him. There was only him and the big-headed fish monster on the 9th floor. As long as he killed the big-headed fish, he could snatch the holy object. He acted immediately. He was probably blinded by the holy object. The steel fork in his hand stabbed toward the big-headed fish. Seeing that the big-headed fish was about to die on the spot, he suddenly turned around and gently waved his hand at Wu La. Without a sound, Wu La turned into a pile of meat paste. Xueqi was shocked. He was hiding in the Rui pouch and did not see how the big-headed fish attacked. He also did not expect Wu La to attack the big-headed fish. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. After the big-headed fish killed Wu La, its figure twisted and turned into the appearance of a young man with an elegant aura. Ning Daoran. Shockingly, the fish demon was Ning Daoran in disguise. No wonder the oceanic clans turned a blind eye to him all along the way. It wasn't that the oceanic clans ignored him, but that he should have used some sort of strange technique to conceal himself from the oceanic clan's perception. Wu La followed behind him and also benefited from it. As soon as Ning Daoran appeared, he walked toward the moon pearl and reached out to grab it. At this moment, a chuckle sounded. The laughter was frivolous, but it shook the people's blood and made people's hearts full of distracting thoughts. Suddenly, a graceful figure should step out of the void, laughing again and again. "Thank you, Brother Ning, for leading the way. This little sister will accept it." Ning Daoran smiled slightly. "Junior sister apprentice Chu is really mysterious. I didn't know when you were following me." The tone was light, as if Chu Huashang didn't mind using him to explore the way, but the movement of the hand was not slow at all. The hand made a gesture and pointed at Chu Huashang. The mysterious power burst out, without the slightest breath of smoke, and attacked Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang would not show weakness. She bent her fingers and played as if she was playing some instrument. There was a decadent sound in the dark. The two disciples of the blessed enclave rushed toward the moon pearl while fighting, and their speed was not worse. For a while, the void shook, and the sound of the explosion sounded. After 3 breaths, 2 hands grabbed the hazy moon pearl at the same time. He looked at Chu Huashang and Ning Dao ran seriously and shook his head. It's really ugly. Chu Huashang was furious. You are ugly, you are all ugly monsters. As a woman, she was even more of a beauty who could bring disaster to a country. She was extremely confident in her own appearance. When had she ever been called ugly by others? The fish demon laughed. Human beings are really interesting. They don't have any self-awareness. I will catch you and see how I deal with you. Well, don't talk nonsense, take them down, don't break the plan of the ancestor. Another majestic voice sounded. On the altar, a figure appeared like a ghost. He reached out on the altar, and a scepter was held in his hand. On the scepter, the cold moon bead was shining. The cold moon bead was inlaid on this scepter, not as they had seen before, enshrined on the altar. Follow the high priest's orders. The 4 powerful sea monsters bowed together. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran's hearts only sank, and they looked at the high priest who finally appeared. The 4 sea monsters who appeared in front of them were powerful, but they were not afraid of them. If they really fought, they could escape even if they couldn't beat them. But the high priest of the sea race who appeared at the end gave them a great sense of crisis. The strength of the high priest was absolutely unfathomable, and the cold moon bead was inlaid on his scepter and held in his hand. The high priest could obviously use the power of the cold moon bead. How can this be played? The number of people is less than the other side. There is also the threat of treasure on the sea race side. This time, it is really bad for Lin Feng. What's more, what kind of character is the ancestor mentioned by the high priest? How can the sea race have such a terrible background? Go out and meet with Brother Lin and Brother Su. Ning Dao Ran glanced at Chu Huashang and whispered. Chu Huashang nodded slightly. She also meant that only by joining with others could it be possible to escape. Otherwise, with only the strength of the 2 of them, they were not opponents of the sea race at all. As soon as their spiritual senses met, they immediately moved like thunder. Ning Dao Ran raised his hand, and a willow branch appeared in his hand. The willow branch purified thousands of light and shadow, turned into thousands of sword chi, and shone on the 4 sea race people. In a flash, the underground space was only left with the sword light all over the sky, and there was no other color. The disciples of the blessed land, when they make a move, they show their extraordinary background. At the same time, Chu Huashang held a pipa, and 10 fingers gently played. The sound came out, turning into an invisible killing intent, and attacked the souls of the sea race people. The 2 worked together and took the upper hand in a face-to-face confrontation. The 4 sea race people were shocked by the impact of Chu Huashang's divine technique, and in an instant, they were hit by thousands of sword chi. However, all of these sea race people have rough skin and thick flesh, and the scales on their skin are very strong. Even if they look embarrassed, it is not a big problem. Roar! Chapter 4067. Yang Kai hides and hides, not to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, trying to reap the benefits of the fishermen, but really feeling that something is wrong. Not to mention that these sea tribe people have long been prepared, set an ambush in the deepest part of the temple, and lead people into the trap, say the high priest with the icy cold moon bead scepter. If he is willing to fight, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran should be in trouble. Just now, Yang Kai also saw that the high priest could activate the power of the icy cold moon bead. I just don't know why he didn't do this, but has been observing Ning Dao Ran and Chu Huashang. What's even more strange is that Yang Kai didn't feel any murderous intent from him. As if to feel, the high priest suddenly turned his head and glanced at the body of Wu La, but soon recovered his gaze and seriously focused on the battle in the field. The 4 sea tribe experts and the 2 enclave disciples fought fiercely, but they were not the opponents of Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran. In less than half an incense time, they were not strong enough. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran broke out again. The high priest waved his scepter again, and the breath of the icy cold moon bead came out, forcing Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran to stay. It's not over. Chu Huashang's nose was almost crooked, and after landing, she glared at the high priest. The high priest is calm, and his face is motionless. After a while, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran joined forces to force back the 4 Sea tribe experts, but instead of breaking through, they rushed to the high priest. The high priest chuckled and said, "Go back." With a wave of the scepter, the breath of the ice world filled the air again. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran suffered losses twice, and all of them were discolored and took the initiative to retreat. Their hearts sank as they realized that it would be difficult for them to escape this time. With a despicable high priest guarding this place with a scepter, the two of them could forget about leaving unless they killed him. However, the power of the scepter was unfathomable. How could they kill the high priest? At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared like ghosts, and no one found where they came from, as if they appeared out of thin air. Everyone was shocked. Chu Huashang turned his head and saw that one of the figures was like a dragon out of the sea, rushing straight to the high priest, while the other figure rushed towards himself and Ning Dao Ran. It was Yang Kai and Gu Pan. Chu Huashang was surprised and happy. She quickly shouted, "Brother Yang, help me kill him." She has suffered losses in the hands of the high priest several times. Naturally, she hates it. On the altar, the high priest's expression changed slightly, but he soon calmed down and sneered, "There are 2 more. Very good, very good. The ancestor will like you very much." As he spoke, he gently waved the scepter in his hand. Along with this movement, the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl emitted a circle of gentle light. It looked like the moonlight was like water, but in fact, it was bone-chilling cold. It covered Yang Kai's head. Chu Huashang shouted, "Brother Yang, be careful, this is the innate ice element treasure." She was afraid that Yang Kai did not know the power of this treasure, and quickly reminded him. Before the voice fell, Yang Kai had plunged into the moonlight, and the forward figure suddenly stagnated. Before seeing this high priest, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran were forced back. Yang Kai didn't have an intuitive understanding of the power of this Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl. Now, when he was the first to bear the brunt, he felt it deeply. The power is really great. When the cold is coming, his blood is almost frozen, and even the power in the seal is not flowing well. This high priest definitely did not play the full power of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl. Otherwise it is not so simple to delay his figure. It is very likely that he will be frozen into an ice sculpture directly. Chu Huashang's face was desperate. He thought that Yang Kai's appearance could kill the high priest by surprise. Who knows that he was also caught? Sure enough, men are unreliable. When I was thinking about this, I heard a dragon's roar, clear and loud, and the dragon's power spread. Yang Kai's figure broke through the cover of the moonlight, and the blood in his body rushed like a group of dragons, rushing to the high priest at a faster speed than before. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes stared and flashed a strange light. The high priest was also surprised. It was the first time that he had encountered an existence that could resist the power of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl, but he had been in a high position for many years. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. There was a complicated and obscure language in his mouth. On the scepter, the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl flashed, and the more intense cold covered Yang Kai. "Open!" Yang Kai rushed in the attack, a low voice. Behind him, a round sun suddenly emerged. The round sun hung high, like a real sun, emitting a dazzling light. In a moment, the depths of the underground temple were illuminated by the golden brilliance. In the round sun, the golden crow dances and screams. Divine technique manifestation. Ning Dao Ran was shocked, and his Dao heart, which had never been affected by anything, was slightly shaken. The power of the great sun and the moonlight were equal, and the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl was also shining brightly. This was not the initiative of the high priest, but the instinctive response of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl. The erosion of the moonlight was 10 times stronger than the previous activation of the high priest. Sun and moonshine. World vision. The power of scorching heat and ice intertwined in the depths of the temple, making everyone feel uncomfortable and have to resist with all their strength. Under the panicked gaze of the high priest, Yang Kai had rushed in front of him, one hand grabbing the scepter, the other clenched into a fist, and punched towards the high priest's face. The high priest wanted to dodge, but the power of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl bloomed, making him a little unable to bear it. His whole body froze in place, watching the fist rapidly expand in his field of vision. With a bang, the high priest flew backward. Yang Kai grabbed the scepter and threw it into the small sealed world. The moonlight dissipated, and the great sun disappeared. Yang Kai took back his Dharma idol and called out to everyone, "Retreat!" With the treasure in hand, it was naturally better to retreat quickly. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran were also decisive. Under the guidance of Gu Pan, they immediately forced their opponents back. In a flash, four figures rushed up, broke through the top of the temple, and rushed into the holy city. At this moment, the holy city was also in chaos. Su Yuanqi's magnetic light was sweeping, Lin Feng's dual blades were crossing, and a group of Sea clan cultivators were fighting fiercely. Below the temple, the high priest hurriedly got up, pale and trembling with anger, and shouted, "Follow me, wake up the old ancestor." The four Sea clan cultivators did not dare to neglect. They came to the altar, sat down in four directions, and chanted a strange tune, cooperating with the high priest to use a magical technique to transmit to an unknown place through the altar. In the city, Su Zhan and Lin Feng were shocked to see Yang Kai and others rushing out of the temple. Before they could figure out what was going on, they heard Chu Huashang shout, "Let's go, let's go." "Did you succeed?" Su Zhan asked in amazement. Chu Huashang nodded. Su Zhan didn't hesitate anymore. The magnetic light rolled up, dragging the figures of several Sea clan cultivators, and rushed straight out of the holy city. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed. 6 figures fled in a hurry, followed by a large number of Sea clan cultivators. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rose from the sea. The aura was strong and pure, as if a sleeping dragon had just woken up. Yang Kai and others' faces changed greatly. No one expected the Sea tribe to have such a terrifying foundation. Although the Sea tribe experts and the high priest were powerful enough, they were not a match for them. However, at this moment, the revived aura made them feel that it was difficult to resist. If the aura alone was so powerful, how powerful was the owner of the aura? On this island, all the Sea clan cultivators who felt this chi all prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted, "Welcome the old ancestor." Even the experts of the Sea tribe who were chasing after the 6 of them stopped at this moment and knelt in midair, motionless. "Someone's coming." Yang Kai shuddered and quickly stopped, calling out to everyone, "Everyone, come here." He didn't want to expose too much, but at the moment, he couldn't care less. If he wanted to escape, he could only rely on the space divine technique. Gu Pan immediately ran to his side. Chu Huashang and Su Zhan also hurried over. Ning Dao Ran hesitated for a moment and quickly joined several people. Only Lin Feng snorted coldly. His figure turned into a stream of light, and rushed in the other direction. Obviously, he didn't intend to escape with everyone. Yang Kai sighed in his heart, and didn't care about him. He raised his hand and took out a space spirit bead, and was about to use the space law to leave here. At this moment, a huge monster rose quickly from the sea, quickly covering the world. It was thousands of feet long, with a terrible chi, casting a large shadow on the sea. "What a big shark!" Gu Pan exclaimed. "It's a holy spirit." Chu Huashang changed color. "Holy spirit Kuan shark." Su Zhan shivered. "How can there be a holy spirit here? Is this the ancestor of the Sea clan?" There was a deep cry in the heart. There was a holy spirit here. Today I am afraid it will be difficult to escape. "Don't resist!" Yang Kai shouted, and without hesitation, he quickly urged the power of the space spirit bead, and the space law instantly enveloped everyone, connecting hundreds of thousands of Red Star City. At this moment, the Kuan shark opened its mouth and bit down on the place where everyone was. The power of this bite seems to be able to swallow the sky and the earth. The people who have been wrapped in the power of the space spirit bead are shuttling through the void. They only feel that the space around them is chaotic, and the void is unstable. It seems that it will break at any time. Yang Kai shouted, "The situation is not good, the void is disturbed, I can't locate the destination, everyone be careful." Before his voice fell, he saw a void crack appear around him, and before Yang Kai could react, the void crack had swallowed everyone and disappeared around him. Yang Kai himself was the same. He fell into a void crack, and the space around him was turbulent. His body was out of control, and he secretly complained in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have left the moment he grabbed the Ice Soul Cold Moon bead. But at that time, he considered that everyone came together, so naturally, they should retreat together. Now, Lin Feng must be in trouble, and he didn't know whether the others were alive or dead. In the end, he didn't have time to ask Gu Pan about Zhang Ruoxi. Chapter 4068. The void shook, and Yang Kai's vision changed. When the space turbulence surged, he had returned to the great void realm. Looking up, he was no longer in the sea. His figure was falling rapidly, and he quickly urged his power to stabilize himself. The blood in his chest was surging, and he spat out a blood mist. His face was slightly pale. Just now, when he activated the power of the space spirit bead to travel through the void, he was blocked by the Kuan shark. He was also injured, but the injury was not serious. He only needed to rest for a day or two to recover. Looking around, he saw a forest of giant trees. The trees were thousands of feet tall and thousands of feet tall. Their canopies were continuous. He had no idea where he was. He couldn't help but have some lingering fear. Although he knew that the great void realm was not as simple as he thought before, and there were holy spirits here, he didn't expect that there would be holy spirits in the Sea Clan. Kuan shark. This thing had the blood of Kuan Pang and Sea Shark, and Kuan Pang was the enemy of the dragon race. Yang Kai estimated that if he fell into the hands of the Kuan shark, he would definitely die miserably. Others couldn't detect the blood in his body, but the Kuan shark must be able to feel it. The strength of the Kuan shark was also extremely tyrannical. It could even interrupt the transmission of the space spirit bead, causing him to fail to locate it. The others were lost in the void crack and swallowed by it. He didn't know how they were doing now. Because he wanted to ask Su Zhen to set up a great array in Star City. Yang Kai exchanged contact information with Su Zhen before. Yang Kai quickly took out the communication bead and contacted Su Zhen. After a while, Su Zhen sent a message saying that he was still safe, but he didn't know where he was. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved, and asked him to inquire about the situation of the others. Su Zhen agreed. After looking around for a while, he landed on the ground and found a tree hole to hide in. He adjusted his breathing while waiting for news. After about half an hour, Su Zhen sent a message saying that Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, and Ning Dao Ran were still alive. But like them, after being swallowed by the void crack, they randomly came to somewhere in the great void realm. At this moment, they didn't know where they were. Only Lin Feng couldn't be contacted, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Hearing that Gu Pan was still alive, Yang Kai felt relieved. After a brief exchange with Su Zhen and agreeing to meet in Red Star City, Yang Kai put away the communication bead and began healing his wounds while also checking his gains this time. Immersing his consciousness into the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai couldn't help shivering, feeling that the small sealed world had never been so cold before. Looking up, he saw a full moon hanging high in the sky, exuding a cold light. Master, something big has happened. There's suddenly a new moon here. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu flapped their little wings and ran over, crying out in panic. The two of them had been staying in the sealed world bead, taking care of the precious herbs in the medicine garden. They could be considered Yang Kai's only companions from the star boundary. Previously, they were taking care of the medicinal garden when they suddenly saw a round moon slowly rise and hang high in the sky. They were all shocked. Yes, that's not the moon, Yang Kai replied. In his heart, he was also very puzzled. Why did the ice soul chilling moon bead suddenly turn into a full moon here? It could be seen that even if the ice soul cold moon bead wasn't the moon, it was likely related to it. The two wood spirits flew to his shoulders, one on each side. Mu Lu curiously asked, if it's not the moon, what is it? I don't know what it is. Yang Kai shook his head. He had never seen this thing before, and even the disciples from the blessed and heavenly cave couldn't tell its origin. Perhaps he could ask the lady boss later to figure it out. Mu Zhu was more calm and frowned. Whether it's the moon or not, it's too cold. If you don't think of a way, everything in the medicine garden will freeze to death. Lulu and I will also freeze to death. Mu Lu burst into tears. I don't want to freeze to death. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that there was indeed something wrong with the herbs in the medicine garden. They were all withered, and some herbs were even covered in frost, losing a lot of their medicinal properties. He was the master of the small sealed world, so he could dominate everything here. Many of the barriers in the medicine garden in the small sealed world were created by him with the power of the entire world, so it was difficult for ordinary forces to erode them. The fact that the moonlight could affect the things in the medicine garden showed how amazing its power was. Don't worry, I'll just reinforce the barriers in the medicine garden. Yang Kai did as he thought, connecting his mind and body with the small sealed world and using the power of the world to reinforce the barriers, restoring the medicine garden to its original state. But in next to no time, he frowned because he was able to clearly sense that the numerous restrictions he'd set up were still being slowly corroded by the moonlight, and they would probably be broken open in less than a year or so. Call me once every 6 months. The barriers here must be reinforced often. Mu Zhu nodded, I'll remember. Yang Kai looked up at the full moon again, shook his head slowly, and left the small sealed world. At the same time above the sea, Lin Feng's figure turned into a stream of light, fleeing 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye, cutting through the waves. Suddenly, Lin Feng came to a stop and looked in front of him in horror. 1,000 kilometers in front of him, a powerful figure was standing in mid-air, looking at him with a cold face. His eyes were like 2 bolts of lightning, piercing into Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's face paled, and he retreated without thinking. You think you can run away? The man snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and grabbed at Lin Feng. Even though there was a distance of 1,000 li between them, Lin Feng couldn't resist at all. He sensed a gigantic cyan hand grab him. When he looked again, the man was already in front of him, looking at him with a grim smile. How do you want to die? Kun Sha. Lin Feng's face paled. He didn't know that this was the Holy Spirit from before. He was different from all the other members of the Sea clan he had seen on the island. This Kun Sha had completely transformed into a human. He didn't look any different from a monster beast, either. That's me. The Kun Sha smiled, showing his sharp teeth. A few little insects dared steal my clan's treasure. You're audacious. I don't have it. Killing me is useless. Lin Feng swallowed. The Kun Sha smiled ferociously. I've been waiting for you for so many years. How could I bear to kill you? You can escape death, but you can't escape punishment. He opened his mouth and swallowed Lin Feng. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he opened his mouth again and spat Lin Feng out, but at this moment, the disciple of the true martial fairyland looked dazed, as if he had just experienced a great terror. He couldn't help but tremble. Where is the one who stole the moon essence? Take me to him, the Kun Sha said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded involuntarily and led the Kun Shark to Red Star City. On the way, they arrived at some human strongholds. The Kun Sha opened his mouth and swallowed all the humans. He chewed them all, and blood flowed out of his mouth. People screamed miserably, but he looked satisfied. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He resisted many times, but the Kun Sha oppressed him. It was strange though, because even though the Kun Sha didn't treat him well, he didn't intend to kill him. Lin Feng thought about what the Kun Sha had said before. He couldn't help but guess. When they arrived at another stronghold, the Kun Sha did the same thing. He appeared in the sky above the stronghold and his body blotted out the sky. That stronghold wasn't big. There were only a few thousand people there. When they saw such a gigantic creature, they all turned pale with fright. They all used their treasures and skills to attack. But how could they injure the Kun Sha? The Kun Sha opened his mouth and a terrifying strength emerged. The thousands of people in the stronghold, no matter how strong they were, couldn't help but be sucked in. At that moment, Lin Feng shouted, Kun Sha, look here. As he spoke, he raised his 2 blades, one to his neck, and the other to his heart. The 2 blades dazzled the sky and earth. He attacked mercilessly. He wanted to kill himself here. The moment before Lin Feng died, the Kun Sha appeared in front of him. He flicked his fingers, and the 2 blades flew away. The Kun Sha raised his hand and lifted Lin Feng up. He looked at him grimly and said, Little boy, what are you doing? Lin Feng looked pitiful, but he burst into laughter and said, So that's how it is. The ancient records are true. You're looking for a vessel. I'm your vessel, right? The Kun Sha snorted, You know a lot. What else do you know? I know a lot, Lin Feng said proudly. I know you won't let me die. If I die, you'll have to find someone else. But there aren't many people who can meet your requirements. I might as well tell you that I am a disciple of the Zhan Wu Cave Heaven. In the Great Void Realm, there are no more than 5 people who can match me. If I die, I'm afraid you'll have a headache. So you are a disciple of the Zhan Wu Fairyland. No wonder you know about the vessel. Is this information left by your ancestors? The Kun Sha snorted coldly. Lin Feng said. The 27th headmaster of the Zhanwu Fairyland came to the Great Void Realm and left some records about this place. The Kuan Sha nodded. Since you know, cooperate obediently. You will be rewarded. Lin Feng said proudly. I, Lin Feng, have been relying on myself all my life. I don't need others to give me benefits. The Kuan Sha narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked at him fearlessly. After a long time, the Kuan Sha grunted icily and threw him away. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, Since you know about the vessel, you should cooperate with me. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. I might as well tell you that my target is not you, but the little boy who stole the essence of the moon. He is much stronger than you. Lin Feng was angry. Su Zhan had said that he wasn't as strong as Yang Kai, and now the Kuan Sha had said the same thing. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to be stronger. Chapter 4069. You dare threaten me? Kuan Sha stared at Lin Feng icily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng's heart was pounding, but he tried his best to look fearless. After a long time, Kuan Sha grunted coldly. All right, I agree. He smiled coldly. When I find the boy who stole the moon essence, I'll eat you first. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with relief. He had to inform Yang Kai as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Kuan Sha arrived, they wouldn't have much strength to fight back. Unfortunately, Kuan Sha was so strong. How could he have a chance to send a message? Fortunately, he didn't know where Yang Kai was now, and where would he go after escaping from the Sea Clan? He could delay Kuan Sha for a while and then act according to the situation. When Lin Feng told Kuan Sha this, Kuan Sha frowned. He thought that Lin Feng and Yang Kai must have known each other for a long time. Who would have thought the situation would be like this? After thinking for a while, Kuan Sha said, That young man's strength is extraordinary, and he must be famous. You should go down and find someone to ask about him. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The Great Void Realm was so big, and millions of cultivators were scattered everywhere. Who would know the name of Yang Kai? However, since Kuan Sha had made a request, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so he just casually asked and flew down, shouting loudly, Have any of you heard of Yang Kai? Where is he now? Thousands of people in the Star Market had seen Kuan Sha's body before, and they were all frightened. When they saw Lin Feng come down and ask, they didn't know what the relationship between him and Kuan Sha was. Nobody answered. On the other side, Kuan Sha snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a young man in the Star City. The young man was so scared that his face turned pale. He was terrified and said, Don't kill me, don't kill me. Kuan Sha approached him and shouted, Do you know Yang Kai? The young man shouted, I don't know him. I've never seen him. Liar. Kuan Sha grunted coldly. When you heard this name, your heart beat faster. You know him. How dare you lie in front of me? I won't forgive you. He opened his mouth wide and stuffed the young man into his mouth, swallowing him whole. Kuan Sha, how dare you break your promise? Lin Feng was furious. Kuan Sha had promised him that he wouldn't eat human beings, and now he had stuffed one into his stomach. Kuan Sha said calmly, He dared lie with me, I will punish him. Saying so, he reached out and grabbed another elderly man, asking the same question, Do you know Kai Yang? The old man was scared out of his wits and stammered. You should have seen what happens to those who lie. Just now, your heart beat faster too. Kuan Sha grinned. I know him. With him. Sha Xing. The Kuan Shark raised his brows. The old man hurriedly said, He killed thousands of Thunderlight sex people and even annihilated Sword Pavilion Star Market. More than 100,000 people died in his hands. He is a killing star. Good little boy. I like you. Ha 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 ha. Kuan Sha's eyes twinkled. He killed thousands of people from Lei Guang, destroyed Jiang'a, and killed 100,000 people? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. Was that for real? That didn't sound right. But that old man didn't dare lie in front of Kuan Sha. Someone said nervously, It's true. I saw him kill thousands of people from Lei Guang. He also killed tens of thousands of people from Jiang'a. Lin Feng turned his head and asked, You saw him too? That person shook his head and said, I didn't see him, but I heard that he brought back tens of thousands of empty space rings from Jiang'a. If he hadn't killed so many people, how could he have gotten so many empty space rings? Lin Feng's eyelids kept twitching. Tens of thousands of empty space rings meant tens of thousands of lives. But Lin Feng had been in contact with Yang Kai for a few days. He didn't look like a murderous person. What's more, he really hadn't expected that after casually inquiring about this human race stronghold, which only had a few thousand people, he would actually find news about Yang Kai. Was that guy really that famous? Lin Feng had been traveling all the time, so he didn't know much about this place. Otherwise, he would have known where Yang Kai was. The one who spoke and the two who were captured by Kuan Sha were originally disciples of Crimson Star. Previously, a wave of disciples from Crimson Star had fled, and these two were part of the group that escaped. They had come here to eke out an ignoble existence, but they had not expected to be implicated by Yang Kai. Kuan Sha was extremely happy. He thought that Yang Kai was a good person. He laughed loudly and said, "Old man, do you know where Yang Kai lives?" The old man hastily said, "He's one of Qi Xing's officials. He's in their stronghold." "Take me there," said Kuan Sha. The old man didn't dare disobey. He hastily led the way. Kuan Sha followed him with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Feng hastily followed him. After a short while, Kuan Sha frowned and said, "You're too slow. How long will it take? Old man, show me the way." As he spoke, he grabbed the two of them in each hand, and his figure turned into a stream of light, disappearing at lightning speed. Inside the tree hole, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing for a while and felt much better. Only then did he activate the empty spirit bead and return to his mansion. This time, he had broken into the holy land of the Sea Clan and attracted a holy spirit. This was no joke. He didn't know if the holy spirit would retaliate. After all, he had stolen the holy spirit of the Sea Clan. If the holy spirit really chased him, Star City wouldn't be able to resist. His only hope now was little fatty Su Zhen. He had to hurry back and set up a great deployment spell. Yang Kai urged Su Zhen over and over again. Su Zhen was speechless. He didn't have a convenient method like Yang Kai. He couldn't travel through space. He didn't even know where he was now. If he wanted to go back to Qi Xing City, it would take him at least 1 or 2 months. A day later, there was no reply from Su Zhen's side. Yang Kai was anxious. He thought that Su Zhen was annoyed with him and tried to appease him, but he couldn't contact him again. Yang Kai immediately realized that something must have happened to Su Zhen that prevented him from contacting him. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom as he secretly wondered if little Fatty had been caught by Kuan Sha. If that was the case, little Fatty was likely dead. Walking out of his room in a daze, Yang Kai was greeted by a warm and fragrant body. He subconsciously supported her and looked up, asking in surprise, "You are?" The person in front of him was a young girl with picturesque features and a graceful figure. As she stood in front of him, a strange fragrance wafted into his nose. This young girl was extremely beautiful, her face delicate and pretty, but her pair of eyes had the ability to captivate one's soul. When their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Looking carefully, he saw that her eyes were as clear as water, as if everything he had seen just now had been an illusion. The key was that he had never seen this young girl before. "She's my new servant. What, are you interested in her? If you are, then take her." Yuhi's voice came from behind him. Yang Kai looked back and knew that she was still a little concerned about Lu Xue, so he laughed and said, "Why did you suddenly think of taking someone in?" Yuhi snorted. "This young lady is too lazy to serve you. Can't I take in some people to serve you?" "Fine, fine, fine," Yang Kai nodded. "Do what you want." The young girl next to them saw them arguing, but she wasn't afraid and simply looked around with interest. Yuhi glared at her and said, "Why aren't you working yet? What are you looking at?" The young girl ignored her and just stared at Yang Kai without blinking, slowly walking over, looking back every 3 steps with a smile on her face. Yuhi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as she cursed in her heart. "Little wench, I'll drive you out when I get back." Yang Kai looked at the young girl's back in confusion, feeling that the young girl's smile had a deep meaning, but in his perception, there was nothing strange about the young girl, making him a little puzzled. "Do you want to dig out your eyeballs and stick them on her body?" Yuhi turned her head and saw Yang Kai in a daze. her nose almost crooked from anger. Yang Kai sighed. He, I'm afraid I've gotten into big trouble this time. Which girl did you harm this time? He glanced at him, moreover. Didn't you go out with that little fatty? Why did you come back alone? Where are they? Yang Kai waved his hand and said, We were separated. I went overseas with them and provoked a sea-race divine spirit. What happened? Yuhi's expression changed. What kind of divine spirit did you provoke? Speaking of business, she no longer had the mood to be jealous and instead began to worry about Yang Kai. Yang Kai was about to tell Yuhi about his encounter this time when suddenly his expression changed and he turned to look in a certain direction, exclaiming, He caught up so quickly? At the same time, the young girl who had stepped into another corridor also turned her head and looked in that direction. Kuan-sha? What is he doing here? Does he want to snatch people from this queen? How bold! Yuhi was puzzled. What do you mean he caught up? Yang Kai had no time to explain too much and hurriedly said, Quick, summon all the people in the mansion, we have to run away quickly. Yang Kai was puzzled. How did Kuan-sha find this place so quickly? He shouldn't know where he lived. Was he tracking the aura of the Ice Soul Cold Moon bead? But that couldn't be right. The Ice Soul Cold Moon bead was sent into the mysterious small world by him. So no matter how strong Kuan-sha was, it was impossible for him to sense it across worlds. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai's heart sank and he sighed, It's too late. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly appeared above Star City. It paused and revealed Kuan-sha's face. In each of his hands was a person. Yang Kai looked at them and realized one of them was Lin Feng. The other was an old man he didn't know. Lin Feng had been captured. That was normal. On the island, Yang Kai had wanted to take everybody away. But Lin Feng had wanted to escape alone, so he hadn't joined him. In front of a divine spirit, how could a cultivator from the Emperor realm escape? It was only a matter of time before Lin Feng was captured. Yang Kai had never seen the old man, so he didn't know why Kuan-sha had captured him. Chapter 40-70. They couldn't escape. Yang Kai's heart sank. He hadn't thought that Kuan-sha would catch up with him so quickly. It would be extremely difficult to escape now. Yang Kai had already seen how strong Kuan-sha was when he was in the ocean. He knew that Kuan-sha could break through space. When Kuan-sha arrived, his chi filled the air and enveloped Star City. Hundreds of thousands of people felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. They couldn't breathe and their faces turned deathly pale. Chen Tianfei flew out of the mansion and shouted in fear, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Activate the formation! Rumbling sounds spread as the deployment spell of Star City was activated. Star City had been expanding rapidly, so the deployment spell had been strengthened. Lights dashed to the skies and turned into a curtain of light which enveloped the entire city. Kuan-sha lowered his head and smiled coldly. You think you can stop me with just a curtain of light? You're dreaming. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down. With a cracking sound, a huge hole appeared in the protective array of the Star City. The Kuan shark bit down a few more times, and the array was broken in an instant. Chen Tianfei, who had just calmed down, fell down on his butt. His fat was shaking violently. On the other hand, the expressions of everyone that saw this scene turned ashen. How could they not know that the Kuan-sha was so formidable that it was invincible? Who was he? How could he be so strong? Yang Kai had fought against the Lei Guang sect and the thousands of people from Jiang'a. The Kuan-sha laughed and put Lin Feng and the old man into his mouth. The old man's eyes rolled and he fainted. Lin Feng was furious. Kuan-sha, what are you doing? Kuan-sha smiled ferociously. Of course I'm going to eat you. Since we're here, you're useless. Then, he put Lin Feng into his mouth and swallowed him, but his stomach kept swelling. Lin Feng was resisting. Kuan-sha slapped his stomach and the swelling disappeared. Everybody was astonished when they saw that. They had never seen such a cruel thing. Kuan-sha had eaten someone alive. It was beyond their imagination. Yang Kai, where are you? Come out and see me. Kuan-sha roared majestically as he scanned the entire city. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Pairs of eyes turned towards the direction of Yang Kai's residence. Many people cursed loudly. This murderous star was really up to no good. Just where had he provoked such a terrifying existence? Kuan Sha followed their gazes and soon saw Yang Kai standing in the mansion with a solemn expression. He immediately grinned and said, "Found you." He bent down and stretched out his hand to grab Yang Kai. The power of the Holy Spirit filled the air, sealing the sky and locking down the earth. Obviously, the Kuan Sha had seen him use the space divine technique before, so it was targeting him to prevent him from escaping again. Yang Kai felt as if the whole world had been covered by the giant hand. He couldn't see any light in front of him. With a low shout, he activated the power of the Tao seal with all his strength. A round sun jumped out from behind him and rose slowly. Golden crow casting sun. As soon as the divine technique Dharma idol appeared, Yang Kai finally broke free from the suppressive force, but before he could resist, he saw a pure white finger pointing at him from the mansion. Silently, the finger collided with the Kuan Sha's palm. The Kuan Sha staggered back, his power instantly broken. Kuan Sha was surprised. He lowered his head and his eyes fixed on a young woman. His eyes couldn't help narrowing as he asked, "Why are you here?" The young woman giggled. "I also want to ask, why did you come here instead of stirring up trouble in the sea?" Yang Kai was stunned. He turned his head and saw that not far away, Yuhi's new maidservant had her hands behind her back, standing there with a smile on her face as she looked up at the Kuan Sha. Yuhi was also a little dumbfounded as she stared blankly. This young woman was the one Yang Kai had bumped into before. Just now, he felt that she was a little strange, but now it seemed that it was true. Since she could easily break the Kuan Sha's attack, this young woman's strength was likely on par with the Kuan Sha. "Is this really your servant?" Yang Kai whispered to Yuhi. Yuhi was dumbfounded and nodded unconsciously. "This servant is really scary." Kai Yang swallowed his saliva. In the sky, the Kuan Sha rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Don't you know why I'm here?" The young woman smiled sweetly. "So you want to snatch him from me?" The Kuan Sha's face sank. "You also have your eyes on that boy?" "I had my eyes on him a few years ago." "Kuan Sha, you're too late," the young woman smiled. "That's not necessarily true." The Kuan Sha shook his head. "The winner takes all. Since you and I both have our eyes on this boy, let's see how strong each of us is." The young woman said indifferently, "Kuan Sha, don't humiliate yourself. If we were in the sea, this queen might be wary of you, but on land, you are not this queen's opponent." "How would you know if we haven't fought?" The Kuan Sha snorted coldly and slammed his palm down. His strength turned into a huge palm print that covered half of Star City. "You're courting death." The young woman was angry and raised her palm to meet the attack. With a loud bang, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The buildings in Star City collapsed, and the cultivator was also injured or killed. Under this palm, the young woman soared into the sky and went straight for the Kuan Sha. The Kuan Sha's body swayed and he retreated a few steps, thinking that he was indeed at a disadvantage when fighting this dragon lady on land. However, since he was here, if he did not fight, how could he be willing to leave? The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. For a time, the sky fell and the earth cracked. In Star City, countless cultivators were scrambling to escape for their lives, fearing that they would be affected. Qi Xing and the other heads were also ashen. Who knew which evil god Qi Xing had bumped into? Ever since he entered the great cosmological realm, he had been having a bad time. First, he was tormented by Yang Kai to the point that he almost fell apart. After a few years of recuperation, two such terrifying existences appeared. This woman is also a divine spirit. Seeing the young woman fighting with the Kuan Sha, Yang Kai was horrified. Only a divine spirit could be evenly matched with the Kuan Sha, and even have a slight advantage. However, he did not know who this woman was and why she was lurking in his residence. At this moment, everyone in the mansion gathered around. Yang Kai shivered and shouted in a low voice, "Go, go, go, go! Hurry up and leave! When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat suffer." No matter who won in the end between the young woman and the Kuan Sha, he would definitely not have a good time. At that time, Yang Kai felt a pair of eyes watching him. Now that he thought about it, the heavenly moon demon spider must have sensed it when he broke the mark. Then it sent Head Mantis to capture him, but in the end, Head Mantis was killed by him. Yang Kai thought that this matter was over, but who would have thought that after more than 2 years, he would meet the real deal. But what made Yang Kai feel strange was that since the heavenly moon demon spider found him, why didn't it attack him? Instead, it hid in his mansion. What did it want? That Kuan Sha came to find him not just for the hailstone cold moon pearl, but what were these holy spirits planning? Chapter 4071. The Kuan shark's body was 1,000 zhang long, and the heavenly moon demon spider wasn't too far off. The two colossal creatures used their respective divine abilities and fought fiercely. The earth shattered, the void trembled, and the world's spiritual energy within a radius of tens of thousands of li became extremely chaotic. The strength of the two divine spirits was similar, and they both lived in the great cosmological boundary, so they should have fought each other more than once. They knew each other very well, and their killing moves were constantly being used, causing everyone to tremble in fear. However, after watching for a while, Yang Kai discovered that the Kuan shark was not a match for the heavenly moon demon spider. Just as the heavenly moon demon spider had said before, the Kuan shark was a divine spirit born in the sea after all. If they were in the sea, she might not be a match, but on land, she was stronger. Spider silk sealed the world and gradually weaved into a net. Even with the Kuan shark's strength, it could not escape, and when the net was formed, the Kuan shark would be completely defeated. The Kuan Sha obviously realized this as well. It shook its head, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards a weak point. It bit off the tens of thousands of spider threads there and transformed back into its human form. It rushed out of the gap and fled quickly. A voice came from afar, "Xueqi, you've won today, but don't be complacent. Let's see who has the last laugh in the spirit-seizing battle." Seeing him leave, the heavenly moon demon spider did not stop him. Its giant spider body twisted and transformed back into the innocent young girl, looking around with her hands behind her back. Several hundred kilometers away, in the spider web, Yang Kai and the others watched in horror. The power of the two divine spirits' battle was beyond imagination. Even in the great cosmological realm, they were able to display power that surpassed the heaven-opening realm. This might have something to do with the fact that they were born here, or it might have something to do with the fact that their strength was boundless. But no matter what, the power of the divine spirits was indeed unstoppable. The young girl turned around and stepped forward, arriving in front of Yang Kai and the others in a few leaps. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile, her beautiful eyes filled with scrutiny, like a young girl in love looking at her lover, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. He said bitterly, "Senior, how can you teach me?" The girl smiled faintly and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't kill you, and I won't let others kill you either. You are of great use to me, and this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back first." With a wave of her hand, she summoned the spider web back. Yang Kai and the others regained their freedom, but in front of such an existence, they didn't have the slightest intention of escaping. They could only obediently follow behind her and head towards Star City. Tens of thousands of miles away, Kuan Sha stopped and said angrily, "Bitch, you ruined my plan. This is bad. That kid has been targeted by that lowly servant, Xueqi, and I'm afraid I won't be able to snatch him away. I wonder if the other kid has died." As it spoke, it opened its mouth and spat out something. It was none other than the Lin Feng he had swallowed before. "You're not dead yet? Good, good, good. At least you have some skills." Kuan Sha's eyes brightened. He found that although Lin Feng's face was pale, he was intact, but there was a layer of light golden protection on the surface of his body, which was corroded by his gastric acid and could be broken at any time. Lin Feng obviously didn't have the ability to resist the corrosion of Kuan Sha's gastric acid. It should be that he used the treasure given by the elders to save his life. Suddenly, Lin Feng was frightened and coughed violently. He hadn't recovered from his shock when he heard the Kuan Sha shout in a dignified manner, "Junior, you've passed my test and can be my vessel. In the next few years, I'll teach you carefully. After a few years you have to do something for me. If you do it well, I'll spare your life. If you don't, then obediently become my food." Lin Feng raised his head and looked at him blankly. The opportunity of escaping from death made his mind confused. He didn't even hear what Kuan Sha was saying. Kuan Sha ignored him, grabbed him by the collar and carried him to the sea. In the main hall of Yang Kai's mansion, the young woman was walking back and forth. She was touching this thing, touching that thing, as if everything was new to her. Yang Kai and the others were standing in front of the hall. They didn't dare take a deep breath. Even though the celestial moon demon spider had said that she wouldn't kill him, who knew if the dragon lady would change her mind? If she really wanted to fight, no one would be able to withstand more than 3 of her moves. Suddenly, Chen Yu ran in from outside and said in a low voice, "Master, Qi Xing and the others want to see you." When the celestial moon demon spider took Yang Kai and the others back to Xing City, everybody saw it. How could Chen Tianfei and the others sit still when the celestial moon demon spider suddenly appeared in Xing City? Of course, they quickly came to pay a visit. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the celestial moon demon spider. The young woman waved her hand and said, "Tell them to get lost." She looked extremely impatient. Chen Yu shrank back and bowed respectfully. The young woman finally stopped and turned to look at Yang Kai, smiling as she asked, "Where is elder brother's body?" "Elder brother?" Yang Kai was stunned. "What elder brother? Which elder brother? Did you kill him?" the young woman asked. Yang Kai suddenly understood and quickly raised his hand, tossing out a headless corpse. It was the mantis-headed monster he had killed in Sword Pavilion Star City more than 2 years ago, but this guy's head had been pierced by the blue dragon spear, leaving only the lower half of his body. Because this monster race man's strength was quite good, and his 2 sharp blades were good materials for forging artifacts, Yang Kai had always kept his body. Elder brother has followed me for many years, and I was the one who enlightened him and opened his sentience. Although he is now dead, I want to take back his body. Do you have any objections? The young woman looked at Yang Kai and asked. "I wouldn't dare." Yang Kai lowered his head obediently, not daring to say a word at this time. What happened? Why was there no news from before? What about the others? The others are fine for the time being, but it seems that the days ahead won't be too good. Brother Yang, you have to make plans early. You are too outstanding and will be targeted sooner or later. What do you mean? Yang Kai was puzzled. Targeted by who? Su Zhen said, "Brother Yang, have you ever heard of the bearer?" "Never heard of it." Su Zhen said, "I only saw some records in the ancient books of my ancestors and didn't take it seriously, but now I know that it is true. In the great cosmological realm, there is more than one divine spirit." Yang Kai laughed dryly. "I know this." Su Zhen was surprised. "How did you know? Did you encounter one?" Yang Kai said with a headache. "Not only did I encounter one, there is one in my residence now." Su Zhen didn't reply for a long time, and Yang Kai thought that something had happened to him again, so he sent a few messages. Su Zhen replied, "Brother Yang, you are indeed being targeted. In that case, it is convenient for me to explain it to you. Did the divine spirit on your side ask you to do her a favor?" Yang Kai was surprised. How did Brother Su know this? Su Zhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because I am the same, we are really in the same boat. Chapter 4072. You too. Yang Kai was shocked. You were also captured by the sacred spirits? The sacred spirit that captured me is called Zhu Yan, and its strength is extraordinary. Which sacred spirit captured you? Yang Kai muttered, "Heavenly Moon Demon Spider." After a simple exchange, Yang Kai learned that Su Zhen had been teleported to an unknown place after being separated from him. As a result, he encountered Zhu Yan on the way back and was accidentally captured. Yang Kai was puzzled. What do these sacred spirits want? The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider only said that she wanted me to help her with something, but when I asked again, she didn't say anything. Also, what's with the bearer you mentioned before? Sigh. Su Zhen sighed heavily. This is why I sent you a message. The great cosmological realm is ancient, and there are countless sacred spirits living here. However, these sacred spirits are born here, raised here, and limited here. In the great cosmological realm, no matter how strong they are, it is difficult for them to fully display their strength. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. The laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm were indeed very strange. He previously thought that the great cosmological realm's small universe world was sealed by the great cosmological realm's fog, causing the heaven-splitting cultivators to be unable to display their strength, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Even those sacred spirits were restricted from displaying their strength, let alone a mere lower or middle-grade heaven-splitting cultivator. Although Zhu Juyin and Kuan Sha were fighting fiercely before, they were far from displaying the strength that sacred spirits should have. On the sacred spirit list, whether it was the heavenly moon demon spider or Kuan Sha, their rankings were comparable to Miameng, but how terrifying was Miameng's power? The power displayed by Zhu Juyin and Kuan Sha was only a fraction of its strength, giving people a feeling that they did not live up to their name. This should be the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm, and not simply because of the great cosmological realm's fog. Su Zhan's divine sense came out of the communication bead and transmitted his message. These divine spirits are equivalent to living in a huge cage. Brother Yang, if you were them, would you do this? Yang Kai's heart trembled, and after thinking carefully, he said solemnly, "Of course I would want to jump out of this cage." The almighty figures were definitely unwilling to accept the current situation and would definitely think of ways to change it. And the most convenient way was to leave the great cosmological realm. That's right. The sacred spirits also think the same way. They also want to jump out of this cage, break free from the suppression of the great cosmological realm, and restore all their might. But they are living beings of this world. How could it be easy to break free? Is this related to the bearer you mentioned before? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Su Zhan replied. The sacred spirits can't leave the great cosmological realm on their own. They can only find someone to take them out, and that person is the bearer they are looking for. Find someone to bring them out. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Can the holy spirits of this place be brought out? If that was the case, then wouldn't his 6 directions Rui pouch be a treasure? When he was about to leave, he could just put Zhu Juyin into the bag. You can bring them out, but only one at a time. And you need some special opportunities. Su Zhan seemed to know what Yang Kai was thinking. I know that Brother Yang has a treasure that can hold living things, but that thing is useless. Even if you put the sacred spirits in it, without that opportunity, you will be stopped by the great cosmological realm when you leave. The reason why the sacred spirits are looking for a bearer is to fight for that opportunity to break free from the shackles of the great cosmological realm. What's that opportunity? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. I'm not too sure. I just saw some records in the ancient books of my ancestors. Back then, the ancestors of the divine cauldron grotto heaven also fell into the great cosmological realm and competed with the tide of that era, leaving behind some information about this place. He succeeded. He failed. Su Zhan sighed. The glory of that era belonged to a senior of the Shenyuan grotto heaven. He took away a sacred spirit from the great cosmological realm, and that sacred spirit became his Tao protector, guarding him for 1,000 years before leaving the Shenyuan grotto heaven. Tao protector. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Bodyguard, thug, guard. Anyway, that's what it means. Su Zhan chuckled. We worked hard for those sacred spirits and risked our lives, so we have to get some benefits from them. That senior of the Shenyuan grotto heaven was amazing. He negotiated with that sacred spirit to be his Tao protector for 1,000 years, and that sacred spirit had no choice but to agree. Brother Yang, I'm going to have a good talk with this Zhu Yan on my side. Keske, think about how awe-inspiring it would be to have a sacred spirit with you when you go out in the future. Yang Kai was speechless. How could such a condition be put forward? If he angered that person, he wouldn't know how to spell the word death. Thank you for telling me, Brother Su. This information is very important to me. Yang Kai replied gratefully. He had been thinking about what Zhu Juyin wanted him to do and why he wanted him to improve his strength. Now that he heard Su Zhan's words, he knew the reason. It seemed that the reason why the Kuan shark chased him all the way here was not only because he had stolen the Frosty Soul Cold Moon Pearl, but also because of the bearer. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the whereabouts of the Frosty Soul Cold Moon Pearl before he left. Anyway, I won't tell you. You will know in the future, but you and I are both bearers, and there will be a time to fight in the future. For the benefit of my divine cauldron, Brother Yang, when the time comes, I will not show mercy. That's how it should be. And Ning Daoran and the others, they probably won't be able to escape either. Those holy spirits have sharp eyes. They haven't made any movements these past few years, probably because they are observing those of us who have fallen into this place and choosing suitable bearers. Now that the Zhu Yan and the heavenly moon demon spider have made their moves, the other holy spirits will definitely not be able to sit still. I reckon that Ning Daoran and the others will all be captured by the holy spirits, It's just a matter of time. When the time comes, there will definitely be a confrontation between us. Let's not talk about it for now. After saying that, Su Zhen cut off the connection. Yang Kai silently put away the communication bead and digested the news he had received from Su Zhen. Bearers, the only opportunity to get rid of the shackles of the Great Void Realm, and protectors. He had never heard of such information. Right, there was also Lin Feng. In that case, Lin Feng should not be in danger. He was also a disciple of the Heavenly Cave, and his background was extraordinary. He was definitely one of the candidates for the bearer. The Kuan shark should not kill him. It was estimated that he would be chosen as the bearer. But in this way, some of the doubts in his heart could be solved. Zhu Jiuyin did not kill him, nor did he make things difficult for him. He also wanted him to cultivate well. Obviously, he wanted him to help her snatch the opportunity to leave. The battle of spirit seizing? Yang Kai recalled the harsh words the Kuan shark had left before he left. Although he did not know what the battle of spirit seizing meant, he thought it should be related to the opportunity. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai stepped into the lobby. In the lobby, Zhu Jiuyin was sitting in a chair, while Lu Shui and Yu He were busy. The ground was full of messy things that the three of them had swept from the star market. Most of them were women's accessories. Yu He stood in front of Zhu Jiuyin with a mirror. Lu Shui took the accessories for Zhu Jiuyin to wear. She looked left and right in front of the mirror. If she liked it, she kept it. If she didn't like it, she threw it aside. When Yang Kai came in, he saw the scene of Zhu Jiuyin pitying himself in front of the mirror. He couldn't help but be speechless. Yu He turned her head and looked at him with an aggrieved face. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Senior. Zhu Jiuyin played with the headdress on his head and didn't raise his eyelids. What are you doing here instead of cultivating? He turned his head sideways and asked Yu He. How about this? Yu He said it looks good. It wasn't flattery. It was indeed beautiful. After all, she was a heavenly moon demon spider. She was beautiful and looked good on anything. It's a bit too gaudy. Zhu Jiuyin shook his head. He took off the headdress and threw it aside. Yang Kai took the chance to say, Senior wants me to cultivate. I want to cultivate too. It's a pity that I can't continue. Why? Zhu Jiuyin raised his head and looked at him. Without treasures, I can't condense the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Yang Kai lowered his head. Nonsense. Zhu Jiuyin curled his lips. You stole the Kuan shark's moon essence. Do you think I don't know? That thing came from the land of elders. It was originally a moon essence core. It's enough for you to refine for a long time. Land of elders? Moon essence core? Yang Kai's body shook. Senior is talking about the hailstone cold moon pearl? What hailstone cold moon pearl? Zhu Jiuyin said in disdain. He waved his hand and had Yu He stand aside. He looked at Yang Kai and said, This great cosmological realm originally had a moon and a sun. However, too much time passed and the sun was extinguished, the moon crumbled. A piece of moon essence fell into the land of elders. Later, it was taken out by someone and fell into the hands of the Kuan shark. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Although he knew that the hailstone cold moon pearl was an innate supreme treasure, he didn't expect it to be a moon essence core. No wonder it emitted light like moonlight but was cold to the touch. As for where the land of elders was, Yang Kai didn't know. However, it should be a secret place in the great cosmological realm. After calming his mind and suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Yang Kai said, That won't do. Senior, I have now condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth. Next, I need to condense the power of metal element, and then the power of water element. Chapter 4073. Zhu Jiuyin said angrily, And you say your request isn't high. Do you know what it means to be above 7th grade? What does it mean? Yang Kai asked weakly. Zhu Jiuyin snorted and said, That means you have to kill someone who is at the same level as me and take his inner core. If you really want to do that, I can point you to a good place to go. 1,000,000 miles west from here. There is an annoying guy called Jin Wu. You can kill him and take his inner core. It is at least an 8th-tier treasure. Cold sweat dripped down Yang Kai's forehead. Senior, you're joking. That Jin Wu was also a sacred spirit. If he really had that ability, he wouldn't need to be docile and respectful in front of her. He would have broken through the heavens long ago. Junior doesn't necessarily need the sacred spirit's inner core to obtain the metal element treasure. Is there no other treasure in the great cosmological realm that fits the criteria? There were some in the past. Zhu Juyin revealed a look of reminiscence. But there were none later. Why? Yang Kai didn't understand. You're not the only guests in the great cosmological realm. If there were good things, wouldn't those despicable fellows plunder them? Why would they leave them for you? If you want something above 7th grade, you have to kill those sacred spirits and seize their inner cores. Yang Kai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It made sense. Although the great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove, they weren't the only group of guests over the years. How could those seniors be merciful when they came here? If there were good things, they would have collected them long ago. He was able to obtain the Earth Element Dragon Ball because of his bloodline. He was able to obtain the Moon Essence because it was a sacred object of the sea race. With the Kuan shark guarding it, it would be difficult to obtain the metal element. Why do you want something above 7th grade? Zhu Juyin looked at Yang Kai in confusion. I know your cultivation method. You condense a Dao seal in your body and then condense the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements to achieve heaven opening. If it's 7th grade, wouldn't it be high-grade heaven opening? Yes. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Junior's ambition is high, and I want to achieve high-grade heaven opening. Zhu Juyin blinked and laughed. You're the most ambitious person I've ever met. Yang Kai keenly grasped something. Senior, did you have a bearer before? Zhu Juyin was surprised. You know about the bearer? This isn't a secret, is it? Yang Kai smiled and pretended to be profound. Zhu Juyin scrutinized him and said, You have an extraordinary background, so it's not strange that you know about this. Since you know about the bearer, you definitely know what I want you to do. Yang Kai nodded. Seize the opportunity to escape from this cage. That's why I came here to seek benefits from you. Only when I'm strong will I have a greater chance to compete with the other heroes and take the lead. That's true. Zhu Juyin nodded. However, if you want metal elemental treasures of the 7th tier and above, I can't do anything about it. As for the 6th tier, I have quite a number of them. Yang Kai was speechless. He also had a few dozen Divine Essences magnetism stones. The Divine Essences magnetism gourd also contained a lot of Divine Essences magnetism light. If he was willing to use a Divine Essences magnetism stone, why would he need to beg Zhu Juyin? How about this? Zhu Juyin pondered for a moment and said, Condense the water element first. I'll send someone to scout for the metal elemental treasures. Maybe there are some that I missed. If there are, I'll find them for you. Yang Kai was puzzled. If I don't condense the metal elemental treasures, how can I condense the water element? Zhu Juyin sneered. Normal people can only condense according to the 5 elemental treasures. However, I have a wonderful technique that can allow you to ignore this order and condense as you wish. Yang Kai's body shook. There's such a wonderful technique in this world? Yu He and Lu Xue also looked over in surprise. One of them was at the 4th tier and the other was at the 5th tier, so they were considered knowledgeable. However, they had never heard of such a technique. If there was such a wonderful technique, wouldn't it break the countless years of cultivation system outside the universe? If such a thing appeared in the world, it would definitely set off a bloodbath. Zhu Juyin said faintly, originally, there wasn't such a technique. However, I once had a bearer who was astonishingly talented and created this wonderful technique. His situation was similar to yours at that time. He had an item for the next stage of cultivation in his hands, but he was missing the middle part. He couldn't find it anywhere and had no choice but to cross the stage to cultivate. However, I have to tell you that although this technique is wonderful, it is a little whimsical and has some risks. If your foundation is not enough, it is very likely that the 5 elemental treasures will collapse and your Dao seal will shatter. Do you still want to continue? Do you still want to learn it? Yang Kai quickly nodded his head. No matter how dangerous this technique was, it was always right to learn it first. If he really couldn't do it, he could just not cultivate it. Anyway, he was still young and had a lot of time. There was no need to rush. Zhu Juyin nodded his head and gently lifted his finger to tap on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's body trembled and he felt countless information pouring into his mind. He couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. After a long while, his body suddenly trembled and he came back to his senses. He had a look of admiration on his face. The person who created this technique is simply gifted by the heavens. This technique was called the Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra. If one were to use this technique to condense the Yin-Yang 5 elemental treasures, there was no need to worry about the order of the 5 elemental treasures. It could be said that one could cultivate it as one wished. However, using this technique to condense the power would have a much greater impact on the Dao seal than normal cultivation. If the Dao seal wasn't firm enough, one wouldn't be able to cultivate it. This was the danger that Zhu Juyin mentioned. However, correspondingly, using this technique to condense the power of the Yin-Yang 5 elemental treasures had some benefits. Once one succeeded in splitting open the sky, one's ability would be stronger. This was because the Dao seal would withstand an unimaginable impact and its foundation would be firm. Naturally, it would be incomparable to others. Yang Kai was full of praise. Zhu Juyin said that this was a technique created by one of her bearers. It could be seen how amazing that bearer was. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that since the creator was so impressive, why couldn't he bring Zhu Juyin out of the great cosmological realm? As if she saw the doubts in Yang Kai's heart, Zhu Juyin said, "That person is dead. He died in the battle of spirit seizing. If not for that, with his talent, how could I be trapped here?" Yang Kai swallowed his saliva. That person died because of this technique? That's not it. This technique was deduced by me and him together. It's considered more complete. He died because he was the tallest tree in the forest. He was besieged by many other bearers and died. Yang Kai nodded. This way he was relieved. Since someone had successfully cultivated the Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra, he would definitely be able to do it too. There was no reason that he couldn't walk the path paved by his predecessor. He couldn't wait to comprehend the mystery of this technique. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to talk to Zhu Juyin anymore. He excused himself and returned to the secret room to meditate. Day after day, month after month, the Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra was extensive and profound. Yang Kai comprehended it for half a year before he could be considered to have some understanding. However, even so, he didn't dare to try it. The grade of the moon essence was extremely high. After all, it was a connate cardinal treasure. If he didn't have complete confidence, forcefully condensing it would only damage the Dao seal. If he wanted to try, there were two key points. One was that the power of the 5 elements couldn't be harmonized. Under normal circumstances, he should first condense the power of the metal element and then the water element. However, he didn't have a suitable metal element now, so he could only skip this stage. As a result, the power of the 5 elements would definitely be in chaos. This required the Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra to be harmonized. This wasn't a big problem. The Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra was created for this moment. The biggest problem was that the Dao seal wasn't strong enough. Yang Kai was blessed by nature. He first condensed the essence of the immortal tree to form the power of the wood element and laid an incomparably strong foundation. Then, he condensed the fire element. With the wood element suppressing it, there was no danger. There was no need to talk about the earth element. The earth dragon pearl came from the same source as him, so there was no danger in condensing it. However, if he wanted to condense the water element now, the strength of the Dao seal was still lacking. Yang Kai had no choice but to come out and consult Zhu Juyin. He believed that the previous bearer had a similar experience. Since he had succeeded in his cultivation, he definitely solved this problem. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Zhu Juyin casually threw a jade bottle to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it. As he opened the bottle, he asked confusedly, "What is this?" Zhu Juyin said lazily, "I don't know what this is either. That brat once called it Dao-I holy water." The brat she was talking about was undoubtedly the bearer who created the Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elements Shen Yu Heart Sutra. Dao-I holy water? Yu He and Lu Shuer exclaimed in unison. Their beautiful faces turned pale. Zhu Juyin turned to look at them. Yang Kai also looked at them. "Is this thing very famous?" She didn't know much about the world outside of the universe. Naturally, she didn't know what Dao-E holy water meant. Yuhi hurriedly said, "It's good stuff. It's a treasure." Lu Shui also nodded vigorously at the side. She looked at the jade bottle in Yang Kai's hand with a burning gaze. Yang Kai was enraptured when he heard this. It must be something good given by Senior. But what's the use of this thing? Yuhi said, "It's used to strengthen the Dao seal. You also know that a cultivator's aptitude is limited. The fundamental reason is the Dao seal. Some people's limit is to condense the power of the 3rd grade. Some people's limit is to condense the power of the 6th grade. This is the limit that the Dao seal can withstand. The difference is that the Dao seal is condensed from everyone's own Dao. Once formed, it can't be easily changed. It can be said that when the Dao seal is condensed, this person's future achievements are basically determined. But if there's Dao-E holy water, then it's possible to go one step further. Using this holy water to strengthen the Dao seal, one can condense power of a higher grade and surpass one's original limit?" Yang Kai finally understood and was wild with joy. "That's right." Yuhi nodded. Back then, she achieved the 5th grade to split open the sky. This meant that the limit of her Dao seal was to withstand the impact of the 5th grade. But at that time, if she had the help of the Dao-E holy water, achieving the 6th grade would not be a problem. The premise was that she could find enough 6th grade materials. But the Dao-E holy water was extremely rare. In this 3,000 worlds, for countless years, there were only a few times. Legend had it that someone had obtained the Dao-E holy water. Chapter 4074. This Dao-E divine water was indeed a good thing. Yang Kai put it away happily and asked Zhu Juyin about the refining method before returning to the secret room and continuing his seclusion. In the secret room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and activated the formation to avoid being disturbed. Only then did he carefully take out the jade bottle that contained the Dao-E divine water and open the bottle. There was not much Dao-E divine water left in the jade bottle, only half a bottle. There were only a few dozen drops left, which should have been used by Zhu Juyin. However, a drop of Dao-E divine water was hard to find, and a few dozen drops were enough for Yang Kai to use. Calming his qi and concentrating, Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he reached into the jade bottle and wrapped a drop of Dao-E divine water. Inside the jade bottle, there was nothing special about the divine water, but once it was exposed, it emitted an extremely strange fragrance. Yang Kai's nose twitched, and his eyes couldn't help but become lax as he muttered to himself, so fragrant, this thing must be very delicious to eat." As he said that, his divine sense wrapped around the drop of Dao-E divine water and sent it to his mouth. But in the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly shook and regained his senses. He quickly closed his mouth and imprinted the drop of Dao-E divine water on his glabella. This divine water was not meant to be consumed, but to be refined with the Dao seal, just like refining the power of Yin and Yang 5 elements. If it was consumed rashly, it would not have the slightest effect. Zhu Juyin had also told him that there would be some interference when refining this Dao-E divine water, but he did not take it to heart. Only now did he realize that he was a little careless. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise, he might have really wasted a drop. It was strange, the Dao-E divine water was clearly a tangible thing, but when it was imprinted on his glabella, it completely disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt that his Dao seal was slightly cold, as if something had invaded it. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in investigating. Under inspection, he saw that his Dao seal was covered with a layer of watery light, and the Dao-E divine water was constantly invading his Dao seal. A strange power spread out and was absorbed by his Dao seal. As time passed, Yang Kai did feel that his Dao seal was becoming stronger. The Dao seal was the manifestation of each cultivator's own Dao. When condensing the Dao seal, all the power of a cultivator would be immersed in the Dao seal. The foundation of a cultivator was directly related to the strength of the Dao seal. If the foundation was good, then the seal would be stronger. Although no one had classified the Dao seal, in fact, the Dao seal of a cultivator could be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Yang Kai's Dao was the Void Dao, and he was extremely proficient in the Dao of space. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to escape the pursuit of so many low-rank and mid-rank heaven opening masters after snatching the Golden Crow's corpse. The Tao of space was one of the 3,000 Taos, and it was an extremely profound Tao. Yang Kai used the Tao of space to condense his Tao seal, so it was naturally incomparable to others. This was also one of the foundations of him being able to condense power above the 7th grade. The other foundation was the wood elemental energy condensed from the essence of the immortal tree. This was also an opportunity. But even so, his Tao seal still had a lot of room for improvement. Fortunately, he had not reached the heaven-opening realm yet. If he had, it would have been completely fixed, and even the Tao-E divine water would have been powerless. When the mysterious Tao-E divine water entered his Tao seal, there was a trace of coldness at first, but then a warm and comfortable feeling came from the Tao seal. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent and focused on refining it. However, refining the Tao-E divine water was really difficult. That small drop of water took Yang Kai a whole month to completely refine. Comparing the difference between his Tao seal and the one before, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He felt that the increase was not too great, at most 10%. However, on second thought, his Tao seal was already extraordinary, so the Tao-E divine water could not increase it by too much. If it were someone else's Tao seal, it would not be like this. If a drop of Tao-E divine water could increase it by 10%, wouldn't 10 drops double? Without stopping, he released his divine sense to wrap around a drop of Tao-E divine water and continued to refine it. There were at least a few dozen drops of Tao-E divine water in that jade bottle. This was a rare opportunity, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to increase his Tao seal to its maximum level. As he refined drop after drop of Tao-E divine water, his Tao seal became more and more solid, but as time passed, the benefits of refining the Tao-E divine water gradually decreased. Another year passed, and Yang Kai opened his eyes and exhaled slightly. During this year, he had consumed a dozen drops of Tao-E divine water and raised his Tao seal to its limit. Refining more Tao-E divine water was useless and would only be a waste. Keeping the jade bottle, Yang Kai examined himself and was very satisfied. Now, even if there was a 9th grade material in front of him, he was confident that he could easily refine it. He did not have to worry that his Tao seal could not withstand it. The benefits of this closed-door cultivation were too great. His Tao seal was stable, and not only could it allow him to condense a higher grade of power in the future, even if he encountered any divine technique that targeted his Tao seal, he did not have to be too afraid. He came out of closed-door cultivation again and went to see Xueqi. He saw Xueqi in the courtyard, giving a lecture to the Scarlet Jiao. He did not know what language she was speaking, and Yang Kai could not understand it at all. He only felt that the voice was like a pearl falling on a jade plate, containing the truth of the great Tao and resonating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The Scarlet Jiao did not notice his arrival at all and listened attentively. After a while, Xueqi smiled. "All right, let's stop here for today. Go back and cultivate properly." The Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon nodded slightly to express their gratitude. When they turned around and saw Yang Kai, the Scarlet Jiao immediately crawled over and swam around Yang Kai's feet. The Earth Dragon was much more direct. It opened its mouth and wriggled non-stop. Its mucus was thrown everywhere and there were bursts of scratching sounds coming from the ground. Yang Kai was speechless. He threw 2 dragon blood pills to them and asked them to scram. With a rumble, the 2 big fellows obtained the dragon blood pills and left through the tunnel that was opened up earlier. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Senior, why are you in the mood to teach them today?" He listened for a while just now. Although he did not know what Xueqi was talking to the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon, he faintly felt that he was helping them to open up their intelligence. The reason why the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Jiao could not transform was not because they were not strong enough, but because their intelligence had not been opened. With Xueqi's teaching, their transformation would be much earlier. Xueqi smiled slightly. "I had nothing to do, so I found something to do. However, I was still a little curious as to why their bloodline is so pure. So it's because of you." She clearly saw the origin of the dragon blood pills. Whether it was the Scarlet Jiao or the Earth Dragon, they all had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. It was just that it was very faint. After continuously consuming the dragon blood pills for the past few years, their dragon race bloodline had greatly improved and had already surpassed the limits of their respective races. "Why are you looking for me?" Xueqi asked. Yang Kai said, "I want to ask about the metal element treasure." There is no clue. Zhu Juyin slowly shook her head. The million troops under her had all moved out and searched 3 feet in the entire great cosmological abyss, but they could not find any information about metal element treasures above the 7th grade. Not only the metal element, but the other 5 elements were also not found. Just as she said before, they were not the only batch of guests in the great cosmological abyss. Since ancient times, batches and batches of cultivator had been devoured, and there was no lack of outstanding talents. Many of the precious treasures in the great cosmological abyss had already been plundered clean. Even if the sacred spirits had some collections, they had given them to their respective inheritors to increase their strength so that they could snatch the opportunity to leave during the spirit-seizing battle. Yang Kai was slightly disappointed. If Zhu Juyin could not find a metal element treasure above the 7th grade, then he did not have much hope. Now, there may only be 2 places that have what you need, Zhu Juyin said softly. Which 2 places? One is the Golden Vulture Palace, which is Jin Wu's territory. Yang Kai's face darkened. Forget about that. A year ago, Zhu Juyin had also mentioned Jin Wu. If he could kill him and seize his inner core, he could satisfy Yang Kai's needs. However, Jin Wu was a sacred spirit after all, and Zhu Juyin might not be his match. The other place is the Land of Everlastingness. There are more treasures left there. Where is the Land of Everlastingness? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The moon essence came from the Land of Everlastingness. Zhu Juyin had once said that the great cosmological abyss originally had a sun and a moon. However, too much time had passed, and the sun had been extinguished and the moon had collapsed. A piece of moon essence had fallen into the Land of Everlastingness and was taken out by someone, landing in the hands of Kuan Sha. The Land of Everlastingness is where the spirit-seizing battle is, and it has not started yet. Zhu Juyin shook his head slowly. Yang Kai was indignant that it had not started yet. However, the Land of Everlastingness was where the spirit-seizing battle was. Didn't that mean that he could only go in and search for suitable metal element treasures during the spirit-seizing battle? Zhu Juyin wanted him to improve his strength for the spirit-seizing battle. There was no time at all. Can't you just make do and use a 6th grade metal element? Zhu Juyin frowned and looked at him. Yang Kai said solemnly, "This is related to the Great Tao. It is my lifelong pursuit." Chapter 4075. 3 days later, in the secret chamber, Yang Kai and Zhu Juyin sat opposite each other. I have already imparted you the reverse yin-yang 5 elements mystic universe heart sutra. You need to remember that this sutra consumes a lot of your mind, so you must not let your guard down. Zhu Juyin instructed solemnly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Don't worry." He grabbed at the void and a scepter appeared in his hand. On top of the scepter, there was a round bead shining brightly. It was the moon essence. A dense water element chi immediately spread out. If Yang Kai had not seen the power of this thing with his own eyes, he would not have thought that there was such a huge danger hidden in this gentle water power. This scepter was also forged with extremely high-grade materials. Otherwise, it would be impossible to embed the moon essence in it. However, Yang Kai only wanted the water element power in the moon essence, so this scepter was useless to him. He reached out and took the moon essence. The moment it touched his hand, Yang Kai could not help but shiver. He felt a bone-chilling coldness spread out from his palm and instantly corroded his mind, as if it was going to freeze his soul. On his palm, a layer of frost spread up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it reached his elbow. With a whoosh, a pitch-black flame burned and dispersed the shocking coldness. The frost gradually melted. Zhu Juyin's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Golden Crow primordial fire? She was also a sacred spirit, so she was naturally sensitive to the sacred spirit fire. She could not help but nod slightly. This brat in front of her had the Golden Crow primordial fire, so the danger of refining the moon essence was greatly reduced. Water and fire were incompatible, so it would be able to suppress the coldness of the moon essence to a large extent. "Senior, I will begin," Yang Kai said. He then closed his eyes and immersed his mind. He activated the power of the Tao seal and absorbed the coldness of the moon essence. In an instant, Yang Kai felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice. Even his thoughts became a little sluggish. The coldness of the moon essence that was originally suppressed erupted again and froze his palms. His flesh was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just now, the moon essence was only emitting coldness instinctively, so he could suppress it with the golden crow primordial fire. Now that he actively absorbed the power of the moon essence, the golden crow primordial fire could not suppress it. The flames burned fiercely, but the coldness showed signs of suppressing the golden crow primordial fire. Zhu Juin's expression changed. She paid close attention to Yang Kai's actions. She was waiting to immediately stop. Yang Kai was her chosen carrier, so she naturally could not watch him die. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find such an outstanding carrier. In other words, if Yang Kai died because of this, she could only wait for the next opening of the Great Void Realm to find a vessel to seize opportunities for herself. As far as the eye could see, a layer of green light suddenly emerged from the flesh that was corroded by the cold and was rapidly withering away. That light was filled with exuberant vitality, and even Zhu Juin couldn't help but be moved when he saw it. He really couldn't figure out what kind of wood attribute Qi Yang Kai had condensed to actually possess such powerful strength. The power of the wood element lingered. The withered flesh healed and regained its luster. Then, it continued to wither and heal under the coldness. The cycle repeated. It looked extremely dangerous, but there was a delicate balance between them. This did not mean that the moon essence's power surpassed the combined power of the immortal tree and the golden crow primordial fire. However, both the immortal tree and the golden crow primordial fire had been condensed in the seal by Yang Kai. He was not strong enough, so the power he could unleash was limited. The moon essence, on the other hand, was in his hand. After it was activated, its power was fully displayed. Naturally, he could fight against two. Yang Kai and Zhu Juin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The golden crow primordial fire and the power of the immortal tree had finally suppressed the coldness of the moon essence. However, the withering of his flesh naturally brought about unbearable pain, but Yang Kai remained motionless like a dried-up well, his mind focused solely on the Tao seal. The ancient seal was originally filled with 3 kinds of power. Now, there was an additional coldness. That was the power of the moon essence. The balance that existed in the seal was instantly broken. The 5 elements were in chaos. Regardless of whether it was the wood element, fire element or earth element, they were all attacking the seal. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he felt his soul tremble. The blood qi in his chest surged as he thought to himself, "This kind of condensing is really dangerous. If I didn't use the Tao E divine water to strengthen my Tao seal, I'm afraid I really would have died." After all, the power in his seal was of a very high grade. The impact was not small. The seal from before could not hold on for long. However, the seal was different now. It was strengthened by more than 10 drops of Tao E divine water. In terms of toughness, it was almost twice as strong as before. It could still withstand the impact. He quickly activated the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Shen Yu Heart Sutra to harmonize the 5 elements. As the technique was activated, the chaotic power of the 5 elements gradually restored its order. Yang Kai was delighted when he saw that. Although he knew that the technique had such an effect when he comprehended the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Shen Yu Heart Sutra, he did not practice it himself. He was a little uneasy. Now that he tried it, the 5 elements immediately returned to their original position. He knew that the technique was indeed effective. It could allow the cultivator to ignore the number of times the 5 elements generated each other to condense power. As such, he did not need to rush to find a suitable metal element treasure. There would always be a chance to come across it in the future. It would not be too late to condense it when he found it. However, Yang Kai soon discovered the drawback of the technique. Just as Zhu Juin said, the technique consumed a lot of the mind. It needed to be activated all the time. Once it was interrupted, the 5 elements would be in chaos. The reason why Zhu Juin wanted to protect him was to guard against such danger. With her strength, if she sensed that something was wrong, she could forcibly stop it. She would not let Yang Kai suffer any fundamental damage. At this moment, after observing closely, he found that Yang Kai was fine and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, thinking that this little brat's mental strength was quite extraordinary. Although his previous bearer was also quite good, it was still somewhat inferior to Yang Kai's. At the very least, His previous bearer hadn't been able to restore the 5 elements in such a short period of time. It had taken a lot of effort. However, she didn't know that Xueqi's mind power was much stronger than a cultivator of the same level. When he obtained the soul-warming lotus, after so many years, the soul-warming lotus nourished Xueqi's mind all the time. No matter what stage he was at, his mind power was much stronger than his peers. Later, when he consummated with Yu Ru Meng, he obtained the primordial Yin power that she had cultivated for many years from her. Yu Ru Meng was a succubus demon saint. Among all the demon saint great emperors, her mind power was second to none. The primordial Yin power made Xueqi's mind power soar again. It almost reached the level of the great emperors. Later, when he became the great emperors of the void, his mind power naturally rose as well. Therefore, to Xueqi, it wasn't too difficult for him to split his attention to maintain the circulation of the reverse Yin-Yang 5 elements Shen Yu Heart Sutra. His physical body was unaffected. The coldness was suppressed by the golden crow primordial fire, and the wood elemental power repaired his damaged physical body. His mind was unaffected. His powerful divine will was enough for Xueqi to multitask. His Dao seal was unaffected. The Dao seal was strengthened by the Dao-E divine water, and it could withstand the impact of the 5 elements. The first step was taken, and the next step was simple. As time passed, the power in the moon essence was continuously refined into the Dao seal by Xueqi, turning into the water elemental power. The moon essence in Xueqi's hand gradually dimmed. Zhu Juyin suddenly lowered her head and stared at the moon essence in Xueqi's hand. She didn't pay much attention to it before as she was fully focused on Xueqi. Now that she saw that Xueqi had stabilized, she finally had the time to pay attention to other things. She realized that there seemed to be a trace of spirituality born in the moon essence. When she looked carefully, there was indeed a stream of light circulating within the moon essence. She was slightly surprised. This moon essence was actually sentient? According to what she knew, this moon essence was a treasure brought out by a carrier of the Kuan Sha from the land of elders 10,000 years ago. However, that carrier didn't manage to snatch the opportunity for the Kuan Sha, and the Kuan Sha killed that carrier in anger. After that, it was worshipped as a sacred object by the sea race. 10,000 years had passed, and the spiritual faith of the sea race continued to gather in this moon essence. It was indeed possible for a dead object to gain sentience. If this moon essence hadn't fallen into Xueqi's hands, this moon essence would have completely gained sentience in another 1,000 years. At that time, it might become an existence that wasn't inferior to any sacred spirit. However, the moon essence's power was absorbed and refined by Xueqi, and this moon essence's spirit was probably unable to be born. For an existence like her, there was nothing to feel sorry about. The stronger Xueqi was, the greater the chances of him obtaining the opportunity. Not to mention just a trace of spirituality, even if it was truly sentient, she would kill it for Xueqi. Under her watch, the stream of light within the moon essence gradually dimmed. Clearly, it was being absorbed and refined by Xueqi. Zhu Juyin stood up and left. There was no need for her to pay attention to the rest. Xueqi had refined the moon essence to this extent, and if there was still an accident, it would mean that he wasn't worth nurturing. Half a year later, Xueqi opened his eyes and looked down. He saw that the moon essence in his hand had turned into powder and was falling from his fingers. The energy within the moon essence had been completely refined. Xueqi listened carefully and frowned. He felt that there was a strange voice in his head that seemed to want to tell him something, but when he listened carefully, he couldn't hear anything. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He didn't know if there was a problem with refining the moon essence this time. Zhu Juyin was no longer there, and he didn't know when he left. Xueqi flashed out of the secret room and saw Yuhi standing outside, waiting. Seeing Xueqi, Yuhi's eyes lit up. She hurriedly asked, "Young master, did you succeed?" Xueqi subconsciously nodded. "Yes, I succeeded." "Then why did you take so long?" Yuhi saw that his expression wasn't right and couldn't help but feel nervous. This time, refining the water element had indeed taken a long time. Previously, when he was refining the earth element's power in Crouching Dragon Mountain, it only took him 2 months. That was an earth dragon's dragon pearl, but this time, it took him half a year. I didn't refine it according to the order of the 5 elements, so it did take me a long time, Xueqi explained. He lacked the metal element, so refining the water element naturally took him more time. Chapter 4076. That wasn't the main problem. What made Yang Kai speechless was that he had to constantly divert a portion of his attention to activate the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xian Yu Heart Sutra to maintain the stability of the 4 types of 5 elements in the Tao Seal. Otherwise, the 5 elements would be in chaos. This was a bit of a headache. Although this portion of attention wasn't considered much and wouldn't affect his daily life and battle, the harsh thing was that it couldn't be stopped for even a moment. In other words, before he repaired the power in the Tao Seal, Yang Kai definitely couldn't faint or else he would die. Young Master has just condensed the water element and should be in seclusion to consolidate it. Why did you come out? Yuhi looked at him in confusion. There's something I need to ask Senior Zhu. Where is Senior? Yuhi shook her head and didn't know. She had been guarding here for the past half a year and didn't go anywhere else. How would she know where Zhu Juin went? Yang Kai scanned with his divine perception and quickly found Zhu Juin's aura. With a flash, he appeared in front of her. Looking over, Yang Kai was shocked. He saw Zhu Juin lying on the bed lazily. Lu Shui was holding a fan with hidden bitterness and gently fanning her. In front of the bed, a mantis head was half kneeling on the ground with its head lowered. It was unknown what it was reporting to Zhu Juin. This mantis head looked exactly the same as the one that Yang Kai killed previously. Yang Kai thought that the dead had come back to life, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't possible. That Dalong's head was blown up by him. How could he come back to life? This mantis head in front of him was definitely another mantis demon under Zhu Juin. If it was in the past, this kind of thing wouldn't be able to enter Star City. But now that Zhu Juin was overseeing this place, who would dare to stop him from coming in? You may leave. Zhu Juin waved his hand. That mantis head apologized and left. It didn't even look at Yang Kai. After that mantis head left, Yang Kai cupped his hands and greeted Senior. Zhu Juin raised his eyes and looked at him. He acknowledged, since you have successfully refined it, why aren't you in seclusion to consolidate it? Why did you come out? Yang Kai frowned. I seem to have a problem. What problem? Zhu Juin was slightly shocked. I don't know why, but I keep feeling like there's a voice buzzing in my head. When I listen carefully, I can't hear anything. A voice? Zhu Juin frowned. What kind of voice? I can't say. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He listened carefully for a while and said in horror, It's happening again. Senior, that Yin-Yang 5 Elements Black Universe Heart Sutra wouldn't have any problems, right? He had a nagging feeling that there was something wrong with his technique that led to the current situation. Zhu Juin said curiously, I have never heard of such a thing happening before. Her previous bearer had also cultivated this technique, but there were no signs like Yang Kai had described. Are you sure you're not imagining things? Yang Kai hesitated. After hearing what she said, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion or not. Moreover, that faintly discernible voice didn't affect him much. He was just a little worried. If you are not worried, you can release the seal. I will take a look for you, Zhu Juin suggested. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Maybe it's my illusion. Zhu Juin chose him as the bearer and had no ill intentions towards him. However, releasing the seal was equivalent to revealing all the secrets in front of her. Yang Kai was naturally unwilling. Zhu Juin didn't force him and nodded. Maybe it will be fine after a while. Yang Kai nodded and changed the topic. Senior, is there still no news about the metal element treasure? No, Erlang came over to report this matter. After searching for so long, he still couldn't find a metal element treasure that meets your requirements. I'm afraid the great cosmological realm is gone. Yang Kai was slightly disappointed and said, Senior, please ask your subordinates to inquire about the whereabouts of the Yin-Yang treasure. It must also be grade 7 or above. Zhu Juin laughed. That's even more difficult. For the other 5 elements treasures, grade 7 and above have more or less appeared in the great cosmological realm. Only the Yin-Yang treasure has never been heard of. However, there are some below grade 7. Senior knows my ambition. Yang Kai said solemnly. Zhu Juin said, I will send someone to inquire, but don't get your hopes up. Thank you. Senior. Yang Kai bowed and left. After Yang Kai left, Zhu Juin's eyes flashed and murmured, "Could it be that the spirit of the moon essence hasn't been obliterated?" When she heard Yang Kai mention that there was a strange sound in his head, she suddenly remembered the wisp of spirituality she saw in the moon essence. When Yang Kai refined the moon essence, he must have refined and absorbed that wisp of spirituality. If it wasn't obliterated, it might cause trouble in his body. However, telling Yang Kai this kind of thing would only make him worry, so she didn't say anything. Anyway, her purpose was to let Yang Kai snatch that opportunity for her. After leaving the great cosmological realm, whether Yang Kai lived or died had nothing to do with her. In the secret chamber, Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion to consolidate the water element power that he had just refined. The most important thing was to activate the reverse yin-yang 5 elements mystic universe heart sutra, and try to make it his instinct. If he could really do this, he wouldn't need to be afraid of suddenly falling into a coma. Instinctively, even if he was in a coma, this method would continue to be activated and wouldn't cause the 5 elements in the Tao seal to become chaotic. Zhu Juin's million-strong army roamed every corner of the great cosmological realm to search for the metal element and yin-yang treasures. However, they didn't find anything after 2 years. Yang Kai had some expectations at first, but he gradually lost hope. After 2 years of cultivation, his strength did not increase by much. However, the water elemental power in the Tao seal had been completely stabilized. He could now use it as he wished. The reverse yin-yang 5 elements mystic universe heart sutra had basically become his instinct. He also had a lot of contact with the little fatty Su Zhen. That guy was chosen as a bearer by Zhu Yan and naturally received great cultivation from Zhu Yan. According to him, Zhu Yan had countless rare treasures in his hands. In 2 years, he had almost gathered the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang and stepped into the threshold of the heaven-opening realm. However, the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm were strange. Even if the power in the Tao seal was complete, it couldn't create a small universe in the body, so there was no way to make a breakthrough. However, his strength had definitely increased exponentially. It was incomparable to before. Su Zhan was also in contact with Ning Dao Ran and the others, so after inquiring about this matter, Yang Kai found that it was indeed as this little fatty had said before. Each and every one of the disciples from the heavenly cave blessed lands had been chosen as a vessel by a different divine spirit and had entered secluded retreat to cultivate, greatly increasing their strength. Among them, Gu Pan was captured by Kuei Niu, Chu Huashang fell into the hands of Fei, and Ning Daoran was captured by Zhu Jian. For these disciples of the blessed enclave, their strength was both a blessing and a curse. Fortunately, they had the vigorous cultivation of these divine spirits, so each of them had saved hundreds of years of cultivation. Unfortunately, in this spirit-seizing war, they were just pawns in the hands of the divine spirits. If they succeeded, everything would be fine, but if they failed, the consequences would be dire. After the bearers failed, who knew how many of them died at the hands of these divine spirits? Moreover, Su Zhan also said that there were definitely more divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. There were many who had not shown up, so they must have chosen many bearers to secretly cultivate. These bearers may have been unknown before, but now they must have soared into the sky, waiting to shine in the spirit-seizing war. Yang Kai had no friendship with others. Even Chu Huashang, Yang Kai had only discussed the yin and yang Dao with her. Only Gu Pan, who came from the birthplace of Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor, was safe. Yang Kai was relieved to know that she was safe. He secretly made up his mind that the next time they met, he would ask her about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. On this day, a fluctuation came from the communication bead. Yang Kai immediately picked it up and probed it with his divine sense. Su Zhen's message immediately came. Brother Yang, the spirit-seizing war is about to begin. Yang Kai's heart trembled. How do you know? He didn't get any information, and Zhu Jiuyin didn't tell him this. Su Zhen said, Zhu Yan told me. These divine spirits are extremely sensitive to the changes in the great cosmological realm. He said that the land of eternity will open in 1 to 3 years. At that time, the spirit-seizing war will begin. At that time, the spirit-seizing war will begin. At that time, we bearers will have to compete. Yang Kai chuckled. Then Brother Su should be careful. I won't show mercy when the time comes. Su Zhan said, my strength has improved greatly now, so I may not necessarily be your opponent. Brother Yang should also be careful. Then, he changed the topic and said excitedly, "We can finally leave this damned place." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "Leave?" Su Zhen said, "Brother Yang, don't you know? After the spirit-seizing war, the great cosmological realm will be closed. At that time, outsiders like us will be sent out. In other words, the opening of the land of eternity is a sign that the great cosmological realm is closed." Yang Kai's expression brightened. "Is that so? You can ask the heavenly moon demon spider. It's always been like this for generations." This was good news. Although the great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove, and he had obtained unimaginable wealth here, even condensing the power of earth and water, the metal element and yin and yang treasures were nowhere to be found. It seemed that the great cosmological realm was gone, so he could only rely on the outside world. Leaving early would also be beneficial to him. And calculating the time, it was almost time for the great cosmological realm to close. It had been 7 or 8 years since they entered. Zhu Yan said that the land of eternity would open and the great cosmological realm would close in 1 to 3 years, which was consistent with the rumors. After chatting with Su Zhen for a while, Yang Kai put away the communication bead and left the secret room to find Zhu Juyin. Zhu Juyin was a little surprised to see him, but she still nodded and said, "You came at the right time. I have something to tell you." As she said so, she suddenly gave a look to her left and right. Yu He and Lu Shui both said with a guilty look, "Young master, please excuse us." The moment they finished speaking, the two women made a move together. One of them reached out to touch Yang Kai's forehead, while the other shook out a red caltrip and wrapped it around Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai was baffled, and then he flew into a rage. "You're rebelling." His body shook, and raging flames ignited. The two women let out a low cry and took a few steps back together, their faces slightly pale. Before Yang Kai had time to ask, he saw Zhu Juyin open her small mouth and spit out a spider web, which covered his head. Chapter 4077. The spider web sealed the sky and locked down the earth. Yang Kai couldn't even activate the law of space and could only watch as the spider web fell. He roared and a round sun rose behind him. The divine technique of the golden crow casting sun. However, in the next moment, the spider web completely wrapped Yang Kai and the small sun that had just risen vanished into thin air. The spider web seemed to have a form, but after it landed on his body, it quickly melted into his body and disappeared. Then, Yang Kai felt that there was an extra layer of strong and unknown imprisonment in his body, causing him to be unable to circulate his power properly. "Senior!" Yang Kai was shocked and furious at the same time. He glared at Zhu Jiuyin. "Senior, what are you trying to do? Don't be afraid." Zhu Jiuyin stood up slowly and said softly, "You should know that I have no ill intentions towards you. You are the carrier that I have chosen. I just want to help you increase your power." "Do I need to use such a method to increase my power?" Yang Kai sneered. He didn't believe it at all. He felt that the dragon lady had some ulterior motives. Moreover, it might not be a good thing to forcefully increase one's power with the help of others. It might even spoil one's own foundation. However, what he couldn't understand was that Yu He had become an accomplice. He turned to look at her and Yang Kai was heartbroken. Yu He was obviously guilty and didn't dare to look at him. She only said softly, "Young master, I am doing this for your own good." Yang Kai sneered and turned to look at Zhu Jiu. "May I know how you want to help me increase my power?" "Come with me," Zhu Jiu said as he walked out. Although Yang Kai's power was restrained, his movement wasn't restricted. He glared at Yu He and Lu Shui fiercely. The two ladies shrank their necks and followed Zhu Jiuyin's footsteps. Very soon, the four of them came to an underground secret chamber. Zhu Juyin waved his hand and the wall of the secret chamber lit up. The secret chamber was illuminated. Yang Kai stared in astonishment. He didn't know when a secret chamber had appeared beneath his residence. This was obviously Zhu Juin's handiwork. On the floor of the secret chamber, there were grooves and blood-red liquid flowed within the grooves. He didn't know what it was, but it looked like fresh blood. However, it didn't have the slightest bloody smell. Those grooves covered the ground, outlining an extremely complicated and mysterious array diagram. In the center of this indescribable array, a small and exquisite altar stood. Go up. Zhu Juyin gestured towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai tilted his head and ignored her. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. Until now, he still did not know what Zhu Juyin wanted to do. Childish. Zhu Juyin chuckled. He lifted Yang Kai's collar and threw him onto the altar. The shackles in his body suddenly tightened and Yang Kai sat on the altar uncontrollably. Yang Kai was furious. He looked at Yu He and Lu Xue and said, "You two heartless ladies, are you going to watch him do this to me?" Lu Xue blushed and muttered, "We are not his match." A hint of struggle flashed past Yu He's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Zhu Juyin chuckled. "This is my idea. It's useless to blame them." Yang Kai looked at her coldly. "Of course I know it's your idea. But now, you should tell me what you want to do." The battle of seizing spirit is about to begin. Zhu Juyin sighed. The shortest is 1 year. The longest is 2 to 3 years. The land of elders will open. This was the same information that Su Zhan had told him. It seemed that it was indeed as Su Zhan had said. These holy spirits were born and raised here, so they were extremely sensitive to the changes in this world. Since Zhu Yan could sense it, Zhu Juyin could also sense it. Seeing that Yang Kai was not surprised, Zhu Juyin was slightly surprised and continued. "Do you know how many holy spirits there are in the great cosmological abyss?" Yang Kai said in a neutral tone, "How would I know?" "About 100. Yang Kai trembled when he heard this. Although he knew that there was more than one holy spirit in the great cosmological abyss, he didn't expect there to be so many. About 100? Didn't that mean there were hundreds of holy spirits? What kind of terrifying number was this? These hundreds of holy spirits were all equivalent to high-grade heaven-opening realm. If they all left the great cosmological abyss, even the grotto heavens and blessed lands would not be able to contend against them. Putting aside those guys who have no ambition and are content with their circumstances, there are probably more than half of those old farts who want to leave the great cosmological abyss. She was one of those old farts, so there were at least 60 to 70 of them. Each of these guys has their own bearer. In other words, in the battle of spirit seizing, their goal is the same as yours. They all want to snatch the only opportunity. So what? Yang Kai had an unruly look on his face. Although you're strong, you might not be able to have the last laugh. Zhu Juyin sighed slightly. Her previous bearer was like this. Among all the bearers, his strength was absolutely top-notch, but he still died in the end, so she couldn't leave this place. So you need to become stronger. Yang Kai said solemnly, "I also want to become stronger, but your subordinates are useless and can't find what I need." At this point, he suddenly looked shocked as if he had realized something, and his face turned ashen. Zhu Juyin smiled softly. "It seems that you understand. That's much easier." With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen metal elemental treasures floated in the air. Each of them exuded a rich metal elemental energy, and each of them was a grade 6 metal elemental treasure. The laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological abyss are strange, and you can't exert all of your power above heaven-opening realm. There's no difference between condensing a 6th grade and 7th grade, but there's an obvious improvement in your strength. Look, I found so many metal element treasures for you. Which one do you want? Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak, Zhu Juyin introduced them. You should also have this divine origin magnetic stone. If you condense it, you can cultivate the divine origin magnetic light divine technique, which is quite powerful. There's also this 10,000-year copper essence, which is also a good choice. This is the illusory star sand, and this, she introduced the metal element treasures one by one with a smile, but in Yang Kai's eyes, she was extremely vicious. She had chosen Yang Kai as her bearer and had indeed been vigorously cultivating Yang Kai in the past few years. She had even imparted the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Black Universe Heart Sutra to him without reservation. Chapter 4078. Yang Kai's self-praise made her so angry that she laughed. However, she had to admit that this carrier was indeed outstanding. She was very clear about Dalong's strength. In the entire great cosmological abyss, there were only a few people who could kill Dalong. Furthermore, as Yang Kai had said, there was not much time left. She did not have the time or energy to nurture another carrier. Back then, she had massacred tens of thousands of people in Sword Pavilion Star City because she wanted to find a suitable carrier. Unfortunately, none of them met her requirements. In her anger, blood flowed like a river in the Star City, and tens of thousands of people died. Yang Kai had sworn with his own Dao seal to make it difficult for her to continue. This kind of oath was related to one's Dao heart. Once the oath was made, there was no way to break it. If she really forcefully condensed the 6th grade metal element, even if Yang Kai did not die, his Dao heart and Dao seal would definitely be damaged. At that time it would be useless. However, how could Zhu Juyin not be annoyed by a junior? At this moment, a delicate shout was heard. Xueqi attacked from behind. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements fluctuated in her slender palm. It seemed to have transformed into a reincarnation cycle and slapped toward Zhu Juyin. Zhu Juyin did not even turn his head. He just flicked his hair, which suddenly expanded and whipped Xueqi. Xueqi flew out with blood spurting out. She crashed into the wall and slowly fell down. Lu Shui was shocked and quickly went forward to support her. Yang Kai turned his head and looked with a gloomy gaze. He did not know why Xueqi wanted to help Zhu Juyin, but after knowing Zhu Juin's intention, he understood. Xueqi did not want him to achieve high-grade split heaven. Previously, she had been encouraging him to refine the 6th grade metal element. However, Yang Kai had never heard of it. Zhu Juyin had the means to make Yang Kai forcefully condense the 6th grade metal element, which was exactly what Xueqi wanted. Furthermore, she could only cooperate obediently. However, at this moment, it was related to Yang Kai's life. She could not sit still. Even though she knew that she was not Zhu Juin's match, she swore to fight to the death. A lowly servant dares to disobey me? Zhu Juin had a stomach full of anger because of Yang Kai and had nowhere to vent. Xueqi's sneak attack had hit the nail on the head. She swung her hair again, and the black strands of hair suddenly turned into sharp blades that pierced towards Yuhi. Yang Kai said anxiously, "If you dare to kill her, I will die in front of you, I swear on my Dao seal." Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Zhu Juin looked at Yang Kai, his charming face was filled with anger. "You only know this move?" Yang Kai grinned. "It doesn't matter if it's new, as long as it's useful. Senior, you can try. Let's see if I have the guts to die in front of you." Zhu Juin gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He really wanted to slap Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai said leisurely, "Senior, you should know my abilities. So what if I can't condense the metal element? Who in the great cosmological abyss is my match?" He said proudly, "Senior, just wait for the good news in the battle of spirit seizing. I will definitely snatch that opportunity for you." Zhu Juin said coldly, "What if you can't snatch it? I'll be at Senior's disposal." Yang Kai puffed out his chest. "I know Senior's abilities. If you really want me to die, I can't resist. At least you know what's good for you." Zhu Juin's gloomy face eased a little. He pulled back the hair, and Yuhi immediately groaned. Blood spurted out from her body and dyed her a bloody gourd. Lu Shui hurriedly went forward to suppress her injuries. Zhu Juin got up, flung his sleeves, and walked out. His voice floated over. "Remember what you said today. If you fail, it won't be as simple as death." Looking at her leaving figure, Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He knew that today's crisis was over, but he felt it was a pity. He had always been in contact with Su Zhen. Originally, he planned to take the opportunity to ask for more benefits for himself. However, after what happened today, he couldn't ask for any benefits to avoid angering Zhu Juin again. The restriction in his body suddenly dissolved, and a spider web left with Zhu Juin. His power began to circulate again. Yang Kai got up and walked towards Yuhi. Yuhi's injuries weren't serious. Although she looked miserable, they were just superficial wounds. With her foundation of opening the heavens at the 5th stage, she would be able to recover in 2 to 3 days. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, she didn't dare to raise her head. She felt ashamed to face Yang Kai. She crawled up with difficulty and knelt in front of Yang Kai. She lowered her head like a wronged wife and said softly, "Please punish me, young master." As she spoke, tears fell. She regretted cooperating with Zhu Juyin. Although without her cooperation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to resist, she still felt like she had betrayed Yang Kai. She blamed herself. Yang Kai raised his hand and placed it on her head. He sighed. "Don't do it again." He gave Lu Shui a look, telling her to take good care of her. Only then did he leave. After Yang Kai left, Yuhi collapsed on the ground. She looked at Lu Shui and muttered, "Did I do something wrong?" Lu Shui said, "Did you tell the master about the benefits of reaching the 7th stage?" Yuhi slowly shook her head. "Previously, I wanted to wait until we left here and let someone else tell him and persuade him. However, it seems that his Dao heart is firm. I'm afraid that person won't be able to persuade him." The other person she was talking about was naturally the lady boss. Lu Shui sighed. She knew that Yuhi was telling the truth. She would rather swear on her Dao seal than condense the power of the 6th stage. She was determined to reach the 7th stage. However, in this era, who would dare to easily reach the 7th stage and split open the sky? This master's future would most likely be bumpy. A month later, the news of the Land of Everlasting spread throughout the entire great cosmological realm. No one knew who spread the news, but it caused an uproar. Almost everyone had heard about it. The Land of Everlastings was about to open, and it was the greatest opportunity in the entire great cosmological realm. There were countless rare treasures there, and any one of them could soar to the sky. It was rumored that many almighties of the blessed enclave had also entered the Land of Everlastings. It suddenly stood up, looked in a certain direction, and spoke in human language. "Child, the land of the ancients has opened, let's go." Gu Pan appeared out of nowhere. In a flash, she sat on the old bull and said softly, "Thank you for your trouble, Grandpa Bull." The old bull smiled and said, "Hold on tight, don't fall." His 4 hooves moved as fast as lightning. In another swamp, a strange snake with a body length of 1,000 feet shuttled forward. Its figure was long and its speed was like the wind. The strange snake had 2 heads, and its forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth. Wherever it passed, the sound of the wind and the cry of the crane could be heard. With a sweep of its forked tongue, a strange beast hidden under the swamp would be pulled into its mouth and swallowed into its stomach. On the left head of the strange snake, Chu Huacheng reached out and touched her forehead with a worried face. "Senior, can't we go separately? Why don't you go to the Land of Elders and wait for me?" Chapter 4079. The right head of the strange snake spoke. "We are too far away. Your speed is too slow. By the time you reach the Land of No Elders, I am afraid it will be too late." But Chu Huacheng had a headache. "You are too ugly." She sighed in her heart. The holy spirits of others were either majestic or picturesque, but when it came to her turn, it was such an ugly appearance that people couldn't bear to look at it. The strange snake was furious. "I am ugly? I am ugly? You little girl are blind, actually saying that I am ugly. You are the ugliest one." Chu Huacheng's face was black, and she didn't argue with him. Millions of miles away, someone was riding on a human-faced leopard spirit beast. He laughed and shouted, "Hurry up, I can't wait to meet the heroes of this world. I want to see if they are more powerful than me." The leopard-tattooed saint spirit said angrily, "Brat, I am your Dao protector, not your mount. Don't tell me what to do. If you keep talking, I will throw you down." The man laughed and said, "You throw one for me to see. If you throw me, no one will snatch the primordial spirit fruit for you." The Holy Spirit with a leopard face was furious. At this moment, the Holy Spirits moved out one after another, with their chosen bearers, and rushed to the Land of No Elders. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was chaotic, and the cultivator in the great cosmological realm found that there were so many powerful existences in this world, and they couldn't help but tremble a little. They have lived here for more than 10 years, but few people have encountered holy spirits, and they never knew that this great cosmological realm was so dangerous. Fortunately, most of these holy spirits were in a corner, and they had never harmed others before. Otherwise, how could anyone survive now? Any holy spirit here was not something they could contend with. The land of no elders was about to open, and a vision of heaven and earth appeared. The great cosmological realm was boiling, and countless cultivators gathered in the land of no elders from all directions. In just 10 days, there were no less than 3,000 people gathered in the periphery of the land of no elders. This was the first batch to arrive here, and as time passed, more people would come. A month later, there were no less than 200,000 people gathered outside the land of the ancients. At this point, there were no more people coming. Even if there were, they were scattered and their numbers were small. In other words, almost all the cultivator who was still alive in the great cosmological realm were gathered here. When initial Star City was engulfed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, there were more than 200,000 people. That was nearly 3 or 4 times the number, or even 1 million. After more than a decade, there were only so many people left. This showed how dangerous the great cosmological abyss was. And this time, with the opening of the land of the elders, how many of them would be able to return safely? On the outskirts of the land of the ancients, the cultivator gathered in groups and set up their own camps. The holy spirits also unceremoniously released their powerful auras, each occupying a piece of land, causing others to shrink back in fear and respect. Everyone looked up at the sky in a daze, staring at the ever-changing 7-colored light. This light was said to be the door of the land of the ancients, but it was not fully open yet, so no one could enter it. When the light was completely stable, it was the day when the secret plane opened. Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, Lin Feng, Su Zhan, and Ning Dao Ran were all here. At this moment, they were gathered together, talking and laughing, talking about their experiences in recent years. Behind the 5 people, the 5 holy spirits were watching this place from a distance, not only concerned about the safety of their bearers, but also coveting the lives of other bearers. If they could kill a few more bearers here, it would also reduce some competitors for them. The hostility was pervasive, but under the mutual fear, no one dared to make a move easily. The 2 strange snakes crept forward, their long forked tongues silently curling up, and then suddenly retracted. Chu Huashang turned her head angrily. "If you dare to eat him, I will leave now." The left head of the strange snake said, "Eat what? What is there to eat?" Chu Huashang gritted her teeth and said, "Open your right mouth." The right head of the strange snake turned aside, and the 2 triangular snake eyes looked up. "I'm going." Chu Huashang got up decisively. "Don't eat, don't eat." The left head of the strange snake yelled, the right mouth opened, and a wet cultivator was spat out from it. After the cultivator landed, he looked at it blankly. He didn't know when he was rolled into the mouth of the Holy Spirit. When he reacted, his face suddenly turned pale, and he screamed and turned into a escape light to fly away. The strange snake snorted. "The ugly girl cares too much. There are so many people here. It doesn't matter if I eat 1 or 2 of them." The nearby cultivator were all ashen-faced, and they all stayed away from the strange snake. "Be honest, I'll stare at you." Chu Huashang reached out and poked her eyes, and glared at the strange snake fiercely. Su Zhan's mouth twitched and said, Fei Senior is really interesting. The 2 strange snakes are the Holy Spirit Fei." Su Zhan saw that he was restrained by Chu Huashang, and couldn't help but be envious. His Zhu Yan is not so good to talk to. In the past few years, he has been with Zhu Yan and has been beaten by him. "So ugly." Chu Huashang looked disgusted and changed the topic. "Why hasn't little brother Yang come yet? He should have arrived early." The furthest one of them is Chu Huashang. Even she arrived here 3 days ago, but she hasn't seen Yang Kai. It's a bit strange. Su Zhen said, "I contacted brother Yang earlier. He seems to be being hunted." Chu Huashang was shocked. "Hunted? Who is hunted by?" Su Zhen said, "Several enemies of the heavenly moon demon spider joined forces and ambushed them halfway. It took a lot of time to fight all the way." Chu Huashang was stunned. "Hey, it's coming." Su Zhen suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, only to see a fierce aura rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of him and transformed into a beautiful young girl. That young girl was carrying a person in her hand. If it wasn't Kai Yang, who else could it be? At this moment, Kai Yang was like an octopus wrapped around the young girl's body, hugging her tightly as he complained, "Why do you have so many enemies? How did you manage to survive until now?" Zhu Juyin sneered and said, A few clowns also want to go against the queen? If it was one-on-one, the queen would have killed them all. While talking, he stared coldly at Xueqi. Let go. Xueqi suddenly let go of his hand and stood side by side with her in the void. He straightened his clothes and recalled the experience along the way. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past month, at least 5 waves of attacks had been encountered. Several holy spirits had ambushed them on the road ahead. They had fought more than a dozen big and small battles. The most dangerous time was when they were besieged by 3 holy spirits. Xueqi was also really good. He took him to block those enemies and arrived here safely, but a lot of time was wasted. They had just arrived, and there were 5 powerful auras behind them. It was the 5 holy spirits who had chased them all the way. The 5 holy spirits had turned into human forms. There were men and women, old and young. They looked at Xueqi with hatred, as if they couldn't wait to pull out his tendons and skin him. Xueqi's heart was beating like a drum. Senior, they are coming, can you stop them? Xueqi simply replied, I can't stop them. Then we are in danger. Xueqi's face was dignified. Let's avoid them for a while and wait for this place to really open. Don't worry. Xueqi comforted. Once we are here, they won't make a move anymore. Why? Xueqi did not understand. They also have enemies. If they make a move here, they will be looking for trouble. Xueqi sneered. It was indeed as she said. The 5 holy spirits chased them all the way here. Although they were all furious, no one made a move on Xueqi. Xueqi also keenly felt that there were powerful auras locking onto the 5 holy spirits. It seemed like they were the enemies that Xueqi had mentioned. Although they don't dare to make a move on me, you have to be careful. Don't be harmed by them. Xueqi reminded Xueqi. Remember their auras. If you meet their bearers in the land of elders, kill them for me. Xueqi frowned. They also have bearers? Why didn't I see them? Xueqi chuckled. Naturally, they are hiding in the crowd and are unwilling to show themselves. But since they are here, they must have already chosen their bearers. They definitely won't come empty-handed. Xueqi nodded, understood. Turning his head to look behind, he was stunned. The gate of the land of elders was majestic and magnificent. The 7-colored light was twisting non-stop, and there was a great mystery hidden inside. And at the periphery of the land of elders, the holy spirits with powerful auras each occupied a territory. They were either alone, hiding their bearers in the crowd, or bringing their bearers along to protect them. Xueqi was shocked. With a glance, there were at least 50 holy spirits gathered here. What a terrifying force. These 50 holy spirits were equivalent to more than 50 high-level heaven splitters outside. There were probably very few blessed lands that had such a foundation. Most of these holy spirits had transformed into human forms, but there were also some that maintained their original forms. All of them were like mountains, mighty and majestic. Xueqi saw Kuan Sha. This guy was coldly sizing him up, not hiding his killing intent at all. There were also Fei, Kuei Niu, Zhu Yan, Bai Feng, Nu Feng. He had only heard of these holy spirits before but had never seen them before. Today it was an eye-opener, and Xueqi couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. These holy spirits weren't all the holy spirits in the great cosmological realm. Xueqi had said before that some holy spirits were content with the status quo and didn't want to leave the great cosmological realm, so they naturally wouldn't get involved in this mess. However, what made Xueqi feel strange was that he didn't see the dragon and phoenix holy spirits. Previously, in Crouching Dragon Mountain, he had obtained the Earth-type giant dragon pearl and thought that there was a dragon race in the great cosmological realm. But now, it seemed that the dead giant dragon was probably the last divine dragon. This made him feel slightly regretful. These days, he hadn't made any contracts with Xueqi because he wanted to see if he could find a giant dragon. If there was a dragon race here, he would have more and better choices. Why did he choose such a person as his successor? How could he accomplish great things with such an easygoing attitude? The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was constantly converging towards the door of the land of elders, and the seven-colored light was getting more and more condensed and dazzling. 3 days later, the multicolored light suddenly fell. Then, as if a pair of invisible hands separated the multicolored light into 2 sides, revealing a multicolored passage that led directly to the land of everlastingness. Everyone's spirits were shaken. They looked inside, but as far as their eyes could see, they couldn't see anything at all. The door of the land of elders was open. In the crowd, a few people turned into streamers and flashed into the 7-colored passage, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Some people couldn't hold back anymore and rushed in first. More than 200,000 martial artists rushed towards the door. Although the door was large, there were simply too many people gathered here. As they rushed in, some people were immediately squeezed out of the 7-colored passageway and fell into the depths of the abyss. Miserable screams rang out, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the cultivators who were squeezed out of the 7-colored channel were stripped of their flesh and blood. In less than 3 breaths of time, all of them turned into skeletons. Then, the skeletons broke apart inch by inch, turning into dust that scattered in the air, completely disappearing from this world. There's great danger outside the passage. Someone shouted in fear, and with a pale face, he quickly retreated. The cultivator who noticed this did not dare to push any more, fearing that he would be pushed out of the passage and meet with some mishap. Many of the divine spirits were happily watching this scene, causing the surrounding cultivators to curse. The divine spirits were obviously aware of this situation, but none of them had warned them. Obviously, in the eyes of these divine spirits, their deaths were not worth paying attention to. They only needed to take care of their bearers, so why would they care about others? Hundreds of lives were lost, and people knew about the dangers outside the passage. The successors were very careful and stayed far away from the edge of the passage. But soon, another change happened. There was a cultivator who walked in the middle of the passage, but he was also screaming in pain, and his flesh was peeled off and turned into a skeleton. The cultivator around was shocked, and turned to look, not knowing what was going on. It was not only one cultivator, but more than a dozen people in front and behind had the same experience, dying tragically in various parts of the 7-colored passage. This scene made many cultivators bewildered. They did not know why they died in the passage. Someone suddenly realized, Heaven Opening Realm, they are all Heaven Opening Realm. Heaven Opening Realm cannot enter this elder's land, those who enter will die. Hearing his shout, everyone came back to their senses. Thinking carefully, the dozen people who died were indeed Heaven Opening Realm. Qi Xing's group was about to step into the passage under the lead of a few heads, but the great head immediately stopped. Chen Tianfei and the rest behind him were also covered in cold sweat. The few of them had almost stepped into the passageway. If they had really stepped in, they would have died on the spot. Not far away, Yang Kai's face sank. He turned to look at Zhu Jiuyin. Senior, Heaven Opening Realm cannot enter this elder's land. Zhu Jiuyin looked at him deeply. If I could enter the Heaven Opening Realm, why would I find you to be my inheritor? That Sword Pavilion's pavilion master had the cultivation of the 6th-stage Heaven Opening Realm. Zhu Jiuyin would naturally choose him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Kai was furious. Chapter 4081. Don't worry, I will take good care of your servants for you. Don't worry about them in the land of elders. Just serve this queen well, Zhu Jiuyin said. Yang Kai nodded with a gloomy expression. The Heaven Opening Realm cultivators were unable to step into the land of elders, so Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guazian could only stay outside, greatly reducing their battle strength. This was secondary. The most important thing was that Yu He and the others were in Zhu Jiuyin's hands, so even if Yang Kai had a rebellious heart, he would not dare to betray them. Guazian looked at the cultivator who had followed him to Yang Kai in the early years and shouted, Follow the master forward. You must protect the master's safety with your lives, understand? Everyone shouted, Understood. Yang Kai glanced at them and shook his head with a bitter smile. Although they had been cultivating diligently all these years, and their strength had increased greatly, if they really encountered a danger that they could not resolve, they would not be of much help. Let's go, Yang Kai called out to everyone, and dozens of people followed behind him, stepping into the door. In this short period of time, At least tens of thousands of people had rushed into the land of elders, and when Yang Kai led a group of people into the rainbow tunnel, more than half of the 200,000 people had disappeared. The seven-colored passageway was like the maw of an invisible beast, constantly swallowing the cultivators in the area. The tunnel was crowded and bustling, and a group of people protected Yang Kai in the middle as they rushed forward side by side. Not long after, an angry shout came from the front. "Reckless fools! How dare you look for trouble with my Dtion, brothers, chop them to death!" In the next moment, the tunnel in front of them exploded with violent energy fluctuations as countless people fought. The power of secret techniques and artifacts flew everywhere, turning the tunnel in front into a bloody battlefield. Screams rang out as corpses fell to the ground, blood flowing like a river. Yang Kai had a strange expression on his face. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure. That voice just now sounded familiar. It was Dtion's leader, Ding Yi. Ever since they parted ways on the Yuan-Ci mountain back then, he had not seen him again. In recent years, he had occasionally heard some news about Dtion. He knew that this fellow had established Dtion and was doing well in the great cosmological realm. He had also obtained many benefits. At that moment, in the sky ahead, Ding Yi was carrying a machete with a ghost head. He was wearing a scarlet cloak and looked like a divine weapon that had descended into the world. He looked majestic. It was unknown who he had a grudge with, but they were actually fighting in the Rainbow Passageway. Dtion's motley crew couldn't withstand the sheer number of people. Those who were fighting with Dtion only numbered in the thousands, yet they were all surrounded and unable to break free. However, when both sides attacked, there were many accidental injuries. As a result, more people were involved in this battle, and the scene was chaotic. Ding Yi, on the other hand, laughed heartily. He seemed to be very happy with this situation. He slashed with a machete in his hand, and rays of machete light swept down with an imposing aura. Suddenly, Ding Yi stopped and looked in the direction of Yang Kai and the others. When he saw Yang Kai's face clearly, he greeted him happily. "So it's Brother Yang. Brother Yang, how have you been in recent years?" Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Thanks to you, Brother Ding, you seem to be doing well." Ding Yi rubbed his head and said cheerfully, "I'm just a..." Yang Kai said seriously, "Brother Ding, I want to go forward. Please make it easy for me." "Sure." Ding Yi waved his hand heroically and ordered, "Brothers, make way for Brother Yang." With that order, Dtion and the others opened up a path. Yang Kai nodded at Ding Yi and led Meng Hong and the others, as well as his dozens of subordinates, through the battlefield. Behind them, there were still sounds of fighting and killing. It was likely that the chaos would not stop for a while. In the group, the scabby-headed man had a look of admiration. "Our master still has a lot of face. I heard that Ding Yi is arrogant and unruly. He doesn't give face to anyone." Over the years, no less than 10 heaven-opening realm cultivators have died at Dtion's hands. He's actually so polite to the master. Lang Qingshan said indifferently, "Master's strength is unparalleled. How would Ding Yi dare to stop him?" The scabby-headed man was surprised. "Even a blockhead like you knows how to flatter people?" Lang Qingshan's face turned slightly red, and he said angrily, "I'm just speaking the truth. How is this flattery?" The two of them bickered endlessly, and the path forward did not seem lonely. Behind them, Ding Yi and Dtion were blocking the path, so the path ahead was much emptier. No one knew how long this rainbow path was, and Yang Kai could not see the end of it. The group of people sped forward. Suddenly, a large net enveloped the front. At the same time, a sinister laugh rang out. "This path was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through, leave behind your life and wealth." The large net enveloped the entire path, sealing off the sky and locking down the earth. It actually made it impossible for people to avoid it. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Lang Qingshan shouted angrily, "Master, be careful." He stepped out of the group and suddenly threw a punch forward. A ball of light erupted from his fist, and it was like a sun. Scorching power wantonly spread out. Among the group of people who had joined Yang Kai, Lang Qingshan was one of the few with the best aptitude. Back then, when they were being rewarded, he had asked Yang Kai for grade 5 materials. Over the years, he had also refined a few types of grade 5 powers. Compared to before, his strength was incomparable. When this punch was thrown, a mark was branded in the void. The power of the Grand Sun primordial fire lingered around his fist, as if he was lifting a round sun and smashing it down. It was full of momentum. However, in the next moment, he was caught by the large net. It was unknown what material the net was made of, but it was incomparably tough. It was impervious to water and fire. Even his grade 5 Grand Sun primordial fire could not burn it. In the blink of an eye, Lang Qingshan was wrapped in the net. The large net covered the back, and in an instant, everyone was tightly wrapped. A thin figure appeared from the void. He had a sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, and rat eyes. He pinched the goatee on his chin and chuckled. The third batch. A bunch of fools who only know how to search for treasures. Who would have thought that in my eyes, all of you are treasures? It had been more than 10 years since the opening of the great cosmological realm. Any cultivator who was still alive would more or less have some gains. This thin old man was holding a treasure and waiting here to rob the passing cultivators. It was a good plan. With a hand seal, the large net suddenly contracted and tightened around everyone. The faces of Meng Hong and the others changed drastically. They were shocked to find that the power in their bodies could not circulate smoothly and were completely suppressed. Only then did they know that this large net was really extraordinary. No wonder this thin old man dared to do this alone. Let me see what good things you have. The thin old man stepped forward with a wretched smile. However, in the next moment, he suddenly took a step back and looked at the person in the net in horror. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Lord Yang? You recognize me." In the net, Yang Kai looked at the thin old man indifferently. The old man rolled his eyes and forced a smile. Lord Yang destroyed Thunder Lightsword Pavilion and presided over Crimson Star. This old man has admired you for a long time. Bah, to think you would have such a day, boy. Now that you have fallen into my primordial dragon binding net, don't even think about escaping. Even if you are a dragon, you will have to coil around me. I heard that you destroyed Thunder Lightsword Pavilion Star Market, killed tens of thousands of people, and plundered their wealth, right? You've made a fortune. After this old man will no longer have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Looking at Yang Kai sinisterly, the old man grinned. Boy, if you know what's good for you, quickly throw out your space ring, otherwise, this old man will strangle you right now. Yang Kai said indifferently, the space ring is in my hand, why don't you come and get it yourself? I've already fallen into your net, what are you afraid of? The thin old man grinned meaningfully, Lord Yang's strength is astonishing, who knows if you have any other tricks up your sleeve? This old master had better be careful. Throw out your space ring first and this old master can spare your lives. Lang Qingshan was furious, shameless old man. What's the point of launching a sneak attack? If you have the guts, let me go and this Lang will fight you. The thin old man looked at Lang Qingshan in disdain. You bastard. There's something wrong with your head. You are a fish on the chopping block. Your life and death are only in this old master's hands. Why should this old master let you go? It's too early to say who is the fish and who is the meat. Since you don't want to come over, this king will. Yang Kai suddenly stood up and walked forward with the net in his hand. The old man's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and said, Lord Yang is indeed impressive. You can still move after being trapped by my primordial dragon binding net. It seems that this old master has underestimated you. But this net's power is not limited to just this little bit. Stop, stop, stop. He shouted stop 6 times in a row, his hands constantly changing signs. The primordial dragon binding net's threads suddenly tightened. Lang Qingshan and the others let out a muffled groan. They felt that the space in the net had become abnormally frozen. Even their thoughts had become stagnant. Yang Kai's footsteps also gradually slowed down. He finally froze on the spot. The old man wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his heart palpitating as he said, I almost failed miserably. Luckily this old master's treasure is not bad. My treasure is not bad. You can't do it. Yang Kai grinned, his frozen footsteps falling again. The old man was shocked. He jumped back 1,000 feet. How did you? Yang Kai walked as fast as the wind. He approached the old man step by step, his voice cold. This net is indeed not bad. Those who are trapped by it will not be able to circulate their spiritual energy smoothly. But there's a flaw, it can't restrict the power of the body. You're courting death by using this net to deal with me. The skinny old man cried out in alarm. He didn't care about his precious big net anymore. He turned around and fled into the distance. However, he didn't run far before he felt his neck tighten. A big hand grabbed his neck like a tight band and lifted him up like a chicken. The old man instantly froze. He slowly turned his head. Any last words? Xueqi asked. This is a misunderstanding. The old man smiled in a flattering manner. With a snap, Xueqi crushed his neck, he broke his neck bone, his head rolled down, the headless corpse twitching non-stop, blood spurting out from the neck like a fountain. The moment the old man died, the primordial dragon binding net loosened. Xueqi reached out and pulled the net down. Everyone was instantly freed. The power that was restrained also recovered. The group of people stared at him in a daze. Only now did they realize how terrifying the gap between them and the young man in front of them was. Trapped in this net, they didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. But Xueqi was able to ignore the power of this net and kill its owner. Chapter 4082. Xueqi casually tossed the mixed-origin dragon binding net to Lang Qingshan. The latter was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Thank you, master, for your reward. The others looked on enviously. They had all been bound by this net before, so they naturally knew how powerful this treasure was. They didn't dare say that it could deal with those in the heaven-opening realm, but at the very least, those below the heaven-opening realm would be powerless against this net. With this net in hand, those below the heaven-opening realm could be said to be invincible. However, even though they were envious, they couldn't think of anything else. Previously, when they were in danger, Lang Qingshan was the first to rush out. He was loyal and courageous, so it was natural for him to be rewarded by Xueqi. Refine it carefully. This net. Be careful. Xueqi suddenly shouted. When he turned his head to look, he saw a huge spinning awl in front of the seven-colored passageway. It pierced through the air and filled his vision. This attack came without warning, and it was the moment when the skinny old man was beheaded. Everyone relaxed. It was obvious that this attack had been planned long ago. The huge awl was extremely fast, arriving in front of Xueqi in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the dozens of people behind him changed drastically. Xueqi took 3 steps forward and stretched out a large hand. The power of wood, fire, earth, and water filled his hand as he grabbed at the huge awl. He grabbed empty air. The huge awl actually ignored his attack and easily pierced through his body, heading straight for his body. This is... Xueqi's expression changed slightly. He didn't have time to react before the huge awl slammed into his body. His entire body shook violently as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale. Behind him, the dozens of people all let out muffled groans as their auras suddenly withered. Divine technique. Xueqi suddenly understood. Previously, when he saw the huge owl's shocking aura, he thought it was some kind of secret treasure. Only now did he understand that it wasn't a secret treasure at all. It was a divine technique, an extremely sinister divine technique. This divine technique targeted the cultivator's Tao seal. The moment the giant awl hit his body, Xueqi felt the Tao seal in his body shake violently. The wood, fire, earth, and water forces in the Tao seal suddenly became chaotic. Fortunately, he had been using a part of his mind to control the Yin-Yang Reversal 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Sutra. Otherwise, this alone would have been enough to destroy his foundation. It was also thanks to the fact that he had refined quite a bit of Tao-y divine water that the seal had become incomparably sturdy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xueqi's face suddenly became gloomy and his figure flickered, disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few thousand meters away, sending out a punch towards a certain spot in the void, causing it to collapse, but there was no one there. You sure run fast. Xueqi's expression was unsightly. He had been attacked by the giant awl and had immediately followed it. However, he hadn't been able to find the person who had attacked him. It was clear that the person who had attacked him was extremely fearful of him and knew how powerful he was. After this attack, regardless of whether it was a success or failure, he had immediately fled. What annoyed Xueqi was that he didn't even know who had attacked him. Was this person robbing him like the skinny old man, or was he deliberately targeting him? His mind was in turmoil. He faintly felt that the latter was more likely. If he was robbing him, he wouldn't have fled immediately after the first attack. However, this person had done so. Obviously, he was deliberately targeting him. However, this person might not be targeting him, but targeting all the bearers chosen by the Holy Spirits. This person was also a bearer. Yang Kai's mind brightened. He had laid an ambush here to eliminate some of his opponents in advance. Master! Lang Qingshan and the others hurriedly chased after him with a guilty look on their faces. They had only followed Yang Kai into the colorful tunnel for less than 5 minutes, and they had already encountered 2 waves of attacks. In the 2 waves of attacks, they were completely useless. In the first wave, Yang Kai had turned the tide and killed the skinny old man. In the second wave, Yang Kai was at the front and took most of the attacks. As his subordinates, Lang Qingshan and the others felt ashamed and uneasy. The giant all was an attack that targeted the divine technique of Taoist seals. Yang Kai took most of the damage, and the remaining damage was distributed to Lang Qingshan and the others. Although it made their Taoist seals tremble, it didn't take any of their lives. Yang Kai glanced at them and immediately understood that their current condition was no longer suitable for fighting. He said in a low voice, "Relax, I'll send all of you to a good place." As he said that, he extended his hand to grab them. Lang Qingshan and the others didn't understand what he meant, but they quickly relaxed. When Yang Kai's big hand grabbed them, their vision turned upside down. When they came back to their senses, they realized that they had already arrived at a place with beautiful sceneries. They looked at each other in confusion. Just as they were wondering where they were, Yang Kai's voice was heard. "Recuperate carefully, don't think about anything else." His voice was still by their ears, but they couldn't see him. Lang Qingshan and the others nodded respectfully. They quickly sat in a lotus position and silently channeled their secret arts. In the tunnel, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth and walked forward. The tunnel was very long, but there were corpses lying on the ground at intervals. It was obvious that the cultivator who had entered earlier had already fought. Yang Kai walked past a few corpses on the ground and carefully examined them. There were no wounds on these corpses, and their wealth had not been taken away. Their space rings were still on their hands, and their body temperature was still there. It was obvious that they had just died. He scanned the corpses with his divine telekinesis, and discovered that their Taoist seals had been shattered. The owner of the giant all had taken action. Yang Kai raised his head and looked in the direction of the tunnel. He activated the law of space and drifted forward, chasing after the owner. The owner of this giant all was definitely one of the carriers. Perhaps he was already proficient in it, or he had learned this strange attack from a divine spirit. This attack was really hard to guard against. Even Yang Kai was almost hit by it, let alone others. If a cultivator with a weak foundation was hit by this attack, their Taoist seals would be shattered in an instant, and they would die an unnatural death. He wanted to see which bastard had the guts to do this to him. He chased after the owner, passing by batch after batch of cultivator. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he arrived next to a woman in a few steps. Before he could greet her, the woman suddenly swung her hair. The red thread that bound her hair turned into countless threads and attacked Yang Kai. "Senior sister, please have mercy," Yang Kai shouted, and the power of the earth system filled the surface of his body, turning into a dragon shield. Each dragon shield was made of a giant dragon's tail, and the dragon scales on the dragon's body were vivid. A red silk wrapped around Yang Kai and was blocked by the dragon shield. The woman turned her head, and her beautiful eyes lit up. "Little brother Yang? Senior sister Chu." Yang Kai smiled slightly. This woman was Chu Huashang of Yin Yang Wonderland. She entered the colorful passage before Yang Kai, but her speed was not fast. She was caught up by Yang Kai here. "We are really fated." Chu Huashang smiled, and the person was more delicate than the flower. The red silk threads were retracted and turned into the headband that bound the long hair. She looked up and down at Yang Kai, and her beautiful eyes were shining. Yang Kai laughed. "We are going to enter the land of no elders. We will always meet, senior sister Chu alone? How many more can there be?" Chu Huashang looked at him with a smile. "Little brother Yang, do you want to accompany me? If we join forces, even if we meet Lin Feng, we can beat them. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's not impossible, but if we find the primordial fruit tree," Chu Huashang said quietly, "Little brother Yang is a big man, can't you let me, a weak woman? Although the Fei is ugly, his strength is good. I have made an agreement with him. If I can take him out of the great ruins, he will protect me for 400 years. I want the primordial spirit fruit very much." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Senior sister Chu is not a weak woman. I am really soft." Chu Huashang said coquettishly, close to Yang Kai's eyes like silk. "Little brother Yang, if you don't believe it, you will know." Yang Kai's eyes involuntarily glanced at her towering peaks, clenched his fist and coughed. "Senior sister Chu, I haven't found the primordial spirit fruit yet, you take away the charm first." Chu Huashang suddenly smiled and said, "You are really interesting." No longer talking about companionship, both she and Yang Kai know that even if they are really companions, they will be hostile in the end. Maybe they will not kill each other, but in order to compete for the primordial spirit fruit, they will definitely go all out. This is not only related to the interests of the Holy Spirit for hundreds of years, but also related to their future status in their respective sections. Just think about it, if they could really bring out a divine spirit from the great cosmological realm, then their status in their respective sects would definitely rise, and those blessed enclaves would definitely nurture them and treat them as core disciples. It was because of this that the Holy Spirits agreed to protect them. If you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse eat. This is a condition that every bearer cannot refuse. Yang Kai has not had time to talk to Zhu Juyin about this, and now that he and others have fallen into the hands of Zhu Juyin, Yang Kai will grab the primordial spirit fruit no matter what. Otherwise, with the character of Zhu Juyin, he and others will definitely die. "Senior sister, have you seen anyone running past you?" Yang Kai asked. Chu Huashang said, "Yes, a lot of people, one by one ran faster than a rabbit. I don't know what to worry about." Yang Kai was speechless. As a result, he couldn't track down the whereabouts of the owner of the giant awl. After a little hesitation, Yang Kai said, "Senior sister Chu, be careful. I just met a guy who displayed a divine technique, specifically targeting the seal. He told all kinds of information about the giant awl." Chu Huashang's face suddenly became dignified. "Isn't this the Tao-breaking seal of Ziqiong Blessed Land?" Yang Kai wondered. "Senior sister, do you recognize this divine technique?" Chu Huashang nodded. "Listening to what you said, it's very much like the Tao-breaking seal of Ziqiong Blessed Land. This divine technique is specifically targeted at the cultivator's seal, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I can't be sure." Suspicious. Did Ziqiong Blessed Land also come? "I haven't heard of it." Yang Kai guessed. Maybe Ziqiong Blessed Land came, or there was a disciple of Ziqiong Blessed Land who became the bearer, and the Holy Spirit behind it learned this divine technique and passed it on to the current bearer. Chu Huashang nodded and said, "There is also this possibility. In any case, senior sister, be careful." Chu Huashang covered her mouth and smiled. "Thank you, junior brother, for reminding me, but junior brother, rest assured, this divine technique can deal with the general cultivator, but it is a bit difficult to deal with senior sister." Chapter 4083. Chu Huashang condenses the power of the 6th grade, and aims to achieve the 6th grade to open the sky. Naturally, she has this confidence. Yang Kai said, "Senior sister, you can't take it lightly, and the power of the Tao-breaking seal is really good. He has refined more than a dozen drops of Tao-E divine water. How strong is the seal, and it is shaken by the 5 elements, not to mention other people. Although Chu Huashang's background is good, if you are caught off guard and attacked, it is very likely to suffer a big loss." Chu Huashang kept nodding. "Well, I will remember." Seeing her careless appearance, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, on second thought, I just suffered a loss because I was unprepared. Chu Huashang and others were born in the Blessed Enclave, and they are well informed. If they really see the Tao-breaking seal, they will recognize it. It should be okay to be on guard. It's finally the end, and it's too long. Chu Huashang suddenly brightened up. Yang Kai looked up and saw a ray of light in front of him. It was obvious that he had reached the end of the passage. When the two talked, they did not stop. Counting the distance, this colorful passage was at least 100 miles. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Junior brother, be careful, there may be an ambush at this exit. Chu Huashang warned. Yang Kai smiled. I will explore the way for senior sister. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and rushed out of the exit. Sure enough, as soon as he appeared, countless attacks came from all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. The number of cultivator gathered at this exit is really a lot. It should be from the same force. There are thousands of people. When they see someone coming out, they will attack without asking. The power of the secret technique is released, and they will cover the whole body of Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, using the nihility secret technique, and his body was immediately banished into the void, drifting. Although there were many attacks, they all hit empty air. Many of the cultivator ambushing at the exit were shocked and doubtful, thinking that Yang Kai had been smashed into pieces. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's figure reappeared on the spot. When the flames around his body shone brightly, the golden crow primordial fire turned into little golden crows and scattered in all directions. Screams of agony rang out one after another. One by one, the cultivator was incinerated by the golden crow primordial fire and turned into fine powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's Red Star. Someone recognized Yang Kai's identity and shouted in horror. The situation is tense, retreat. Another person shouted. The cultivator that was still alive did not dare to stay any longer. They all scattered like birds and beasts, leaving behind over 200 corpses that were burned to ashes by the golden crow primordial fire. Yang Kai did not intend to pursue. With a shake of his body, the golden crow primordial fire that flew out flew back again and disappeared into his body. Chu Huashang jumped out of the exit, looked around, spit out his tongue and said, "They are really unlucky. It's not good to hit anyone, but they actually provoked junior brother." Yang Kai said lightly, "They are here, but they are just looking for their own death. Even without him, these people will suffer a big loss sooner or later. However, since ancient times, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Junior brother, are you really not with me?" Chu Huashang looked at Yang Kai faintly, looking forward to it. Yang Kai turned and waved and said, "Goodbye here, I wish senior sister Chu good luck." Smelly man. Chu Huashang's mouth pouted high, her breasts rose and fell, but soon she smiled again and said, "Junior brother has to leave the great void realm alive. Senior sister will find you to try yin-yang fusion when she is free." Yang Kai staggered and almost fell to the ground, and Chu Huashang's bell-like laughter came from behind. The great void realm is ancient, and the land of elders is even older. The entire land of elders is filled with the vicissitudes of life. This strange place seems to have been preserved from a very long time ago. The laws of heaven and earth are also subtly different from those of the great void realm. There are traces of ancient times. The world energy here was extremely rich. Every time Kai Yang breathed, he could feel the world energy seeping into his body through his pores, making his whole body feel comfortable. Cultivating in this kind of place would definitely result in twice the result with half the effort. Even if he was injured, healing would still be faster than normal. 200,000 people have poured into this land of elders. Even if there are many losses in the passage, there are only tens of thousands of people. More than 100,000 cultivator have gathered here. If there is really something good in the land of elders, it will not escape the search of these cultivators. After coming out of the exit, Yang Kai casually found a direction and galloped away. Battles between cultivator can be seen everywhere on the road, or for a spirit medicine, or for a treasure of heaven and earth. The fire of life extinguished, and blood stained the earth. Yang Kai has a huge harvest in the great void realm, and his vision is also high. It is really difficult for ordinary treasures to move him. The main goal of this trip is the primordial spirit fruit. If there are other gains, it is naturally the best. As they move forward, the cultivator also gradually spread out. This land of elders is unknown how big it is. There is no sun or moon in the sky, but there is light. Looking up, there are huge stars hanging in the sky. These stars seem to be in front of people, giving people a strange sense of oppression. Along the way, Yang Kai also occasionally harvests. He picked a few spirit medicines and threw them into the medicine garden, letting Mu Zhu and the little wood spirit take care of them. He also harvested a few treasures of yin and yang, but the quality is not too high. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was galloping, suddenly stopped. His nose twitched slightly, and his eyes lit up. He smelled a strange fragrance. When this fragrance entered his nose, he could not help but clear his mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. There was a strange resonance in his Tao seal, and the power of the 5 elements flowed faster. His heart trembled, and he realized that this fragrance should be from a great medicine. He did not know what it is, but its effect must be extraordinary. Yang Kai's spirit was greatly boosted. He followed the fragrance all the way. Not long after, he suddenly entered a valley. The valley was full of birds and fragrant flowers, and the scenery was pleasant. However, at this moment, there are 3 groups of people confronting each other. There are many of them, and each group has more than 100 people. They are gathered in the center of the valley, and they are wary of each other and sizing each other up. These 3 groups of people are obviously like Yang Kai. They smelled the scent of the great medicine and followed the fragrance, but they are in a deadlock here. Seeing Yang Kai's figure, the faces of the leaders of the 3 groups of people sank. The longer they delay, the more people will come here. If someone they can't afford to offend really comes, they will definitely not have a share of this great medicine. The leader of the group on the left is a strong man. He snorted coldly. Another one courting death. The leader of the woman on the right said, "We can't delay any longer. Quickly come up with a plan. If we delay any longer, more people will come." The leader of the last group of cultivators is an elderly man. He reached out to stroke his beard and said, "Old madam has many people, so she wants half. You can divide the remaining half." The strong man and the woman sneered. Wishful thinking. The woman licked her lips and looked at the strong man. "Why don't you and I join forces to kill this old thing first? Then we can split the profits. Wouldn't that be perfect?" When the strong man heard this, his expression changed slightly. He nodded and said, "Okay." The old man's face turned cold. "Want to kill me? That will depend on whether you have the ability." He raised his arm and shouted, "Children, follow me to snatch the medicine." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed to the location of the great medicine. When the strong man and the beautiful woman saw this, they couldn't care less and ordered their subordinates to rush over together. They were in a stalemate before and were afraid of each other. Now that one side made a move, the other 2 sides couldn't hold back and could only fight for it. Yang Kai looked up and saw a vine-like thing in the middle of the valley. There was a bunch of grape-like berries on the vine. The grapes were green and purple, and the tempting fragrance came from the grapes. Yang Kai couldn't help but have a strange expression. What kind of great medicine was this? He didn't know much about the rare treasures outside of the universe, so he really couldn't tell what this thing was. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. The 3 groups of people were about to attack. If he wasn't careful, this great medicine would be destroyed. Just as Yang Kai was about to make a move to snatch it, he saw that around the vine, pom-poms floated out and danced with the wind. Around the great medicine, there were dandelion-like plants that bore many pom-poms. When hundreds of people attacked, these pom-poms were immediately hit. The pom-poms separated and turned into pieces of flower velvet, falling on the cultivators. No one cared about these flower velvet. However, a hair-raising scene appeared. The flower velvet looked unremarkable, and no cultivator paid attention to it. However, when these flower velvet landed on the cultivator, it seemed to have a life of its own and madly pierced into the cultivator's flesh. Miserable screams instantly sounded. One by one, the cultivator fell to the ground. The flower velvet rapidly grew like monsters, sucking the essence of the cultivator's flesh and blood. In less than 10 breaths, the life force of the cultivator was extinguished, turning into withered corpses that fell to the ground with a ferocious expression. The 3 leaders' strength was not bad. When they sensed that something was wrong, they immediately activated their strength to resist. However, the woman and the elderly man only lasted for a moment before following in the footsteps of their subordinates. The brawny man was decisive. He raised his hand and chopped off his arm. As blood spurted out, he retreated in horror. Looking at his arm, he saw that his arm was rapidly withering. The essence of his flesh and blood was sucked clean by the parasitic flower velvet. The flower velvet fluttered in the air, drifting towards the brawny man as if it had a mind of its own. The brawny man's expression changed greatly. He did not dare to stay any longer. With a strange cry, he fled outside. Yongkai was dumbfounded. He did not pay attention to the dandelions before. It could even be said that he did not notice these things at all. All his attention was attracted by the great medicine. Who knew that there would be such danger around the great medicine? Hundreds of people died in 10 breaths. How horrifying was the scene! The flower velvet seemed to be able to sense life force and continued to drift towards Yongkai. Yongkai stood still. When the flower velvet came close, he raised his hand and pointed. A small and delicate golden crow flew out from his fingertip and faced the flower velvet that filled the sky. With a whoosh, the sky was set ablaze. All the flower velvet was burned to ashes in an extremely short period of time. The scene was cleared. Chapter 4084. It was unknown what kind of strange existence these flowers were, but they were extremely dangerous. Once a cultivator came into contact with them, they would pierce into their flesh and blood and devour their flesh and blood essence in a very short time, turning them into dry bones. But how overbearing was the golden crow true fire? These flowers were simply unable to resist. The people from the 3 sides either died or fled. Soon, only Yongkai was left in the mountain valley. Stepping forward, he stepped into the world of dandelions. The flower balls disintegrated, and the flowers danced once again. Yongkai's body surged with raging flames, burning a passage, and soon arrived in front of the great medicine. Leaning over and smelling it, he could not help but feel refreshed by the pleasant fragrance. Good stuff, Yongkai praised. Although he did not know the specific effects of this great medicine, it was undeniable that this was definitely one of the few spirit medicines he had ever seen. He reached out to grab the bunch of grape-like berries, preparing to pluck them. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. With a slight sizzling sound, roots suddenly pierced out from the ground and quickly wrapped around Yongkai, pulling him down. With a bang, Yongkai's entire body disappeared as he was pulled deep into the ground. After 3 breaths, Yongkai broke out of the ground, furious. In a moment of carelessness, he was actually plotted against by a stalk of great medicine. Those roots that had wrapped around him just now were clearly the work of this vine. Although the strength of those roots was great, they couldn't restrain his eruption, allowing him to quickly break free. Gritting his teeth, he sneered, "I didn't want to kill you, but unfortunately, you've gone too far." He reached out to grab the vine. His original plan was to take the bunch of grape-like berries. The essence of this great medicine was on this bunch of berries, but after suffering a loss, he immediately changed his mind and wanted to move the entire vine. Unexpectedly, before he could grab the vine suddenly shook, pulling out roots from the ground, and a few buds grew on the vine. In an instant, the vine seemed to have grown hands and feet, and then fled into the distance like a wisp of smoke. Yongkai was stunned. He stared blankly at the fleeing great medicine, absent-minded on the spot. This great medicine had gained sentience. Yongkai was pleasantly surprised. Previously, when he was plotted against by the vines, he already felt that this great medicine was somewhat unusual. Now it seemed that it was indeed so. This spirit medicine had lived in the land of everlastingness for an unknown number of years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and had actually developed spiritual intelligence. It had an instinctive perception and knew how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. When it sensed that something was wrong, it actually took the initiative to escape. Such a great medicine definitely had extraordinary medicinal effects. Even in the entire trichiliocosm, there were probably not many of them. Overjoyed, he arrived in front of the vine in a flash and smiled. "Where can you escape to in front of me? Be a good boy and let yourself be captured." The giant hand descended, binding space. The vines waved their branches and cut through space, entangling Yongkai's limbs. The arm-like branches turned into a fist and punched towards Yongkai's face. Yongkai was shocked again. While he was shocked, he was punched in the nose by the vine. Suddenly, he saw stars. Taking advantage of this time, the vine once again broke free from Yongkai's entanglement and continued to escape. Yongkai covered his nose, tears streaming down his face. Enraged, he raised his hand and threw the black dragon spear forward. The spear pierced through the air like a giant dragon dancing in the sky. The black dragon's spear accurately pierced the front of the vine, filling the air with the might of a dragon, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The vines stopped in their tracks and shivered. Kai's breathing was heavy. He approached step by step from behind, rubbing his nose as he walked. With a plop, the vine's roots softened and it knelt on the ground, transforming into a small person half a foot tall. It had hands and feet, 7 orifices on its face, and a bunch of grape-like berries on its head. Seeing Kai approaching, it raised its hand and plucked a purple grape from its head. Holding it with both hands, it spoke in human language. "Master, please spare my life. This lowly one is willing to offer a berry. Please give me a way out." Kai couldn't care less about rubbing his nose. He stared at it and said in surprise, You can transform?" This great medicine really became a spirit. It had already transformed into a human form, looking like a little old man. It was unknown how long the flowing time great emperor had lived. All things had spirits. If they had the opportunity, they would be able to open their spiritual wisdom. In this world, not only the existence of flesh and blood could be like this. The jade in stone and the spirit in medicine could all be like this. However, without flesh and blood, it was extremely difficult for this kind of existence to cultivate. It often required the accumulation of the endless flowing time great emperor. The great medicine in front of him had spiritual wisdom, could transform into a human form, and could even speak human language. It probably had tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Such a great medicine could be called a sacred medicine. The half-foot-tall little old man looked up and smiled very flatteringly. Suddenly, he stretched out a leg and swept it towards Kai's lower body, directly throwing Kai to the ground. He then laughed and ran away. "Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink Master Poo's foot-washing water." Kai flipped over and stood up, raising his hand to grab the black dragon spear. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He muttered, "I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you, I'll eat you clean." A moment later, with a thud, the half-foot-tall little old man kneeled on the ground. His facial features were squeezed together. He held a grape that he plucked from his head and said pitifully, "Master, please spare my life. This lowly one won't dare to do it again." Kai sneered and grabbed him. He clenched his fist and pressed it against his forehead. He used all his strength to drill and said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The little old man's face was twisted and he begged for mercy. "Master, don't drill anymore, my head is going to break." "Ah, it's quite comfortable." 2 roots scratched his face. His facial features relaxed and he looked very comfortable. Kai was angry. He stretched out his hand and released a ball of golden crow true fire, slowly approaching him. The little old man's face twisted again. He struggled to escape from Kai's hands and kept shaking his head. "No, no, no, I'll be burned to death." "Burned to death and end all troubles. It'll be a good time to cook a pot of medicine. Drinking it will definitely prolong your life and increase your strength." Kai's face was ferocious and terrifying. "I'm poisonous. You can't eat me. If you eat me, you'll be poisoned to death." The little old man shouted in fear. Seeing that Kai was indifferent, he quickly used his trump card. "Don't kill me. I can take you to find other medicines, they're more delicious." Kai's hands paused. "Other medicines? An existence like you?" The little old man shook his head. "There are a few like me. Some of the little ones haven't fully matured, but eating them will definitely be useful. The little ones he mentioned should be the ones that haven't evolved yet, but even if they haven't, they should have matured for a long time. If they were discovered by the cultivator that entered this place, there would definitely be a fight over them. Do you know of a fruit tree that bears a kind of spiritual fruit? One can only pick one at a time and it will disappear." Kai asked. He was just worried about where to find the innate fruit tree. He didn't expect to come across such a strange saint herb. It was just the right time to inquire about it. "You mean that fruit tree?" The little old man thought for a moment. "I know, that old thing is even older than me. It's not easy to deal with it." Kai was overjoyed. "Take me there, and I'll spare your life." The little old man was also overjoyed. His eyes lit up. "Really?" Suddenly, he looked at Kai suspiciously. "Swear." Kai raised his fist and punched the little old man's head. "Your life and death is in my hands, and you still want me to swear?" The little old man touched the big bump on his head, feeling wronged. "That berry just now." Kai looked at the little old man's head. The little old man reluctantly handed the berry over with both hands. It's here. Yang Kai took it and looked at it carefully. He found that this thing was similar to a grape, but the spiritual energy contained in it was extremely shocking. If such a berry was eaten, not only would it have a restorative effect, it would also have healing effects. He stuffed the berry into his mouth and bit through the skin. He felt an extremely pure spiritual energy exploding in his mouth, as if a small universe had exploded in his mouth. Yang Kai quickly closed his mouth and nose, but there was still uncontrollable spiritual energy flowing out from his 7 orifices, filling the area around him with spiritual energy. The little old man looked at him from the side, his facial features were squeezed together, and he sighed. From now on, I, Pu Baixiong, will change my name to Pu 99 Xiong. There were exactly 100 berries on the string on his head, so he called himself Pu Baixiong. Now that Yang Kai had eaten one, there were only 99 left. After a long time, Yang Kai let out a light breath. He felt an inexhaustible strength in his body. His flesh and blood were wriggling endlessly, and his essence blood was flowing in his body, emitting the sound of a surging river. Pu Baixiong's berry was indeed extraordinary. Although it couldn't bring a dead person back to life, as long as there was still a breath left, this berry could bring the dead back to life. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Pu Baixiong, and found him much more pleasing to the eye. Don't try anything funny. If you dare run away again, I'll definitely eat you when I catch you, Yang Kai fiercely threatened. Pu Baixiong nodded repeatedly. I won't run away, I won't run away, I can't escape. Take me to that fruit tree, Yang Kai ordered. Pu Baixiong leaped up and sat on Yang Kai's shoulder, showing him the way. Pu Baixiong was the local dragon of the Land of Ancients. He had lived here for a long time, the flowing time great emperor, so he knew a lot about the Land of Ancients. Moreover, he had already transformed into human form and had been running around the Land of Ancients for many years. So with his guidance, Yang Kai was saved a lot of trouble. Along the way, Yang Kai avoided many dangers. Under Pu Baixiong's guidance, Yang Kai also obtained many precious treasures, but he didn't come across a saint herb like Pu Baixiong. According to Pu Baixiong, in the entire Land of Ancients, there were less than 10 saint herbs that could transform into human form like him, and each one of them was as cunning as a ghost, very difficult to capture. The reason he failed miserably was mainly because he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to ignore the threat of the dandelion flowers. By the time he wanted to escape, it was already too late. A few days later, Yang Kai arrived at a swamp. Pu Baixiong's expression was solemn. Master, this place is very dangerous. You must be careful, don't fall. If you do, both of us will die here. Chapter 4085. Where's the danger? Yang Kai scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found nothing out of the ordinary. He could not help but be surprised. Pu Baixiong said seriously, this water is poisonous, and there's something underwater. Poisonous water? Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Before entering, Zhu Juyin had told him that there were many opportunities and dangers in this elder's land, so he had to be careful. Yang Kai was the carrier she had chosen, so she naturally did not want him to fail. This swamp looked inconspicuous, but it was full of danger. Yang Kai could not help but sigh. At this moment, a few miles away, a group of people looked over in surprise. One of the young men said, "What's that on that person's shoulder?" No one knew which faction this group of people were from. When they came here and saw Pu Baixiong, they were all surprised. A middle-aged man mustered all his strength and looked over. His expression was suddenly shocked, and he exclaimed in joy, "A transformed sacred medicine." As soon as he said that, everyone's breathing quickened. Although they had some gains after entering the Elder's land, compared to a transformed Saint Herb, those gains were simply negligible. This sacred medicine had a string of purple and green berries on its head. It had 7 orifices on its face, and it had hands and legs. It was unknown how long it had been there. Such a treasure was rarely seen in the outside world. Now that they saw it, everyone was naturally greedy. Exchanging a glance with each other, they all flew up and rushed towards Yang Kai. Pu Baixiong's roots danced as he scratched his face. He said disdainfully, "Reckless." As soon as he said that, there was a series of screams. The cultivator that was flying in mid-air fell from the sky uncontrollably. Plopping sounds rang out incessantly as many cultivators fell into the puddles of the swamp, inexplicably surprised. However, before they could climb out of the puddles, they suddenly began to scream miserably. Flesh and blood separated. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator that fell into the puddles turned into white bones and sank to the bottom of the water and disappeared. The remaining cultivator was luckier. They did not fall into the puddles directly. They stood on top of the swamp and felt their hair stand on end. They did not dare to move. This water is really poisonous. Xueqi's heart trembled. Those cultivators had entered the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, and each of them had grown tremendously in strength. Although they had not succeeded in splitting open the sky, they had at least condensed several kinds of yin, yang and 5 elements power. They were all outstanding figures in the Emperor realm. However, such a group of cultivators had turned into withered bones without even having the strength to resist when they fell into the puddle. This showed how toxic the swamp water was. If that was all, it would be fine. However, there seemed to be a natural restriction above the swamp that prevented people from flying. Don't move, don't move. Be careful of these puddles. Don't fall in. The elderly man shouted. As soon as his voice fell, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly stretched out from a puddle under his feet, rolled him up, and dragged him into the puddle. With a gurgling sound and a burst of bubbles, the old man disappeared. What was that? Xueqi's scalp was a little numb. He did not see clearly what had dragged the elderly man into the swamp just now. He only vaguely saw that it was a tentacle with form but without substance. Pu Baixiong whispered, I'm not too sure. I only know that there is something under the water. However, if you don't make a sound, that thing won't be able to sense you. Xueqi nodded slightly. The death of the elderly man made the cultivator who was still alive feel uneasy. Many of them screamed and quickly fled out of the swamp. It was fine if they did not move, but once they moved, pitch-black tentacles suddenly burst out from the puddles of the swamp, rolled them up by the waist, and dragged them into the puddles. One by one, the cultivator disappeared quickly. Huge bubbles emerged from the puddles one after another. The power of secret techniques and artifacts bloomed. Many of the cultivator resisted and cut off the tentacles. However, there were so many tentacles that no matter how hard they tried, they could not cut them all. In just a dozen breaths, the original team of more than 100 people was reduced to a dozen people. These people stood in the swamp trembling in fear, unable to advance or retreat. They were lucky, they did not move or make any noise, so they were lucky to survive. Seeing their companions fall one after another, they did not dare to move. Xueqi clicked his tongue and asked, Can we take a detour? This swamp was strange, and it made him a little scared. Pu Baixiong said, It will take a long time to take a detour. Don't worry, with me leading the way, we will definitely be able to get there safely. Xueqi was skeptical, but he still braced himself and stepped forward. Pu Baixiong whispered in his ear, Don't make any noise, otherwise it will be troublesome. Also, don't touch the poisonous water, otherwise it will be even more troublesome. You're so long-winded, Xueqi said with disdain. Being long-winded is for your own good. I don't want to die here with you. Pu Baixiong said angrily. This time, his voice was a little loud, and a tentacle immediately stretched out from the puddles of the swamp. Pu Baixiong immediately stopped talking, and Xueqi also froze in place, not daring to move. The tentacle stopped 3 inches in front of Xueqi, swayed for a while, and then retracted back. Xueqi exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and continued to move forward. The dozen cultivator who were lucky enough to survive watched for a while, and then followed suit, carefully walking in the swamp. After walking for a while, Pu Baixiong suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Why is there an eye in the water? Xueqi was shocked, and looked down. Sure enough, he saw that there was an extra eye in the puddles beside him. Rather than saying that there was an extra eye, it was more accurate to say that the puddles had turned into a giant eye, and it was following his footsteps, moving its eyeballs and quietly watching him. Xueqi could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, and his body froze in place. Grape, you didn't know that there were eyes in the water before? Pu Baixiong swallowed his saliva, and said bitterly, I've never seen it before. What the hell is this place? It's one thing for the sacred medicine to become a spirit, but why does this swamp seem to have become a spirit as well? Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Don't scare yourself. Pu Baixiong forced a laugh. We must have seen wrongly. Close your eyes and look again, and it will be gone. As he said that, he closed his eyes, and then slowly opened them and said in horror, there are more eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, all the puddles in the swamp turned into giant eyes, and the eyelids rolled, staring at Yang Kai and the dozen cultivator. The dozen cultivator obviously noticed this as well, and they were instantly scared out of their wits, and some of the more cowardly ones had already started running. As he moved, the entire swamp shook, and from the giant eyes, countless tentacles stretched out in all directions, locking down the heavens and earth. Run! Yang Kai shouted, and his body swayed, and he quickly ran away. Countless tentacles wrapped around him, and Pu Baixiong grabbed Yang Kai's ears with both hands, and shouted in horror, Die, die, I'm dead for sure. Just as the tentacles were about to wrap around Yang Kai, there was a whoosh, and a layer of fire burned on the surface of Yang Kai's body, and the approaching tentacles were all burned to ashes. Pu Baixiong was burnt to a crisp, and his head was on fire, and he said pitifully, Master, why are you burning me? I'm going to be burnt to a crisp. Shut up! Yang Kai shouted angrily. He had already tried his best to protect Pu Baixiong, or else, under the golden crow true fire, how could this saint herb still be alive? The tentacles sizzled as they were burned, and the golden crow true fire was extraordinarily powerful, burning through the tentacles and into the puddles, and the giant eyes in the puddles burst open. An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the swamp, followed by a series of quakes, and from the bottom of the swamp, a colossal creature slowly crawled up. The colossal creature was 1,000 feet tall, and its entire body was covered in eyes. Layers and layers of dried bones hung on its body, and it was unknown how many dead souls it had gathered. The eyes were of different sizes, and at first glance, they looked like puddles, and from those eyes, pitch-black tentacles extended and danced, grabbing at Yang Kai. There was not only one of these colossal creatures, but more than 100 of them, and at this moment, they were all alarmed. Yang Kai turned around to look, and was instantly shocked. Only now did he realize that the entire swamp was formed by these colossal creatures, and the puddles were their eyes. What the hell was this? Yang Kai had traveled extensively these past few years, and could be considered to have seen a lot, but he had never seen such a creature before. Perhaps only a place like the land of the ancients could give birth to such a strange existence. Fire Dragon's breath. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and his whole body seemed to expand, and then he fiercely breathed out a mouthful of flames. The golden crow true fire burned the sky red, and the tentacles that extended over were burned to ashes, but the hundreds of tentacles of these colossal creatures were too many, and it was impossible to burn all of them. After Yang Kai finished breathing out the golden crow true fire, the situation did not change much, and the colossal creatures behind him stomped on the ground, chasing closely. Pu Baixiong shouted loudly, Master, run quickly, after a certain distance, they won't chase anymore. Yang Kai ran as fast as he could, running for more than 1,000 li, but he still could not shake them off. He angrily shouted, Didn't you say they would stop chasing after a certain distance? Why are they still following me? Pu Baixiong was a little embarrassed. I didn't know they were so difficult to deal with, I've never seen them before. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Dragon transformation. With a dragon's roar, Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded, and with a series of crackling sounds, his whole body was covered in dragon scales, each of which had a natural pattern on them. They were solid and thick, and were impervious to fire and water. A pair of horns grew on his head, his hands turned into dragon claws, and his dragon tail swept behind him, while his dragon whiskers fluttered. Dragon's might filled the air. Pu Baixiong was stunned. Yang Kai was also stunned. He had not used the dragon transformation secret technique for a long time, and all these years, he had been consuming dragon blood pills to purify his bloodline. Although he knew he would definitely grow, he did not expect the growth to be so great. At this time, his dragon transformation body was already more than 1,500 zhang tall. And not only that, the characteristics of the dragon race had become more obvious. If in the past, his dragon transformation only had a few characteristics of the dragon race, then now, 30% to 40% of his body was that of the dragon race. If he wanted to kill them completely, he would probably have to use his golden crow true fire to burn them to ashes. However, with so many giant creatures, using his golden crow true fire to burn them all would be a thankless task. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and withdrew his dragon transformation secret technique. He returned to his original form, grabbed Pu Baixiong, and threw him directly into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and he disappeared in an instant. In this great void realm, he did not dare to use his teleportation secret technique at will. After all, the situation here was strange, and there were many barriers between the heavens and earth. Once he used teleportation, he might fall into some unknown danger. If it was an ordinary danger, it would be fine, but if he fell into a natural spirit array, he might be trapped inside forever. It was because of this that he did not use teleportation to escape when he was being chased by those giant creatures. But now he had no choice. Those giant creatures had tenacious vitality, and when they recovered, they would definitely be chased endlessly. Just after Yang Kai left, those giant creatures merged and stood up again a moment later. There was not a single wound on their bodies. Without a target, they stood in place and roared. After a while, they crawled down, and the place where they stood turned into a swamp full of puddles. After a long time, a group of cultivators flew over the swamp and fell uncontrollably into the puddles, turning into skeletons. At the same time, Yang Kai stood in a fog with a pale face, his divine sense fluctuating as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He cursed in his heart. He knew that using teleportation in this damned place was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, his prophecy came true. This fog flowed around his body like water, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Yang Kai used his full eyesight, but he could not see too far away. Not only that, but his divine sense was also suppressed to within 10 meters of him. Yang Kai could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. His divine sense was extremely powerful, not inferior to that of an ordinary heaven-opening realm master, but it was still suppressed by this fog. This was a dangerous place, so he could not stay for long. Just as he was about to use teleportation to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Yang Kai turned his head and shouted, "Who is it?" The footsteps paused, followed by a weak voice, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai was startled when he heard this, but he soon reacted, "Junior Sister Gu?" This voice belonged to Langya Blessed Land's Gu Pan. Overjoyed, he rushed over and sure enough, after walking a short distance, he saw a beautiful figure standing there. Looking at each other, both of them were overjoyed. "Junior Sister Gu, why are you here?" Yang Kai asked. "I came to find you." Gu Pan looked at him. Yang Kai was confused. "Find me? How did you know I was here?" A strange thought emerged in his mind. He had suddenly teleported here to escape the pursuit of those eye monsters. So why would Gu Pan come here specifically to find him? Gu Pan smiled but did not answer. Yang Kai frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was, so he asked, "Junior Sister, how long have you been here? Do you know how to leave?" Gu Pan said, "I just came in, so I don't know how to leave." Yang Kai nodded, "In that case, let's go together. Junior Sister, don't stray too far from me." "Oh," Gu Pan nodded obediently. The two set off side by side, walking through the fog, looking for a way out. After walking for some distance, Yang Kai could not help but ask, "Junior Sister, is there a woman named Zhang Ruoxi in your Langya Blessed Land? She only came here a few years ago." Gu Pan shook her head and said, "I haven't heard of her." Yang Kai's expression darkened when he heard this. Zhang Ruoxi would definitely go to Langya Blessed Land. After all, her ancestor was born there. Her going to Langya Blessed Land could be considered an acknowledgement of her ancestors, but he did not know if she had not arrived yet or if Gu Pan really had not heard of her. Rustling sounds came from beside him again as Gu Pan buried herself in busying herself. Yang Kai laughed. "Junior Sister is eating dried fish again?" Turning his head to look, Yang Kai's smile suddenly froze on his face and he shouted, "What kind of monster is this?" Gu Pan's head had turned into a fish head. Although she still had a human body, it looked extremely strange. The fish head turned to look at him. "Sir, I am Ruoxi." While speaking, the fish head turned into Zhang Ruoxi's appearance and looked at him fixedly. Reuniting after such a long time, she was filled with endless joy. "Ruoxi." Yang Kai was stunned. Wasn't that Gu Pan beside him? How did it suddenly become Zhang Ruoxi? Husband, how many flowers did you pick and how many blades of grass did you provoke outside? Zhang Ruoxi opened her mouth, her voice overlapping as if several people were speaking at the same time. Her appearance was constantly changing, turning into Shanqing Luo, Xiaoning Chong, Su Yan, Xueqi, Yu Rumeng, and the others. Yang Kai was furious. An illusion? Touching his left eye, he shouted in a low voice, "Demon Eye of Annihilation. See through illusions." His left eye immediately turned into a golden vertical slit, faintly emitting a divine light. The constantly changing people in front of him immediately disappeared and was replaced by a broken branch. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that he had unknowingly grabbed this branch in his hand. In other words, he had been talking to a branch, and he had been talking with relish. What a powerful illusion! Even he didn't realize that he had been tricked. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the branch in his hand was nothing more than an ordinary object. Coldly snorting, he threw it away and turned his head to look around. He didn't know if this illusion was activated by someone or if it was natural. If it was the former, there must be a powerful master here. If it was the latter, Yang Kai estimated that he had fallen into a natural illusion array. That would be a bit troublesome. Inside this illusion array, his teleportation might not be able to play a role. With a thought, Yang Kai immediately urged his space principles and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, Yang Kai's face was gloomy. He was still in a fog. In other words, he had most likely fallen into a natural illusion array. Unless he broke this array, he would not be able to leave. Quietly looking around, Yang Kai couldn't find the slightest clue. Even the demon eye of annihilation, which was known to see through illusions, was powerless. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai brought Pu Baixiong out of the small sealed world bead and asked, "Grape, do you recognize this place?" Pu Baixiong looked surprised. He had been thrown into the small sealed world bead by Yang Kai, and now he was released. The scene had changed so quickly that he was a little confused, but after looking around, he smiled and said, "Master, you're lost." Yang Kai said with a black face, "This fog has an illusion effect, it's really powerful. Your master was careless and fell into it." Pu Baixiong stood on Yang Kai's shoulder and said proudly, "Master, you may not know, but this is not an ordinary fog. This is the effect of that mushroom. Unless we are saint medicines born from the same root, ordinary people really can't resist it." Mushroom? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This is the little mushroom's territory. Yang Kai's brow rose. "The little mushroom you speak of, is it also a saint medicine?" Pu Baixiong said, "Exactly." Chapter 4087. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Can you find its main body?" He had heard from Pu Baixiong that there were several sacred herbs in the Great Void Realm that had taken human form like him. Yang Kai was also very interested in those sacred herbs, but he did not expect to suddenly break into the territory of a sacred herb. And according to Pu Baixiong, this fog was actually the sacred herb's doing. Such a method was strange and unpredictable, truly extraordinary. He did not know what the little mushroom Pu Baixiong spoke of was to have such a strange ability. What's so difficult about that? Pu Baixiong shook his head. "I often come here to visit her. Master, follow me, I'll take you to her." With a leap, he jumped to the ground and rushed forward, rushing into the fog in a few steps and disappearing. Looking back, he laughed loudly. "Brat, if you didn't enter this place, Uncle Pu really wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. You just had to recklessly enter this place. Now you're in for it." He was a sacred herb that had taken human form, and it was not easy for him to have his own thoughts and sentience, so how could he be willing to be captured by Yang Kai? All his previous cooperation was just a disguise, and he had been waiting for an opportunity to escape, and now this opportunity had finally come. "Wait for me to find the little mushroom and have her trap you here, so you can forget about ever leaving," Pu Baixiong said proudly. "You want to compete with Uncle Pu? You're too naive." The pair of legs transformed from roots ran swiftly, darting deep into the mist like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, they entered a cave, and Pu Baixiong shouted, "Little mushroom, are you home?" There was a lingering echo, but there was no response. Pu Baixiong muttered, "This fool, did he fall asleep again?" And yes, he must have fallen asleep. He walked straight into the cave and soon arrived at the deepest part of the cave. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a mushroom that was half a foot tall. It was rooted in a piece of spiritual soil, and the mushroom's umbrella rose and fell gently, as if it was a living creature that was breathing slowly. As the mushroom's umbrella rose and fell, countless spores that could not be seen with the naked eye flew out from the umbrella and filled the air. It was these spores that formed this illusory fog, causing Yang Kai to unknowingly fall into an illusion when he entered this place. All sorts of illusions appeared before his eyes, and he could not find a way out. Above the mushroom umbrella, there was a dense flow of light, and it was extremely beautiful. Pu Baixiong walked forward and raised his hand, which was made of roots, to buckle the mushroom umbrella. "Little mushroom, wake up. We have business here." A lazy voice sounded. Then, a pair of big eyes on the mushroom umbrella slowly opened. It seemed that it was still sleepy. It looked at Pu Baixiong, closed its eyes and said lazily, "Why is it you? You're here to disturb my sleep again. Go, 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 I still want to sleep." The voice was crisp and tender. It was the voice of a little girl. Pu Baixiong raised his hand and flicked her head, causing the mushroom umbrella to shake. "Don't sleep yet. Help me with something." The big eyes on the mushroom umbrella suddenly opened and stared behind Pu Baixiong. Her eyes were filled with fear as she said in shock, "Pu Baixiong, why did you bring someone in?" Pu Baixiong jumped in fright and quickly looked back. However, there was no one behind him. He said in surprise, "What nonsense is this little girl saying? There's no one behind me." "There's clearly someone," the mushroom umbrella shouted. The half-foot-tall colorful mushroom twisted and turned into the appearance of a little girl. There was a mushroom umbrella on her head. She fell to the ground and cried loudly, "It's over, it's over, it's over." The mushroom cried out and collapsed to the ground. Pu Baixiong, however, shouted, "Split up." Saying so, his roots flew out and he fled. "Condense!" Yang Kai urged the space principles and space instantly froze. Pu Baixiong was frozen in place, unable to move, and only his eyes were left spinning. "Fierce!" Yang Kai clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards the two Saint Herbs step by step. When he had entered this fog, he hadn't been clear about it and had been careless. But after learning that this fog had hallucinogenic effects, he had paid some attention and used the soul-warming lotus's effects to clear his mind. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to follow Pu Baixiong to this place and break through the mushroom's illusion. Even an ordinary heaven-opening realm master would find it difficult to resist such a technique. As expected of a shape-shifting Saint Herb from the land of immortality, it was truly extraordinary. "Nothing can be done more than 3 times, Grape, you're courting death." Yang Kai sneered. Reaching out, he grabbed Pu Baixiong and stared at the grape on his head, his eyes flashing. Pu Baixiong's face paled. "Master, I won't dare do it again." Those words sound familiar. Pu Baixiong raised a finger and swore to the heavens. "This time it's real. This lowly one will obediently follow Master from now on and serve Master faithfully. If something similar happens again, you'll cook me," Pu Baixiong said with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded and placed him on his shoulder before turning to look at the mushroom. "You want to become a pot of mushroom soup?" The mushroom hurriedly said. "I'll also follow Master and serve Master faithfully." Yang Kai praised, "You're worth teaching." The mushroom smiled through her tears. After a simple exchange, Yang Kai learned that the mushroom in front of him was a profound color illusion mushroom. The profound color illusion mushroom did not have any other effects, but its ability to cause hallucinations was second to none. If one accidentally ate a piece, they would fall into an illusion forever, unable to escape. After the profound color illusion mushroom had taken form, this ability had been greatly magnified. She liked to sleep, so she instinctively released this ability in her sleep, which was why such a large amount of fog had formed in this territory. Yang Kai bent down and grabbed the mushroom, placing it on his other shoulder before walking out. This fog was formed by the spores released by the profound color illusion mushroom. It could hallucinate most living beings, but it could not hallucinate a sacred medicine like Pu Baixiong. This was why Grape was able to accurately find the mushroom's sleeping area. Since they were leaving now, the mushroom naturally had to retrieve this fog. As they moved forward, the surrounding fog became thinner and thinner, turning into countless spores that surged back into the mushroom's body. When Yang Kai brought the 2 sacred medicines out of the foggy territory, the fog had long disappeared when he turned back to look. In the fog, hundreds and thousands of cultivators were sleeping on the ground. It was obvious that they had accidentally entered this territory and fell into the illusion. Now that the fog was gone, they would probably wake up soon. Strictly speaking, it was still Yang Kai who had saved their lives, or they would have definitely slept to death here. With Pu Baixiong leading the way to the primordial fruit tree, Yang Kai sped along. Just a few days after the opening of the Elder's Land, 200,000 cultivators had entered this place. However, although there were many opportunities here, there were also many dangers. Just the Rainbow Tunnel alone had killed more than 10,000 cultivators, all of them killed by assassins. For example, the dandelions that Yang Kai encountered before, the strange swamp, and the fog of the profound color illusion mushroom, were all fatal existences. But there was nothing in this world that was more dangerous than this. Great opportunities meant great dangers, and for a cultivator to grow, which one of them had not overcome all obstacles and obstacles? A moment of carelessness would lead to the death of countless cultivators, and only those with great fortune could walk step by step to the peak. A few days later, as they passed by a place, Grape suddenly said, "Master, not far from here, there is another sacred medicine that is similar to me and the little mushroom. Do you want to take it?" Chapter 4088. When he was captured by Yang Kai, he had tried to escape several times but failed. Now, he had given up on that idea. However, this guy was really bad. He was unlucky and couldn't bear to see others get better. Naturally, he wanted Yang Kai to take the other sacred herbs to accompany him. Little Mushroom shrunk her neck and said, "That guy is not easy to deal with. Let's just forget about it." Grape glared at her. "Our master's skills are unparalleled. Even you can't charm him. Although that bamboo is not easy to deal with, how can it win against master?" "Bamboo?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "What kind of sacred herb is bamboo?" Grape said, "Master, you don't know. That guy is not an ordinary bamboo. It smells very good. If you can cook it into a pot of soup, it will definitely increase master's strength." Yang Kai didn't comment, "Since it's nearby, let's go take a look." "Master, this way, I'll show you the way." Pu Baixiong was very attentive. He had probably suffered a lot under the hands of that bamboo in the past. This time, he wanted to use Yang Kai to take revenge. Yang Kai was well aware of it, but he didn't point it out. No matter if that bamboo was a sacred herb or not, since it could transform, it must be extraordinary. It wouldn't be bad to take it away. Half a day later, a purple bamboo forest appeared in front of them. Pu Baixiong climbed on Yang Kai's shoulder. He shrunk his head and looked very wretched. He stared at the bamboo forest vigilantly and whispered, "Master, that's that guy's nest. Master, you have to be careful. These bamboos are that guy's disciples and disciples. They are not to be trifled with." Yang Kai nodded and walked forward. Soon, he stepped into the bamboo forest. The purple bamboos around him moved without any wind. Suddenly, a bamboo whipped over with the force of thunder. Yang Kai let out a soft cry and raised his hand to block. He felt that the whipping force was 10,000 jin. He couldn't help but be surprised. Chi chi chi. The purple bamboos seemed to have a mind of their own as they shot towards Yang Kai like a torrential storm. Yang Kai snorted and released the golden crow true fire. Those violet bamboos instantly acted as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, and they didn't dare approach in the slightest. "I'm going to be roasted." Little Mushroom climbed onto Yang Kai's other shoulder with tears in its eyes. "Lei Oi will protect you and me," Pu Baixiong scolded. "What are you worrying about?" The little mushroom reached out and touched its own body. When it discovered that there was nothing wrong, it let out a long sigh of relief. The raging flames roiled and there were no more obstructions on the way forward. Yang Kai soon arrived at the center of the bamboo forest. However, when he looked up, he did not see the bamboo that Pu Baixiong had mentioned. Instead, there were traces of battle here. Judging from the traces, the battle started very quickly and ended very quickly as well. One side should have been easily subdued. Someone took away the bamboo here before I did. Yang Kai was deep in thought. Although the bamboo had taken form, it shouldn't have much combat power. Just like Pu Baixiong and the small mushroom, it was natural for it to be subdued by the cultivator. Pu Baixiong felt that it was a pity. If we had known, we would have come over earlier. Although Yang Kai felt that it was a pity, he didn't care too much. He had already obtained 2 saint herbs, so this trip to the land of everlastingness was not in vain. Of course, if he didn't obtain the most important primordial spirit fruit, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the great cosmological realm safely. Xueqi and the rest were still in Zhu Juin's hands, so he had to exchange the primordial spirit fruit for their safety. After leaving the violet bamboo forest, not long after, a group of cultivators suddenly rushed over. Those cultivators were covered in dust, and some of them were injured and stained with blood. When they saw Yang Kai, they were all shocked. However, after seeing his face clearly, the leading cultivator was overjoyed. Consecrated Yang? Yang Kai didn't care about them at first, but when he heard the shout, he turned his head and glanced over. People from Qixing? Only Qixing's disciples would call him that. After all, he was still Qixing's consecrated in name. All these years, he had relied on this name to plunder a huge amount of wealth from Qixing. Qixing's Deng Qi greets consecrated Yang. The leading cultivator hurriedly stepped forward and saluted, and the rest of the people also hurriedly saluted, looking at Yang Kai with a look of fear. When they saw Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom on Yang Kai's shoulders, they couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Deng Qi said with a look of shame, "We brothers came here to search for treasures under the orders of the leaders. We found something there before, but unfortunately, before we could explore it further, we were driven out." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who are the other party?" Deng Qi blushed with shame. "I don't know, I've never seen them before. Are there many people?" Deng Qi was even more ashamed. "I'm alone." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Alone, they could drive Deng Qi and the others away. This strength was really good. There were hundreds of people in Deng Qi's group, and Deng Qi himself was a low-level Kai Tian cultivator. In Qixing, he was a great commander, on the same level as Guazian. Could it be either Lin Feng or Su Zhen? These elite disciples from the heavenly blessed land should have this ability. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Since you were lucky enough to survive, you should cherish it. There are many dangers in this elder's land, so be careful." Deng Qi was a little disappointed when he saw that Yang Kai didn't intend to stand up for them, but as the great commander of Qixing, he also knew about the grievances between Yang Kai and Qixing, so he didn't dare to have any resentment. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, Deng Qi hurriedly said, "Master, please wait." Yang Kai stopped and looked at him. "Is there anything else?" Deng Qi cupped his fists and said, "Master, the place my brothers found before seems to have Tai-E divine water." Tai-E divine water? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" Deng Qi said, "It was too far away, so I didn't see it clearly, but it is very likely to be Tai-E divine water." Yang Kai hurriedly asked for the direction, and Deng Qi naturally told him everything he knew. Yang Kai sped away. If it were an ordinary treasure, Yang Kai might not care about it. Over the years, he had made a windfall in the great void realm, and his horizons were extraordinary. After entering this elder's land and obtaining 2 saint medicines, how could he care about ordinary treasures? But this Tai-E divine water was different. This was an extremely rare thing. Meng Hong was able to rebuild his foundation because he relied on the Tai-E divine water to wash away the power of yin and yang and 5 elements in the seal. It could be said that the Tai-E divine water was the capital for a cultivator to start from scratch. If there was a cultivator like Meng Hong who wanted to break and then rebuild, he must have the Tai-E divine water. Meng Hong's portion was also obtained by chance. The value of a portion of Tai-E divine water was no less than a 6th grade material. Although this thing was useless to Yang Kai, maybe his friends and relatives would need it in the future. Even if they didn't need it, it would be good to exchange it for other treasures. Now that he had encountered it, how could he miss it? His figure was like lightning, and he soon arrived at the place Deng Qi mentioned. Looking around, Yang Kai was slightly startled. He saw that there were many people gathered here, and they were fighting. The scene was chaotic. From the time they met Deng Qi until now, it had only been an hour, and according to Deng Qi, they had been chased away by a single person. In other words, these people had also rushed here within this hour. They were probably attracted by the fluctuations of the previous battle and came to investigate the situation. However, although there were many people here, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to them. All his attention was attracted by a white jade stone trough. In the white jade stone trough, there was a clear liquid flowing quietly. Yang Kai's mind shook. It really was Tai Yi divine water. He had seen this thing in Meng Hong's hands before, and now that he saw it again, he naturally wouldn't mistake it. Tai Yi divine water was extremely valuable, and it was no wonder that so many people came to fight over it. It was impossible to tell how many groups of people were fighting here, and from time to time, a cultivator would fall to the ground and die. There were also many people who stood to the side and watched coldly. Although they tried their best to remain calm, they couldn't hide the greed in their eyes. Yang Kai's arrival didn't attract too much attention, but the two saint herbs on his shoulder attracted many covetous gazes. Little Mushroom was so scared that it trembled, shrinking its head under its mushroom umbrella, not daring to see anyone. Pu Baixiong suddenly leaned close to Yang Kai and whispered, "Master, that bamboo!" Yang Kai was stunned. He turned his head and saw a cultivator holding a purple bamboo, looking at him. The purple bamboo was about 1 meter long and glowed with a purple light, looking extremely extraordinary. This was that bamboo? Previously, Pu Baixiong brought him to the purple bamboo forest to collect the other saint herb, but he didn't expect that someone would beat him to it. Who knew that he would run into it here? And the one who obtained the purple bamboo was a young man in black. He looked quite young, and his expression was cold and resolute. At this moment, he was looking at Yang Kai. His gaze swept over Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. Then he nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then moved closer to the young man in black. The latter frowned, obviously a little afraid, but he stood still and didn't move. After a while, Yang Kai stood still, but before he could say anything, Pu Baixiong jumped down and shouted with his hands on his waist, "Stinky bamboo, you also have a day like this. Get plucked out, ha ha ha." The purple bamboo in the young man's hand grew a pair of eyes, looking down at Pu Baixiong, and sneered, "I was wondering who it was, so it's you, you damn grape. Are you looking for a beating?" Pu Baixiong was furious. "Junior, you are young and arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." In the past, it was Grandpa Pu who gave in to you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? That purple bamboo shook violently, breaking free from the young man's hand, and turned into a bamboo monster as soon as it fell to the ground. It had a slender body, 2 legs, 2 hands, and 2 bamboo branches on both sides of its head, with a few green leaves growing on them. It raised its hand and pulled out a bamboo branch, swinging it at Pu Baixiong. "You dare to take advantage of me, see how I'll whip your grape." Pu Baixiong didn't want to be outdone. His roots danced like long whips, fighting fiercely with the bamboo. Suddenly, a cry of pain was heard, and a bump appeared on Pu Baixiong's head. He was hit by the bamboo, and it was so painful that tears flowed out. That purple bamboo didn't show any mercy. It pulled out another bamboo branch on its head, and held it with both hands, as if it was waving 2 long swords, attacking Pu Baixiong until he was forced to retreat, and even a few of his roots were cut off. Chapter 4089. Grape was at a disadvantage and cried out loudly. Little Mushroom saw this and tried to stop the fight, but was also hit by the bamboo and flipped a few times. Invisible spores flew out and the surrounding cultivators felt dizzy as illusions appeared in front of their eyes. Little Mushroom felt wronged. "Stinky bamboo, you hit me, I'll fight you." Little Mushroom lowered its head and charged at the bamboo, but was pulled back by the other party's sword. Little Mushroom fell to the ground with tears streaming down its face. Grape was enraged. "You dare to bully Little Mushroom, I'll fight you too. Little mushroom's roots danced as if it had grown countless arms and tangled with the bamboo, looking like it wanted to perish together with the bamboo. The black-robed young man's body swayed and his eyes were slightly dazed. He suddenly shook his head. An illusion? Raising his hand, he caught the bamboo in his hand. The purple bamboo emitted a purple light that enveloped the young man, dispelling the invisible spores and waking the black-robed young man up. Looking up, Xueqi saw that the surrounding cultivators were all in a daze. Obviously, they had unknowingly fallen into an illusion. Some of the cultivators were laughing loudly while others were flying around, causing Xueqi's hair to stand on end. The bamboo said, "Kid, don't be afraid, Master Bamboo is here. That little mushroom's illusion won't be able to do anything to you." The black-robed young man nodded. Xueqi also grabbed Pu Bai Xiong and Little Mushroom and placed them on his shoulders. He looked at the young man with interest. "How should I address you?" The young man was silent for a while before he cupped his fists. "Xiang Ying greets Brother Yang." Xueqi raised his eyebrows. "You recognize me?" Xiang Ying said, "Brother Yang's name is like thunder in my ears." "Infamous, right?" Xueqi smiled faintly. Xiang Ying frowned. He couldn't figure out what Xueqi meant. He had heard that Xueqi was extremely fierce, killing thousands of lightning sword pavilion cultivators in one battle and slaughtering tens of thousands of sword pavilion cultivators in the star market. He could be said to be a killing star, but now that he had seen him in person, he knew that he was different from the rumors. However, after all, he was not familiar with Xueqi. One may know a person's face but not his heart, so he did not dare to jump to conclusions. In his heart, he was very wary of Xueqi. "I want to go get the Tai purifying divine water. Brother Xiang, do you have any advice?" Xueqi tilted his head and looked at him. Although there were many people here, all of them had fallen into the illusion. At this moment, their minds were in chaos and they were not a threat. The only ones who were conscious were Xueqi and Xiang Ying. Xiang Ying said indifferently, "Let's rely on our own methods." Clearly, he was unwilling to back down. The Tai divine water was also very attractive to him. Xueqi nodded and stared at the purple bamboo in his hand. He changed the topic and said, "Brother Xiang, this bamboo is extraordinary. Are you willing to part with it?" Before Xiang Ying could say anything, Bamboo angrily said, "Don't even think about Master Bamboo. You're just like dead grape. You're definitely not a good person." Xueqi was speechless and laughed. "It seems that we are not fated." He was just asking casually. Since Bamboo was unwilling, Xueqi did not want to force him. If he really wanted to snatch it, Xiang Ying would not be his opponent. Ignoring him, Zhang Xian strode forward. Grape said nervously, "Master, be careful. This place is a little strange." Xueqi smiled slightly and said, "It's impossible for heaven and earth spiritual treasures to not be guarded. However, even if there are dangers, we can break through them with force." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Xiang Ying both rushed forward. The stone trough was always about 1,000 meters away from them. Looking around, the cultivator was still trapped in the illusion and the distance between them did not change much. It was as if he and Xueqi were still in the same place. Xiang Ying's face was solemn and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This situation was too strange and he had never encountered anything like it before. After running for a while, many people suddenly appeared around them. These people had been invisible before, but at this moment, they appeared around them like ghosts, each of them desperately trying to get close to the white jade trough, but unfortunately, they were powerless. There were also some cultivator who stood still and looked at the people around them as if they were fools. Both Xueqi and Xiang Ying were taken aback. What was going on with these people? Where did they come from? These people were definitely not the ones who were trapped in the illusion just now, because those people were still trapped in the illusion and were unable to extricate themselves. Two more came. An old man laughed loudly. "Ha, it's over. I'm afraid we can't get out. I was wondering how there was no danger around such a world treasure, but it turns out that this danger is undetectable and can only be found when one steps in." Another middle-aged man who stood still shook his head and sighed, his face ashen. "What the hell is this place? I want to get out." Some people tried to run in the opposite direction, but they couldn't escape from this place. There seemed to be an invisible cage around the white jade trough, trapping everyone inside. This cage was strange and unpredictable. No matter which direction they ran in, they couldn't escape even half a step. Xueqi looked around for a while before stopping and asking, "Mushroom, is this an illusion?" The little mushroom shook its head like a rattledrum. "I don't feel it." The black magic mushroom itself had the effect of causing hallucinations. Since it said so, it should not be an illusion. What's more, Xueqi did not notice any trace of an illusion. If it was really an illusion, the soul-warming lotus could break it. "It's not an illusion." Xueqi frowned and turned to ask a person not far away. "Old man, how long have you been here?" The old man was the one who spoke before. Hearing the question, he said, I've been trapped here for 3 days. I was the first to come in, and these guys came in one after another in the past few days." Xueqi was speechless. There were at least a few hundred cultivators trapped here. In other words, over the past 3 days, these hundreds of people had discovered the extreme divine purification water and wanted to take it for themselves. But as a result, they had fallen into this strange cage and were unable to extricate themselves. He and Xiang were the last to enter, and the reason why they hadn't discovered these people before was probably because they hadn't completely entered this invisible cage. Only when they set foot in this place could they see these people. "Old man, did you find anything?" Xueqi asked again. The old man sighed. "If I found anything, why would this old man be trapped here?" He looked up and shouted, "Stop running, you can't escape. This old man has been running here for 3 days and I haven't seen the stone trough. How much longer do you want to run?" Hearing this, everyone gradually stopped. Someone said, "What's wrong with this place? I can clearly feel that I'm moving forward, but why are we still in the same place?" This was something that no one could understand, which was why it was so strange. There may be a natural array here, or it may be an illusion array, or a maze array. If we don't break this array, we will be trapped here forever. How do we break this array? Friends, who is proficient in array formations? This little brother knows a little, but I can't see anything. Chapter 4090. The old man was the first to suggest that they work together to break the formation. Naturally, he would be the mediator. Everyone could only stay where they were. They could not get close to each other, nor could they move forward or backward. In this way, although there were many people here, they could not set up a formation. They could only use the divine technique to combine their strength. After the discussion, the old man was about to give an order when he suddenly saw Xueqi's strange expression. He turned his head and said, "Young friend, you seem to have found something?" Xueqi's eyes were full of splendor. He nodded and said, "I have some idea, but I can't understand it. I need some time." The old man's eyes lit up. "Since you have found something, why don't you tell us so that we can study it together?" Yes, one person's wisdom is short, but the wisdom of many is long. Why don't you tell us what you found, and we can solve this problem together?" Someone agreed. Xueqi sneered. "It's my ability that I found something. Why should I tell you?" The old man's face darkened. He scolded angrily, "Young man, you are so rude." The old man beside him also shook his head. "Young friend, you are wrong. We are trapped here and need to work together to get out. Young friend, it's better not to hide anything now." Xueqi said lightly, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but you won't understand even if I tell you." The old man shook his head and sighed. "Keeping things to yourself will only harm others. This young man is really arrogant. Young man, don't run away when we get out of here. I will talk to you properly." Xueqi ignored him. He closed his eyes and released his divine sense, silently sensing the situation. Seeing him like this, the old man no longer tried to force the issue and began coordinating with everyone. As soon as he gave the order, the power of his secret treasures burst forth, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate violently, creating layer after layer of ripples that spread outwards. Everyone watched anxiously. Even when the power of the divine technique dissipated, there was no change in the surroundings. The old man's face darkened. He shouted again. Another round of divine technique was displayed. The rumbling sounds were endless. The scene of hundreds of cultivator attacking together was quite spectacular. Moreover, in order to escape, very few people held back. Every attack could be said to be at full strength. The void trembled, and the universe was overturned. The aftermath of the power spread out, and rings of light trembled endlessly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 6 hours. Hundreds of cultivator were so tired that they almost vomited blood. Their faces were pale, and their breathing was unstable. They were all from the Emperor realm. Although they had their own opportunities in the great cosmological realm and had condensed a lot of yin, yang and 5 elements power, they could not hold on for long periods of time. However, after such a long time, there was no effect at all. Many people were discouraged. The old man kept trying to boost their morale, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to let them rest for a while and recover their strength. He turned his head and saw that Xueqi was still standing in the same place, not moving at all. He could not help but feel a little annoyed. They were all risking their lives to break out of this predicament and leave this place. This young man, on the other hand, was just standing there calmly and seemed to be comprehending the mystery. Who knew if he was saving his strength and waiting for the critical moment to reap the benefits? At this moment, hundreds of people suddenly rushed in together and fell into this invisible cage. It was the cultivator who had been hit by the illusion that had finally recovered. They wanted to snatch the Tai divine purification water, but in the end, they followed in the footsteps of their predecessors. Like the previous cultivator, these newcomers rushed forward desperately, but they were still in the same place. They could not get close to the white jade trough at all. Everyone looked at these newcomers with pity, as if they had known this would happen. The old man explained the situation in a clear voice, and only then did they stop struggling. Now that hundreds of friends have fallen into this place, our strength has increased greatly. This time, we will definitely be able to break out of this predicament. The old man was very excited. Everyone, quickly rest. We will attack together in 2 hours. Everyone cheered loudly. 2 hours later, under the old man's command, nearly 1,000 people performed the divine technique together. Its power was more than twice as strong as before. Another few hours later, nearly 1,000 people stood in the same place with pale faces, panting and looking defeated. So many of them attacked together, but they could not shake this invisible cage at all. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. They really did not know how to break out of this predicament. There is no unbreakable formation in this world. This old man does not believe in heresy. Everyone, take a rest. We will start all over again. Although the old man had consumed a lot of energy, he was still very motivated. Unfortunately, morale was something that could be boosted at the first spurt, weakened at the second, and exhausted at the third. After a few times, many people became pessimistic. They no longer had the same enthusiasm as before. When they attacked together for the third time, many people were just coping with it. Although the old man was angry, he could do nothing about it. Suddenly, a loud laugh sounded. Xueqi, who had been comprehending the mysteries with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered as he stared at the void in front of him and praised, "Wonderful, wonderful. So that's how it is." As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. When he took this step, everyone's eyes widened as they stared at him in shock. This was because this step had actually been taken. Before this, all the cultivators who had been trapped here, no matter how they tried to escape, looked like they were walking on the same spot. Little friend? The old man looked at Xueqi nervously. How did you do it? Although Xueqi had a smile on his face, his eyes were very serious. He said casually, "Space folds and extends. It seems like it is only a distance of 1,000 feet, but in fact, no matter how you run, the space under your feet will extend infinitely, giving people the illusion that they are walking in the same place. It turns out that the great Tao of space can be used like this. This world is really magical." As he spoke, Xueqi took another step forward. At the same time, the seal in his body suddenly solidified. His seal was the great Tao of void. Now that he was trapped in this predicament, he had gained something from comprehending it for a long time, which made his seal stronger. One must know that his seal had been solidified by the Tao-E divine water. It was extremely difficult to improve it. It was obvious that he had gained a lot from comprehending it this time. Space folds and extends? The old man and the other cultivator were confused, but Xiangying frowned thoughtfully. You won't understand even if I tell you. Just stand there and wait. Wait for me to take the divine water and you will be able to escape. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain too much. This was related to the Great Tao of Space and the Great Tao of Space. Without saying that they had cultivated it, they would not be able to understand it. Step by step, Yang Kai stepped forward. Although his speed was slow, he was indeed approaching the white jade trough. After Yang Kai had taken 10 steps, Xiangying suddenly moved the purple bamboo in his hand in the direction he had taken. Above the purple bamboo, a layer of purple light rippled, and Xiangying's figure strangely moved forward a meter. Yang Kai sensed something and turned around, just in time to see this scene. His heart skipped a beat as he wondered if Xiangying also cultivated the Great Tao of Space. Xiangying looked up at him and nodded gently. Many thanks, Brother Yang, for enlightening me. The purple bamboo in his hand moved forward again, and a purple light rippled as his figure moved forward again. This guy did not cultivate the Great Tao of Space. Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of space principles from him. The only reason he could do this was because of the purple bamboo's power. The purple bamboo gave Yang Kai a feeling that it could break through all methods. Strictly speaking, the strangeness of this place could be considered a divine technique, but it was a divine technique born from the heavens and earth. Under the purple bamboo's effect, it naturally could not affect Xiangying. Is this purple bamboo Saint Herb really so strong? Yang Kai glanced at Grape and Little Mushroom on his shoulder and suddenly felt that these two were too weak. Under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 people, Yang Kai stepped forward one step at a time while Xiangying drifted forward like a ghost. The two of them kept moving closer to the white jade trough. Although Yang Kai was a few steps ahead, he was quickly caught up by Xiangying. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the two of them were only a few meters away from the white jade trough. Xiangying suddenly raised his hand and pointed the purple bamboo at Yang Kai, saying lightly, Brother Yang, please excuse me. With this point, Yang Kai took a step forward but was unable to do so and instead remained in place. In that instant, Xiangying threw himself in front of the white jade trough and raised his hand to summon a jade bottle, snatching the extreme divine purification water from the stone trough. Yang Kai laughed, if you hadn't taken action against me, I would have hesitated, but since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai shouted, retreat. Xiangying was just about to take the extreme divine purification water from the stone trough into his jade bottle, but at that moment, his vision blurred and his hand disappeared. When he regained his senses, he had unknowingly returned to his original position, 1,000 meters away from the stone trough. Xiangying's face suddenly became as black as the bottom of a pot. He had used the purple bamboo heaven-breaking earth divine technique to approach the stone trough step by step, but how could he compare to Yang Kai comprehending the essence of this divine technique and borrowing it for his own use? One was breaking, the other was borrowing. The difference between the two was obvious. Beside the white jade trough, Yang Kai stood alone, looking down at the divine water in the trough with a grin on his face. There was no need for a container. With a single thought, Yang Kai opened his sealed world bead and carefully stored the extreme divine purification water in the white jade trough. There was a lot of extreme divine purification water, enough for dozens of people to use. After a short while, Yang Kai had collected all the divine water. The group of people looked at him with envy and annoyance. Yang Kai's actions were not even giving them a sip of the divine water. The moment Yang Kai collected all the extreme divine purification water, the white jade stone platform in front of him suddenly distorted, gradually becoming transparent and soon disappeared. The extreme divine purification water bell was born with the essence of heaven and earth. The white jade trough seemed to be solid, but in fact, it was just a manifestation of the heaven and earth principles. When the divine water disappeared, so did the container. At the same time, the invisible force that had been binding everyone disappeared completely. The moment they were free, dozens of people leaped into the air and rushed towards Yang Kai, shouting, Junior, leave the divine water behind. Chapter 4091. Since ancient times, wealth had moved people's hearts. If it was an ordinary treasure, it would be fine, but this Tai divine purification water was extremely precious. The great cosmological realm itself was a huge natural treasure trove that no one had set foot in for thousands of years. But no one had ever heard of the appearance of Tai divine purification water. It was only in this ancient land that everyone had the opportunity to find it, so it was not surprising that it attracted everyone's attention. Not to mention, Xueqi had a transformed sacred herb on his left and right shoulders. They had long noticed the existence of Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom, but they had been unable to think too much about it when they were trapped. Now that they had escaped, their minds immediately became active. 2 transformed sacred herbs and a pool of Tai divine purification water were enough to make anyone risk their lives. Dozens of people took the lead to attack, each of them aggressive and merciless. Obviously, they were all planning to kill Xueqi and seize the treasures. The remaining people reacted a little slower, but they followed closely behind, clamoring incessantly. Xueqi stood in place and looked around coldly. The dozens of people pounced on him with an indifferent expression, and he snorted coldly, "If it weren't for me, you would still be trapped in that invisible cage. I helped you escape, but you don't want to repay me, and now you want to bite the hand that feeds you? Human nature is really cold. It makes me bitterly disappointed." One of them laughed and said, "Little brother, you're right. Come with me quickly. Don't pay attention to this group of ungrateful people." He was the first to pounce in front of Xueqi, reaching out to grab Xueqi. In that big hand, the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements lingered, turning into a territory field that reinforced and restrained each other, and enveloped Xueqi. Xueqi didn't even bother to look at him, instead lifting his finger and pressing it against his forehead. With a hiss, a blood arrow shot out from the back of this person's head. That person stood still in front of Xueqi, his big hand stretched out, but as if he had been immobilized, he did not move at all. Dozens of divine technique enveloped Xueqi at the same time. His figure swayed, and dragon shields flew around his body. The next moment, a sky full of light enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. Someone cried out in alarm, "You guys, be gentler. Don't shatter those 2 stalks of saint medicine." However, these words were clearly shouted a little too late. Seeing Xueqi's figure disappear under the numerous divine technique, that person's face twitched, and his heart ached so much that it was bleeding. With such a crazy attack, how could those 2 stalks of saintly medicine still be preserved? Most likely, they had already been smashed into fine powder. The might of the divine technique gradually dispersed, and a figure appeared once again. Everyone's expression instantly changed slightly, and they exclaimed endlessly. It was Xueqi who stood on the spot without the slightest injury, and even his clothes didn't have the slightest crease. On the contrary, the first few dozen people who had pounced over suddenly froze on the spot. Accompanied by a series of soft hissing sounds, arrows of blood shot out from the back of these people's heads, and they fell on their backs, instantly losing all signs of life. There was a bloody hole on each of these people's foreheads, piercing through their heads and consciousness, and obliterating their divine sense. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror, as if they had seen something extremely frightening before they died. A series of gasps rang out, and the figures charging toward Xueqi suddenly froze on the spot, their gazes slightly trembling as they looked ahead. In that instant of chaos just now, no one saw clearly how Xueqi had attacked. They only saw that these few dozen people had taken the initiative to attack, and all of them had died an unnatural death. On Xueqi's shoulder, Pu Baixiong trembled like a sieve, and his face was ashen. Just now, when he saw Xueqi being surrounded and attacked, he thought that he was dead for sure. Who would have thought that after a single exchange, the few dozen people who had attacked him would all die? He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise in his heart, "This guy is so strong?" He was a saint medicine that had taken human form, and wasn't too clear about the strength of a human cultivator, but Xueqi could instantly kill several dozen people with his own strength, so his strength was obviously not bad. Blood flowed, and the smell of blood filled the air, and the sound of heartbeats rose one after another. Dozens of people fell to the ground, causing the remaining people to be both shocked and somewhat incredulous, and the atmosphere became extremely solemn for a time. Although there were many people here, they were as scattered as sand. Previously, they had worked together to solve the dilemma, but now that they wanted to seize the treasure, they naturally had their own thoughts, making it difficult for them to work together. Among the crowd, some people carefully looked at Yang Kai's face, and suddenly their eyes widened, and their bodies trembled violently. It was him, the god of slaughter from Red Star City. Although Yang Kai had displayed great power in Red Star City and many people had seen his face, in recent years, he had rarely appeared in front of outsiders, so there were not many people who knew him. Only the earliest cultivator in Red Star City had seen his face, and later people had only heard of his notoriety and never seen him again. However, this didn't mean that no one recognized him. Among the thousands of people here, there were always a few who had seen Yang Kai's fierce demeanor from afar. Before, they had been trapped in the invisible cage and didn't pay much attention to it, but now that they looked carefully, they recognized Yang Kai's identity. Suddenly, their faces turned pale and they turned to flee. As early as a few years ago, Yang Kai had killed thousands of people from Thunder Light Sword Pavilion by himself, and then massacred the entire star city of Thunder Light Sword Pavilion. Even if there were thousands of people here, what could they do to him? If a fight really broke out, it was unknown how many people here could survive. There was great fear between life and death. Although the sacred transformation pill and Tai divine water were precious, how could they be more important than one's own life? Shwa shwa shwa. Nearly 100 people quickly left. It wasn't that these people knew Yang Kai, but rather that they had formed teams to explore and search for treasure in this land of no elders. If one person in the team recognized Yang Kai's identity, they would naturally call for their companions to leave this place quickly, otherwise, a disaster would befall them. The rest of the people didn't know why these people left in a hurry and thought that they were scared away by Yang Kai's strange means. The old man who had called for everyone to break out of this situation raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid, he's just one person. There are so many of us here. Even if we all spit at him, he'll be drowned." Someone nodded in agreement. "Yes, this junior is alone. What is there to be afraid of? Those cowardly rats have already left. It just so happens that we have one less opponent." The old man put on a compassionate look as he stroked his long beard and said, "Little brother, the heavens are benevolent. If you are willing to leave behind the 2 sacred medicines and Tai divine water, this old master and the others are not willing to kill you. This old master can make the decision to let you escape unscathed. What do you think?" Yang Kai glanced at him lightly and said, "There are so many of you here, and I only have 2 sacred medicines and Tai divine water. What should I do? Why don't all of you fight to the death first, and when there are only 2 people left, this king's treasures can be divided. That way, there won't be any problems." The old man smiled lightly. "Now that things have gotten to this point, why bother trying to sow discord, little brother?" Someone shouted, "Leave your space rings behind too. This boy must have other good things on him. Yes, this way, we won't have to worry about not having enough to share." Yang Kai said slowly, "There are quite a few good things in my space ring." Saying so, he casually took out an item. A 6th grade item. Someone's breath quickened. "That's a divine essence fused stone. If you can refine it, you can cultivate divine essence fused light." Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai took out another 6th grade item and played with it in his hand. Another exclamation sounded. "Another 6th grade item. This should be a blood flame jade. If you can refine it, you can cultivate divine burning blood flame." Another 6th grade item. Exclamations continued as Yang Kai took out 6th grade treasures one after another, and everyone's expression changed from the initial surprise to shock, and then to endless greed. In just a short time, Yang Kai had taken out more than 20 6th grade items, and none of them were the same, each one was different. A huge question appeared in everyone's hearts. Where did this boy get so many treasures? They had been in the great cosmological boundary for more than a decade, and although they had obtained some good things, they had never seen a 6th grade treasure before. But this boy in front of them had obtained more than 20 kinds of treasures, and these were the ones he had taken out. So how many did he not take out? This boy was simply a walking treasure trove. A burst of laughter sounded as the old man's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Little brother, you really have a lot of good things. This is definitely enough to share." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend them." Tilting his head and looking somewhere in the crowd, he grinned. "Does Brother Xiang also want to make things difficult for me?" Xiang Ying stood there silently, his expression cold and resolute, not saying a word. Yang Kai sighed slightly. "After several years of seclusion, the world has forgotten my name. Even a clown dares to challenge this king's dignity. Putting away the treasures in his hand, he said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. If you want treasures, come and get them yourselves." The old man shouted, "Since little brother is so stubborn, then don't blame us for not showing mercy. Attack." Shwa, shwa, shwa. Figures pounced at Xueqi one after another. Nearly 1,000 people attacked together, and the scene was spectacular. Before they arrived, one divine technique after another was already used. Xueqi narrowed his eyes slightly, standing in place as if he was scared silly. Pu Baixiong grabbed his hair nervously and shouted, "Quickly hide." Little Mushroom shrunk his neck, directly hiding his whole body under the mushroom umbrella. A world-destroying aura enveloped him, and seeing that those attacks were all about to reach him, Xueqi suddenly shook his body, raised his hand, and pointed. A golden crow flew out from his fingertip. That golden crow was small, only the size of a palm, but it was vivid as if it was a living thing. With a cry, the golden crow spread its wings and flew toward the countless divine technique, its body covered in raging flames. The power of the divine technique slammed into the golden crow, but not only did it not shatter, the golden crow even absorbed the power of the divine technique. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with golden crows, following the source of the divine technique and pouncing toward the cultivator. Many of the cultivator paled in fright. Some hurriedly retreated, while others used their power to block, forming a protective barrier around their bodies. However, the golden crow true flames were extremely domineering, and even heaven-opening cultivators were unable to block them, let alone these cultivators from the Emperor realm. Any cultivator that was pounced on by the golden crow was instantly set ablaze, turning into a fireball as they cried out in agony. One figure after another fell from the sky like dumplings, their vitality extinguished before they hit the ground. Chapter 4092. This is the Golden Crow Primordial Fire? A cultivator's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock. Those little golden crows were extremely lifelike and had obvious characteristics. It was difficult for anyone not to recognize them. Many cultivators were shocked and hurriedly retreated. But how could they retreat? Those little golden crows pounced over and burned them into fireballs, causing them to scream and fall. The scene was empty. More than half of the 1,000 cultivators were killed in an instant. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive all screamed in fear and used various escape techniques to escape. "You want to run now? Too late." Xueqi snorted coldly and activated the space principles. In an instant, with himself as the center, the space within 1,000 feet radius was under his control. A cultivator looked back as he fled, and then saw a scene that shocked him to his core. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open up the distance between Xueqi and himself. It was as if he could not move forward. This scene was familiar. It was the experience of falling into the invisible spherical cage. In that invisible cage, everyone was in the same situation. They desperately rushed toward the white jade trough, but no matter what they did, they could not get close at all. Could it be that the restriction of heaven and earth had reappeared? Just as this thought popped up, a golden crow had already pounced over and covered him. After 10 breaths, charred corpses fell one after another, and their vitality was extinguished. Of the 1,000 cultivators who fell into this place, except for the 100 or so who recognized Xueqi and fled at the beginning, the rest died without a burial place. Xueqi slowly exhaled a turbid breath. He was neither happy nor shocked, but there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. The restriction of heaven and earth naturally could not reappear. The reason why so many cultivators were stuck in the same place was because he had activated the space principles. The mysteries of the space folding and space extension allowed him to see another unique use of the space principles, and he benefited a lot from it. By activating the space principles, he could also use methods similar to the restriction of heaven and earth. This method was not a secret art, nor was it a divine technique. It was just a flexible use of the space principles. It was just that he had never thought of this before. This encounter had opened a window for him, allowing his attainments in the great Tao of space to take another step forward. After testing it out, he found that it was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Turning his head, Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Thank you, Brother Xiang, for your help." Previously, he thought that Xiang Ying was also tempted by the wealth and wanted to make things difficult for him. However, when those people made their moves, he found that he was wrong. Xiang Ying was mixed in the crowd, and the purple bamboo in her hand was quietly poking around. She was secretly attacking those people. However, his actions were very subtle. At that time, everyone's attention was attracted by the wealth on Yang Kai's body, so no one realized that he had secretly killed him. More than a dozen people had died at his hands. My actions were superfluous. Xiang Ying slowly shook his head and put away the purple bamboo. "Farewell, we'll meet again." His character seemed to be very proud and aloof. Previously, he had only taken action because he was not used to seeing those people bullying him with numbers. However, after seeing Yang Kai's strength with his own eyes, he knew that even if he did not take action, those ugly melons and cracked dates could not do anything to Yang Kai. Staring at his back, Yang Kai watched him leave, thinking to himself that this guy was quite an interesting person. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering where he came from and which divine spirit had chosen him as a vessel. But in any case, Xiang Ying had obtained the Saint Medicine Purple Bamboo on this trip and had a divine spirit to lay a solid foundation for him. If he could leave the great cosmological realm alive, there would definitely be a place for him in the 3,000 worlds in the future. In fact, every time the great cosmological realm opened, countless young masters would be born. There were too many treasures in the great cosmological realm, and high-quality materials that were rare in the outside world were everywhere here. As long as one's luck was not too bad, one could always obtain some opportunities in the great cosmological realm and lay the foundation for breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. However, the premise was that one had to leave this place alive. With a slight thought, Yang Kai's divine sense enveloped the surroundings, searching for the space rings left behind by the dead cultivator. Although Yang Kai had many treasures now, these people had fought in the great cosmological realm for more than a decade, so they should have obtained some good things, so he naturally could not miss them. One space ring after another flew towards him and was thrown into the sealed world bead. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and looked in a certain direction, saying in surprise, "There's still a fish that slipped through the net?" With a flick of his finger, a moon blade flew in that direction. In the perception of his divine sense, there was still a faint aura there. Obviously, someone had survived and was secretly hiding, which was a little beyond his expectations. However, the other party's concealment was not perfect, and Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful enough to give himself away. With a swish, the moon blade cut through space and slashed in that direction. Below a charred corpse, a figure soared into the sky. The crescent blade brushed past his feet, almost cutting off his legs. However, that person's expression did not change. He turned around in midair and quickly fled into the distance. His movements were extremely nimble. Yang Kai laughed. "Still want to run?" With a thought, the space folded again, and in an instant, no matter how that person ran, he could not escape. Yang Kai frowned slightly, because what he saw was that this person was not running in place, but was instead slowly moving forward. Although his speed was very slow, he was indeed moving forward. This person was affected by his space Tao and could not escape from the expanding space, but he was not as powerless as the others before him. This guy seems to have some skill. Of course, this also had something to do with Yang Kai. He had just comprehended this method and was not very proficient in using it. It was easy to bully some weak people, but when faced with a strong opponent, it would have flaws. After running for a while, that person seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and turned his head to look back, only to see Yang Kai walking towards him step by step. Knowing that he could not escape, he could not help but sigh, simply stopping and smiling bitterly. "Brother, do you want to kill me? I didn't attack you before. I was just watching the show." Then the price you paid for watching the show was a bit high. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The person shrugged. "Who said so?" Suddenly, his face turned serious. "Brother, what do I have to do for you to let me go?" "Did I say?" Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at him. "Do I have to let you go?" The golden crow whistled and rushed towards that person. That person's face turned serious, suddenly forming a seal with both hands and shouting, Immovable mountain. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a beast roar resounded through the sky, and then a layer of yellow light suddenly appeared around that person's body. It was the power of the earth element he had condensed. The power of the earth element was rich and pure, not inferior to Xueqi's. It was at least a 7th grade earth element. The power of the earth element twisted and transformed into the phantom of a giant tortoise, protecting him in the middle. The golden crow swooped down and crashed into the phantom of the giant tortoise, but it could not hurt him and was completely blocked. The golden crow true fire had always been successful, and this was the first time it had been blocked by someone. Xueqi's expression changed. Divine technique Dharma idol. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. This phantom of the giant tortoise had not reached the level of the divine technique Dharma idol. It should be a defensive divine technique that this person had comprehended through his own earth element, just like his dragon shield. Amidst the crackling sounds, the golden crow true fire and the phantom of the giant tortoise continued to collide. A moment later, the golden crow dissipated, but the phantom of the giant tortoise was still as solid as a rock. The person wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and squeezed out a smile. Brother, where there is room for error, there is room for mercy. The bearer of the thick earth mystic tortoise? Xueqi raised his eyebrows. He had seen all kinds of divine spirits in the periphery of the land of noblemen, some in their original forms, some in human form, but he had not seen the thick earth mystic tortoise, so he assumed that it was mixed in with the crowd in human form. The defensive divine technique that this person in front of him had displayed turned into the image of the thick earth mystic tortoise, so it was obvious that he had inherited the true teachings of the thick earth mystic tortoise. Xueqi had once told him that the divine spirits had put in a lot of effort for their bearers. Some divine spirits had even split a part of their inner elixir's power to help their bearers condense yin and yang and the 5 elements, so that they could win the battle of spirit seizing. The nature of Xueqi's inner elixir was not suitable, so Xueqi had never made this request. However, the thick earth mystic tortoise was different. It was an earth divine spirit, and the power of its inner elixir was pure earth element power. If it split a part of its power to its bearer, it could condense the power of the 7th level. These bearers, because they had a part of the power of the inner elixir of the divine spirit, could display some of the divine spirit's abilities, which were very powerful. Xueqi had warned him that if he encountered such a bearer, he must be careful, because no one could tell what kind of trump card they had, and if he was not careful, he would die. Xueqi did not expect to encounter such a bearer who had obtained the true inheritance of the divine spirit so quickly. Not to mention the other abilities of the thick earth mystic tortoise, its defense was outstanding. The bearer in front of him had obtained the power of the divine spirit, so he could naturally withstand the burning of the golden crow primordial fire. That person greeted with one palm. Fangyu greets brother Yang. I have heard of your name for a long time, and now that I have met you today, you are indeed outstanding. I admit that I am inferior. Grape called out, Master. This guy is flattering you. Little Mushroom, who was on the other shoulder, nodded vigorously with a look of disdain. Fangyu said seriously, I am speaking from the bottom of my heart, not flattering. Xueqi raised his hand and knocked on the giant tortoise phantom outside his body, making a dull thud. He said in surprise, Your tortoise shell is quite hard. Fangyu smiled slightly. The thick earth mystic tortoise is good at defense. Junior brother has obtained its true inheritance and inherited this ability. I have made a fool of myself in front of brother. Xueqi praised. With this ability, I am afraid that only those divine spirits in the great cosmological realm can hurt you. Fangyu blushed with shame. But they are still no match for brother. Brother's space Tao is unpredictable, and the golden crow primordial fire can burn anything. It is truly fascinating. Hand over your space ring. Xueqi stretched out his hand. Ha! Fangyu was stunned. Xueqi stared at him without saying a word. Grape called out, Brat, Master is asking you to hand over your space ring. Master is going to rob you. The corner of Fangyu's mouth twitched. Brother, I thought we could sit down and have a good chat. Chapter 4093. If you want to talk, we can talk later. Give me your space ring. You must have obtained a lot of good things from the thick earth black tortoise, right? If it weren't for the tortoise's shell, Yang Kai's hand would have almost reached Feng Yu's nose. Feng Yu angrily retorted, "Brother, how can you be like this? You have so many treasures. Do you still need my little belongings? Even if you rob me, it won't increase your wealth by much." Yang Kai indifferently said, "You have to be punished for your mistakes." Feng Yu angrily said, "I really didn't attack you." After a pause he weakly said, "Fine, I secretly attacked you, but I didn't mean to kill you. I just wanted to see if there was a gap between us." He should have recognized Yang Kai long ago and heard of Yang Kai's deeds. Although he had obtained the thick earth black tortoise's true inheritance and cultivated the earth element with the power of its monster core, he wasn't confident he could beat Yang Kai by much. Just now, he had mixed in with the crowd and quietly attacked just to test how much he had grown recently. Who knew the result would be such a blow to him? Would he be able to snatch the innate spirit fruit and satisfy the thick earth black tortoise's request? Sighing slightly, Feng Yu said, "Brother, you can't kill me. My coiling stone seal can't be broken without wild force. With this seal, no one in this land of eternity can kill me." Yang Kai slowly said, "Your divine technique is indeed good, but it should consume a lot of energy to use, right? Not to mention whether I can break your shell. Even if I can't, I can still exhaust you to death, unless you have a way to escape from me." Feng Yu's face paled and he swayed. Brother's eyesight is really sharp. What Kai Yang said wasn't wrong. Although the boulder seal's defense wasn't bad, using it required a huge amount of energy. Maintaining it for a long period of time was especially taxing on his body. Even if he used all his strength, he could only maintain it for half an hour. After half an hour, he would be completely exhausted and the boulder seal would collapse. Yang Kai was proficient in the space Dao, and he couldn't escape, so stalling for time was meaningless to him. It could be said that Yang Kai's words were hurtful. Feng Yu's face withered. "Junior brother admits defeat. Brother, please show mercy." Saying so, he sighed heavily, then dispersed the coiling stone seal, and threw the space ring in his hand to Kai. Yang Kai's TSSSSS, Yang Kai Yang Kai. If it weren't for Zhu Juyin, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to obtain the Tao-E Divine Water and cultivate the Yin-Yang Inverse 5 Elements Profound Universe Sutra. Seeing Yang Kai take out one good thing after another from the ring, Feng Yu was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He kept shouting, "Enough, brother, you should at least leave some for me." Yang Kai ignored him and continued to fiddle with the ring. After a while, he threw the space ring back to him. Feng Yu caught it and checked the ring. He immediately groaned and clutched his chest in grief and indignation. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Although the ring's sounds were. Feng Yu felt like more than 10 kilograms of flesh had been cut off from his body. It was so painful. He grabbed the space ring, turned around, and left at a ridiculously fast speed. "Farewell, we won't meet again." He didn't want to run into Yang Kai again. This time, he admitted defeat. Although he lost a lot of things, he still managed to save his life. He ran for 1,000 kilometers before looking back and seeing that Yang Kai didn't chase after him. He breathed a sigh of relief and comforted himself. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. They're just worldly possessions. I can't bring them with me when I'm born, and I can't take them with me when I die. I'll just throw them away. Feng Yu landed on a boulder and thought back to his previous encounter. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. They were both from the Emperor realm and he had been nurtured by the thick earth black tortoise for several years. But in the end, he found that there was still a huge gap between him and Yang Kai. Just as he was feeling dejected, he suddenly noticed that the boulder under his feet was a little strange. It looked like a blooming lotus flower with layer upon layer, and he was standing in the middle of it. He couldn't help but raise his brow and look at it with interest. In the next moment, the ground beneath his feet shook, and the stone lotus suddenly closed. Feng Yu was caught off guard, and was directly trapped in the middle, unable to escape. He was shocked in his heart. It was truly a case of when it rains, the boat meets the wind. After the stone lotus swallowed Feng Yu, it immediately rose from the ground and its roots turned into 2 long legs, flying into the distance. Inside the stone lotus, Feng Yu shouted, immovable as a mountain. 10 days later, Yang Kai climbed to the top of a mountain and headed towards a certain place on the peak under Pu Baixiong's guidance. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. Pu Baixiong jumped down from Yang Kai's shoulder and shouted, Little gourd, Master Pu is here to see you." The reason he came here was because Pu Baixiong told Yang Kai that there was also a saint herb here. In this elder's land, there weren't many saint herbs that could transform into human form, but they weren't few either. Pu Baixiong knew that there were 7 or 8 kinds of saint herbs, each of which was extraordinary and had different effects. Take the 2 kinds that Yang Kai obtained for example. The bunch of berries on Pu Baixiong's head had extraordinary medicinal effects. Not only did it have healing properties, but it also had the ability to improve one's cultivation. It could be said to be an extremely rare species. The mysterious rainbow mushroom had the ability to cause illusions. When the invisible spores spread out, an ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to resist them. When Yang Kai fell into the fog, he was careless and fell into it. In the end, he had to rely on the demon eye of annihilation and the soul-warming lotus to keep his mind clear. There was also Xiang Ying's purple bamboo, which seemed to have the ability to break through 10,000 techniques. Not all saint herbs were for consumption. When plants and trees gained sentience, they could transform into human form and become saint herbs. At the top of this mountain, there was another saint herb. According to Pu Baixiong, it was a gourd vine. There were 7 gourds on this vine, each of which corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The quality of these 7 gourds was extremely good. With the help of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, a cultivator could condense the corresponding Tao seal. It could be said that if one could obtain this gourd vine, they would have an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources. However, although Yang Kai had gone through a lot of hardships to reach this place, he couldn't detect any signs of life with his divine sense. Pu Baixiong shouted a few more times, stretching out his roots and scratching his head. Where did this gourd go? Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked over to a place. After looking around for a while he said, "No need to shout." Hearing this, Pu Baixiong rushed over and climbed onto Yang Kai's shoulder. Following Yang Kai's gaze, he saw some traces of battle in front of him, filled with the power of the 5 elements. He immediately shouted, "Who did this little gourd fight with?" Yang Kai nodded his head and said, "I'm afraid that someone beat us to it." Previously, when he went to look for the purple bamboo, it was the same. It was only later that he found out that the purple bamboo was in Xiang Ying's hands. In the past 10 days, Pu Baixiong had instructed Yang Kai to look for those transformed sacred herbs. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything at every place they went. Those sacred herbs were either hidden or had been snatched away by someone else. This was already the 3rd place that Yang Kai had run to, and the 3 sacred herbs, including the little gourd, were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai wasn't too sure what happened to the other sacred herbs, but the sacred herb here should have been snatched away by someone else. The traces of battle here were very scattered, which meant that many people had besieged that sacred herb. No matter how extraordinary that gourd vine was, it would have been difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. There were also many bloodstains that hadn't dried up yet on the ground, which should have been caused by the gourd vine. Pu Baixiong said in annoyance, "If we had known, we would have come over faster." "Master, don't be afraid. I'll bring you to find Aku. That fellow's place is only a 3-day journey from here." The little mushroom shrunk its neck. "Don't go find Aku, right? Every time I see him, I'll be in trouble." Pu Baixiong reprimanded, "Master wants the sacred herb. Who are you to tell him what to do?" The little mushroom pouted angrily, and turned its head to the side in a fit of pique. Yang Kai shook his head. "No need, proper business is more important. Bring me to that fruit tree." Close to 200,000 people had rushed into the elder's land, and even if there were countless casualties recently, more than half of them were still alive. These people were active in various parts of the elder's land, and if there were any good things, they would have long been dug out by them. Those sacred herbs were the best example. Yang Kai was afraid that if he delayed any longer, even the primordial spirit fruit would be taken by someone else. At that time, he wouldn't be able to report to Zhu Juin, and he and the others would be in danger. "Are we going to find the old tree?" Pu Baixiong replied, "All right, but master, you have to be careful. That old tree is not to be trifled with, and the place where he lives is filled with danger. If you're not careful, you'll be in trouble. You just have to lead the way. Pu Baixiong immediately pointed the way for Yang Kai, and after descending the mountain, Yang Kai sped along the way. He didn't stop along the way, and from time to time, he would encounter a cultivator rushing back and forth. There were also many people fighting endlessly, and almost every moment, there would be people dying in the elder's land. After traveling for less than 2 days, Pu Baixiong said, "Master, we're almost there. Do you see that mountain in front? The old tree lives on that mountain." Yang Kai looked up, and indeed, there was a tall mountain in the distance, but because it was too far away, he couldn't see it clearly. Right at this time, Yang Kai suddenly felt something, and turned his head to a direction, only to see a figure rushing towards the mountain. That person wasn't old, looking to be in his early 20s, but his chi was extremely condensed, showing that his foundation was solid. What Yang Kai cared about wasn't this person, but something on his shoulder. It was a stalk of sacred herb. There was a stalk of holy medicine that looked like a bitter gourd. Its entire body was wrinkled, and there was a face on the gourd. It was gloomy and miserable, and its brows were tightly knitted. It was as if all the misfortune in the world had gathered on its body, and it had an expression that said that it had nothing left to live for. Aku! Little Mushroom immediately cried out. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.